Hi, everybody. Happy Friday. You could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with us, and we are so appreciative of that. Welcome to the Lapeef Junior Network. On our panel today, we have T-Bomb, Tam, Mistaken, Thinking Man Ken, Lady T, Rio, and Rashawn. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Rashawn Ali. Hi, you guys. My name is Shantae, not to be confused with Shantae, and this is a Chic critique. You guys. How's everybody doing today?
Bless.
Friday. It is a blessed Friday.
Friday.
It is a wonderful Friday, and it's going to be an absolutely great night. I just feel it deep in my spirit. All right, you guys, so we're going to get straight to the point. Okay, so let me add this. All right, so last week during the week in our comments, Mr. Ray Alexander, one of our listeners, sent a comment, and he sent an article, and the article said that is there a shortage of economically attractive men for women to seriously consider for marriage? A study by Cornell University researchers found that a large number of American men do not earn adequate incomes to provide financial security for a family and therefore are not economically attractive for this generation of women to consider them as viable marriage partners. The study mismatches in the marriage market found that the men who had not gotten married earned 58% less than those who did, and that women are facing a surplus of men who don't have stable careers or incomes. Interesting. I know. Let me take that off the screen. So we're going to go to our first question. The first question is, do you think marriage rates are low due to there not being enough economically attractive men? Don't rush to answer that question. Take your time.
So are we gonna I guess qualify that?
We're gonna. You said what now? I'm sorry.
Are we gonna qualify that? I guess what's economically attractive?
Economically attractive, according to the article, words, men who are competitive. We would consider them the high value man. I don't like to use that word because I don't think that qualifies you as being high value. More like the high earner, or the person who is a high achiever in the as far as in the workplace.
What's a high earner?
High earner, well, people say 100,000. I don't think that that's so. I think maybe 70,000 and above, 65 and above, depending on where you live. Right. Because a high earner in Alabama could be 50,000. So what y'all think?
I think that's based on what each individual person considers is high value. Everybody's standard is different. Some people feel like it doesn't matter. My income plus their income, let's say you make 60,000, they make 60,000, 120,000. So most people feel like two incomes is better than one anyway. So I think that's going to be based off each individual.
I think that, and good point, sis. I don't think that has, if it does have an impact, it's probably minuscule. Since even before 1965, according to Arthur Orlando Patterson, Black men hasn't been high earners forever. It's only a small few. The average Black man makes 35 to 42,000 a year anyway, right? The average, right? So I don't think that it's because of that. I think it's a whole list of things. You have people promoting it doesn't matter if you get married. You have it's so much social construct of I think fear really in reality is the root of why we're not marrying at the rate that we used to, because You know, listen, as a man, I said this before. If you don't, we know that the average black man makes 35 to 42,000 a year. Be honest. Stop leading. Stop trying to stop trying to paint a picture like you got it. I know you don't got it. All right. The average of us don't have it, and it's okay. I think the lack of a communication is a big issue between black men and black women, not having tough conversations, being able to say, listen, you know, I make X, Y, and Z. You probably make X, Y, and Z. We can work together, just like they did work together back in the day. It's always black men and black women back in the day always worked together because the man wasn't making. We never made as a whole. We're talking about the majority didn't make a lot the money to be able to take care of everything financial. Our women worked. They was mammies. They worked in the yards. They had jobs. They had plenty of jobs that they was working at that helped the income that came in. And there's so many, you know, I'm a rest at this point. I'm gonna allow someone else to speak, but I can, you know, show you plenty of statistics of us working together. So I don't think that it's the economic part. I just think it's fear, lack of communication, is the real reason.
So I agree with that, but I'm gonna add that I think that I think it might be a part of it. I also don't think it's the major part of it. I think what's happening is that people are approaching relationships from a stance of self-preservation. They're using social media standards to qualify themselves and their relationships. They're disconnected from God, the creator, source, whatever it is. And so they're not grounding out and really trying to connect with people one-on-one. There's a lot of fear as it relates to just marriage. The statistics are showing that it doesn't make sense to marry. So men are even questioning what the point of going down that road is. And we all know that men grant access to relationships and marriage. So, you know, in this climate where it's just not showing to be like a fruitful connection, and people aren't even taking time away from these screens enough to like sit with self and connect with each other, it makes it difficult to get beyond the physical, beyond the just the trivial kind of relationships, or the less, what's the word I'm looking for? Those casual relationships. Like people aren't connecting the same anymore. So I think that more so than there not being enough economically attractive men is what's contributing to the marriage rates being low.
I was going to say that I think is a multifaceted, issue in regards to the reason, there's multiple reasons why, but I do agree with that the rates being low in terms of it being economically attractive, because I think more women are looking for men to at least match where they are like the focus is financially. So if part of the reason why you're getting married is for someone to provide that financial security, you're going to look for someone, and I hear women say this all the time, that I want my man to make more than I do, and then especially if you're focused on those high value, at least six figures and above men, you're going to lessen your opportunities to end up marrying, because there's only but so many. You have more women, after the same small group of men. So in that regard, you're not going to really have access to the man that you want to marry, because not that many Black men are even in that range. So I think it's more from the woman's side not necessarily the men's side, because men are, for the most part, men have always married down. When you look at, financial, they always married a woman that made less than them anyway. So that's not going to change on their part. I think it changes on a woman part because they're looking to marry up.
I think that's one of the problems for those women that are specifically just looking for marriage based on a financial standpoint. You're always going to be in competition with those other women that are looking to marry for financial gain anyway. What about love? What about commitment? What about family? What about all of those things? Why are we putting so much emphasis around the financial part of it? That's why, I mean, let's be honest, that's why so many Black women aren't married, because they're approaching it wrong. They're approaching it from a financial standpoint, and that should not be the basis of what a marriage is surrounded in theory. That's my opinion.
And so, Tam, I think that's one of the things that we have to look at, right? Especially in our community, because even though marriage is still based on love, right? It's also this fundamentally it's an economic transaction, right? And this transactional relationship, I think, is what turns a lot of people off, being as though we're not bringing the same amounts, so to speak, to the table, right? And so we have to look at that as, if Black men are at a disadvantage and we are supposed to come into marriage and lead and provide stability, and provide essentially for our families just in general, when do you feel that you're ready for that? You only really feel that you're ready or prepared for that when you have kind of reached a level of socioeconomic status, right? That not only does the market of women open up for you, but you feel secure and comfortable in providing and walking in that role. So there was another point that was mentioned. I think, Ali, you mentioned that we have to be honest. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't think a lot of young men are lying. I think young men are being forthright and saying, you know what? I'm not in the position financially to marry you yet. I think that's communicated often. What I do think is the status around being married, marriage being a status symbol for women, rather, I think pushes women to almost pressure men into it, even after they've communicated. I don't feel like I'm in the position. We use this word simp a lot on this network for men who are strong-willed enough, who aren't essentially controlling the narrative, controlling the situation, or who are submitting to to a woman's direction, rather. So I think we're seeing a lot of that, more than we may be willing to acknowledge. And as a result, we will see people marry, but we won't necessarily see as many successful marriages as we see. So, we have to look at what everybody contributes to this predicament that we're in. And I don't want to go too far into this topic, because I think we would all be remiss if we didn't address why young Black men aren't in the position to marry early on. So I'll pass the mic for you.
I'm curious as to what is a number financially that men feel like is a successful income to where they are ready for marriage.
Okay, give me a second, because I know let's before we change it over to that, let's let T-Bomb, did you have anything that you wanted to say, T-Bomb?
I'm just going back off of what King Rio was saying. I'm sorry, is it King Rio?
You're a little muffled again. Yeah, take those off.
I'm sorry, you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just going back off of what he's saying, because I have a coworker that basically she made more than her boyfriend at the time.
Talk a little louder.
I'm sorry?
Talk a little louder.
my check. Yeah, I had a coworker who basically at the time, her boyfriend at the time, made less money than her. But I feel from talking to her and listening to her, they ended up getting married and buying a home, but he felt kind of like he wasn't financially ready to purchase the home with her, really wasn't ready to get married. But I guess she kind of like wanted it so bad that she kind of like pushed him to do it. So now he kind of feels like, I don't want to say like less than a man, but I guess, you know.
How old are they?
30s.
In their 30s. Mid or earlier? Mid 30s. Okay. Gotcha. So that would be a good question for Tam to ask her question, because that will go into Tam's question. Go ahead, Tam.
Yeah. So my question to the men is, if men feel like that they want to reach a certain level of success or make a certain amount of money financially, then what is considered that amount of money for a man to feel like, okay, I'm ready to enter into a marriage to be able to provide for a family? Like, what is that income? Or is that going to be based off of where you live, or just, I'm really trying to understand from a man's standpoint, like, what makes you financially ready for marriage?
So, Tam, I don't even know if it's a number that we can say across the board. I think it's more about stability, right? How well are you making a life for yourself, right? I mean, if you're bouncing from job to job, if your credit is failing, right? If that 5-year plan or lack thereof isn't panning out, if you don't have anybody to hold you accountable, if you kind of just out here flying out the seat of your pants, how are you going to provide stability for somebody else? We know more than anybody where we're at, right? And so you know what I mean? Your life could be in shambles, and you just walking around every day putting on for the world like you got it all together. They know, and you got to trust that they know. You know what I mean? And before you get married, he really doesn't owe you his private information, such as, how much you have in your savings, or are you planning a job change? Or he doesn't really. If he wants to tell you, he can. But ultimately, he's feeling you out and you're feeling him out. And the early stages of the dating process may be a general overview of where we're at, but he may not tell you, oh my God, I'm up to my ears in debt. Like, I don't think people lead with that.
I don't think they do, but I think in early on in the dating stage, I'm the type of person, I'm asking questions because I kind of want to know if we align, if we're on the same page, we want the same things. So you don't have to tell me like, oh, I got $100,000 in debt, but just you saying like, I have some debt. I would like to get out of this debt before I would like to get out of this debt within this time frame. That's somebody that has a plan.
So
I do agree with that. My only rebuttal to that is, what I'm saying is, you don't necessarily have to go into full detail to let someone know you're not ready. If someone says they're not ready financially, you should believe them. You know what I mean? It's not, he shouldn't have to plead his case on why he feels he's not ready.
Oh,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. If you're not ready, you're not ready. And a woman has to accept that for what it is and say, okay, you're either going to choose to wait around till he's ready. Me personally, I'm not. Or you're going to choose to say, hey, you're going to find somebody who is ready for the things that you're ready for.
Right.
I personally think that this is the reason we talk about this every week. People need to go in and figure out what the other person's intentions are, because it's obvious he's not ready for the same thing she's ready, and that conversation needs to be had early on. I know they talked about this last night on Lapeef Let's Talk, but it's important for you guys to be on the same page, because what it sounds like to me is he's going to waste your time.
Yeah,
if he's not ready. He knows he's not ready.
Or she wants her time to be wasted if she's still pushing.
Exactly. So it needs to be communicated. Absolutely.
Sometimes people get the cup. Sometimes because women don't have to ask, and this is something that my mother taught me. Because, and I want to state my point. Sometimes because women don't have to ask do you want to get married? In other words, break the big question, right? It's on the man to be like, to propose, in other words, right? That a lot of women are with men who they know they would never marry. They know this. And but they get to hide behind because they not the person that has to propose. And when they finally get rid of him or whatever the case may be, because some people are just placement holders for others, whether I agree with that or not, but some people are just placement holders for others. And and then when she get rid of him, she could say, well, he wasn't man. I wanted to give him, he wasn't serious enough for me in the whole 9 yards. But in reality, sometimes these women really knows like she ain't really have nothing serious, like, or wasn't even thinking life long term with him. In other words, he wasn't even thinking long term with him. But I was about to say this, bro, that the number, I'm a retired financial advisor. I know people who make over $100,000. They broke. They live check to check. They're bad with money. And I know people who make $40,000, but they live better than people who make over $100,000. The number really doesn't matter. Are you stable to take care of yourself? Are you competent? In other words, right? And a competent person or a competent man, right? He don't have to be making a whole bunch of money, but he know how to invest the money that he has. He know how to put away the money that he has. He spend less than what he spend less, but he earn a lot, or
he earns less and spends less.
Yes, that's right. He spends less, he earns less, but he spends less, right? He know how to move. And we really be talking, and a lot of these women saying, oh, I make more money than my man, as sometimes it only be a good $5,000 to $15,000 gap. You still in the same tax bracket, love. It's not like she's making a whole bunch of money and he just don't bring in no income at all. A lot of times they still in the same tax bracket. And so why not work together? See, communication. I think a lot of our sisters is getting out of the process of working with your man. If you trying to have an idea of being and wanting to have children, and I think any woman that's starting to have children, she needs to be in a secure environment where she can give her mind. Now, don't even really have to worry about finance. But before you bring a child in, work with your man so y'all can be put in a position to that when you do, or when you become pregnant, or when your child is 1 or 2 years old, you're not worrying about finance. Y'all work something together so where y'all financially stable, where he can do the bulk of the part until your children get to said age that y'all think is appropriate for if you truly want to work on your career. Because I don't think that you need to curb your career. If you truly love your career, you can go back to your career, but work together. You understand what I'm saying? So the number for me is not really a number. It's about how much a person actually invests and save. More investment than me, for me.
So I think you made a point, just because like I've shared this before, but at one point in my life, I did date a guy that made significantly less than me, and he wasn't a different tax bracket than I was. But he and I, we'd gone to high school together. We were cool. And that was something he was insecure about. But by the time our relationship ended, I want to say he was probably making just as much, if not more, than I was at that point in time. So like, you do have a point where like, and I said that to say he actually taught me a lot about, probably more than anyone else I've ever been with, about financial literacy, about trading. Like I did go into the relationship already with, information about like, I already had a portfolio at that point, but we started doing day trading together. We started coming up with other streams of income. Like we just had like the mindset of just building each other up. So yeah, it definitely, there can be guys that are high income earners or high earners that just don't have that mentality, because they feel like they've already achieved that, but they're not really enjoying it. And then there are men that do have like, that are making average salaries that save more money than high income earners. So I do agree with that point, Rashawn.
Well, I think like for women, I guess the question is, do you want a high value man or a high value marriage? And if marriage is the goal for me personally, and I think that even though your man, when you meet someone, and I also do think it depends on age too. But if you are younger, wanting to get married, like in your 20s, a lot of times you are not going to find a mate in their 20s that are high value, making a whole lot of money. So I think the idea at that point, if you want to get married when you're young, I think it's a great stepping stone to learn how to build together. The purpose of the marriage is to build.
Good point.
And so when you don't have what you're looking for is to see, and I know a lot of men, like I hear on the shows, like where women go wrong is they look at the potential of a man. And I think the potential is fine as long as it's followed by the action. So I may not be making, what Kanye say is on fries, and next week I'll be the manager or whatever. You want to make sure that they are heading in the direction of meeting certain financial goals, that he has a plan, like, yeah, I'm doing this now while I go to school here, I've already enrolled and and this is what my 5-year plan looks like, this is what my 10-year plan looks like. So that way you can see, okay, I can get on board with this. I know he's not making a lot right now, but based on his plan, I can rock with this. And you don't mind building together. I think where women go wrong a lot of times, and I can only speak for Black women, is that we already want everything. We see the end result. We want the end result without putting the work in to get towards that.
Good point.
And so from looking from that perspective, we need to understand that in order to get that end result, we got to put in the front work and not just focus on the financial aspect.
So let me ask you a question. So are you saying that women are not dating men who are not high value? You said that Black women have that's an issue for Black women. So are you saying
I'm saying that Black women focus on looking for high value men, and that's their caveat to getting married, as opposed to focus on the aspects of a man to make a high value marriage. So those are two
why
different
they
things.
aren't married.
Because
That is exactly why they aren't married.
So let me ask you a question. Because 2 years ago, we didn't even know what a high value man was.
Well, we may not have termed it high value men.
Okay.
But chicks, like how they say gold diggers, we call them gold diggers or what have you, where the focus and the emphasis wasn't on the man, but it was on the money.
Well, the reason why I question, my goal, my job here is to, have a conversation. But the reason why I question that is because, I come from a small town where most people don't make over $50,000 and they're all married, and they're all Black women and men who are married. Do you think that that's an urban thing, or do you think that that's just everybody?
I think it's environmental. I remember reading a study that was saying that in small towns, their marriage rates are typically higher because everybody's in the same boat.
That's right.
When you're in a small town, there's no access. So using you, for example, you didn't want to stay in a small town. You left and you came to the city. And so now your expectations are going to be different now that you're in an area where there's much more diversity in terms of financial diversity. And so if you are in a position where you can meet a mate that's making a lot more money, then that's where you're going to go. But in a small town, if you don't have access to that, you take what you can get.
So basically, Shantae, had you stayed in Alabama, you would be married.
Oh, no doubt about it. Alabama's still trying to get me, okay? But but the question is, so all of the women on this panel, it sounds so great, because I think Mistaken is the only one that's, ladies here, are you married? Okay, so Mistaken is the only one person that's married. So, I know you guys did a lot of men. A lot of men. What's the problem? If it's not economics?
Been quiet.
There's a lot of men who are single.
You're awfully quiet.
You said, we date a lot, you said?
No, I know, I don't know you, but I know my friends do. And so my question is, if you're taking economics out of it, there are a lot of men who are available, and they all like you. So what's the problem if it's not economics?
Well, for me, I literally just started dating again.
Oh, okay.
Like I literally took like a year and changed just to spend time with myself just after my last relationship. Like I broke off an engagement early last year. So I've just been enjoying my own company. And now that I have started to, get my feet wet in the dating world, it's just weird out here. It's not like it was when I was single before. It's crazy. Like folks are just caught up on this whole social media rhetoric. It's just not the same. So, and I'm very particular. I'm very, I don't know. I don't know. It's just like new. It's like a new climate. Like I'm very, I don't know. And so the issue is probably me learning this again. And I'm okay with owning that. It probably is just me learning this whole thing again. And I'm just weirded out. So that's my answer.
Y'all don't have to answer that question. It's personal, so you don't have to answer that question.
I be in the house. I don't go nowhere.
That too.
I be in the house. Well, I was in a relationship not too long ago, so I'm just trying to take my time and ease back out in the dating world. But I be in the house.
I had a question. So are we saying that the numbers don't matter? Are we saying as far as economics is concerned? Are we saying that as far as economics is concerned that the numbers don't matter at all as far as marriage, as far as being able to save for your children's college fund, as far as investing and all of these different type of things? Are we saying that the numbers don't matter?
That's what it sounds like, Ken.
I'm just trying to make sure that we're clear on
I think the numbers matter, but that's part of the plan. My thing is, it may not necessarily, especially like I said, the younger you are, it doesn't necessarily start with the numbers,
right?
But the numbers should definitely be a part of the conversation, especially when you're talking about family planning, because to have a family is going to cost money. So when you're talking about that family planning, which, I'll speak for myself, and based on statistics, a lot of us, especially in the Black community, we don't do. We don't plan to have kids. We have kids and then plan after the fact, figure out what we're going to do now that the kid is here. But in doing it the correct way, you will have a financial goal when you meet. You may not have a whole lot of money, but you say, okay, when we reach this amount, this is how much it would probably take to raise a kid, for the first 5 years or whatever. I don't know. But then that will be your goal. To say, okay, within 5 years, we'll just, hold off on having any children right now. And we're going to work towards this financial goal. Once we hit this financial goal, this is when we can start, planning for a family. So the financial, of course, is going to be a part of the conversation. But I don't think it necessarily always have to be the premise before you get together. As long as the goal is we work together to build.
I think that was one important thing to acknowledge, Miss Taken, because I remember when you shared that you and your husband were like sweethearts in college. I don't know if you said high school. It was really early on. So the formula for growing together and sticking to the plan is a little bit different when you're 17 versus 37, right? If we meet each other at 37, the plan should not be in the beginning phases in most cases in order for you to feel secure. You're a lot further along. Mm-hmm. And so I think that that's where we are now, right? We have a lot of people later in life who aren't married and they're trying to figure out, how do I find the appropriate partner and what's the formula for making this thing work? And for even before that, vetting properly, right? So I think one of the things that we have to stop doing is thinking that we can fix each other. Sometimes we get to a point where we find, okay, well, this person's halfway decent. Maybe I can fix them into a wife or fix them into a husband. And we got to look at some of the things that we recognize early on that we ignore. For instance, we mentioned money management. At the end of the day, I mean, this is a partnership marriage, right? And finances are a big piece to that. So it's great if you have a wife who can kind of manage the money, but it shouldn't be because she found you when you were, or you found her when you were a mess and you don't have the ability to manage your own finances. That should actually be a red flag, not, well, I can handle that for her.
I strongly disagree. Let me give you.
So I had two more points, Ali.
You shouldn't even be dating if your finances are together.
Thank you.
No, I'm not saying. But when saying that again, saying that is, I'm not talking about people that's not earning anything. There's people who earn money and that just live check to check. I met so many men when I was looking over their finances, and they hear, man, if it wasn't for my wife is I make the money, but she just manage it. Obviously, that's how they operate. She met him. He had the condo. He lived the little loft over by the water. I'm in Jersey, so right in Hoboken or something like that. They could see the city. He been living check to check, but he never saved anything. Now he has a hell of a lot more because what he lacked, that was his wife's strengths. And then she was able to manage the money for him. Now he has a hell of a lot more. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. So, and now he get to see his money. I'm not, again, I just want to be clear. I'm not talking about somebody that's not earning anything. And I don't think any woman should be with a man or even trying to date a man that's not earning no money, because a man that doesn't earn money is a man that's frustrated. When a man doesn't earn or is not able to provide for himself, or that means he's incompetent, and that's a frustrated man at that point. And that's not something that you should put yourself into, you know what I mean, at the end of the day. So that's the reason why I push back on you like that.
And Ali, and I respect that, but I'm gonna tell you why I strongly disagree with you. It's not up to a woman to teach a grown man financial discipline. He should actually be able to seek the resources that he needs in order to bring that into his own life. We keep trying to come and fix people, and I think that's part of the problem, because the moment he's not fixable, he becomes the weak link in the relationship, and this is the issue. You're the problem. Well, no, this problem was there already when we met. I needed to get my things in order. He needs to focus on that. He has that same ability to go and seek the assistance of a finance. You say you were a finance counselor?
Yes, sir.
To seek the assistance of a finance counselor before they met. Why didn't he? You know what I mean? That's that. Like we give
a lot of times
people too many excuses, and then we bring those excuses into the marriage. Like that's the thing.
All right, so none of us is going to meet. No one is going to meet Mr. Perfect or Mrs. Perfect. None of us. She comes with a set of problems and baggage, like you come with a set of problems and baggage. Sure. You find out when you're vetting, if you are compatible, what you can deal with and what you can't deal with, right? And this is what being honest, open, and transparent is about. I think that no matter what, and we just talking about the finance part, no matter what, you're gonna have to as long as y'all in harmony and you able to offset her set of problems that she have, and she can able to offset your problems that you have, because you're going to have problems. It might not be finance, bro. You might just don't clean after yourself good enough, and that can tick somebody off. So you can't to say that you can't fix nobody. And I agree, somebody got to want to do themselves. But a woman from this point, a woman is a multiplier, bro. Men build houses, women turn that damn thing to a home. You buy the groceries, she makes the meals for you. Like she has her gift to help offset some of the things that we like as men, because some things we don't even care about, but they care about.
I understand that completely, Ali. But one of the things that we have to do is stop perpetuating this whole matriarchy. This is the society that we're in right now. What I mean by that is this: it's you as a man have the ability, you as a leader, right, have the ability to see an issue and correct that issue without the assistance, or rather not without someone mothering you and telling you, hey, babe, we got to take care of your finances. You knew that you were in financial distress. You knew that. Why didn't you as a man, why didn't you as a man, especially when you decided that you were looking for a wife, why didn't you as a man start taking care of that ahead of time? You were looking for a wife, but you didn't find it imperative that you fix this money management issue that you knew it's been a pain in your life. And now you're going to bring it into your wife's life after you found a wife. That makes no sense to me.
What if I tell you that?
Just let me finish this thought. What we need to do is start taking accountability for ourselves, right? And that way, we feel we are ready and in position to marry. Remember, a lot of us are saying, and the numbers show, we aren't financially stable enough to support a family. But we jump a step, go look for a wife, and start multiplying. We couldn't manage money when it was one. That's a problem.
Accountability.
And we have to acknowledge that now. That we got to stop making excuses. We got to take the training wheels off. This is baby shit.
For real.
We got to make sure that we have the discipline in order to manage our own lives before we bring somebody else into our mess and start multiplying and bringing children into it too. And this is part of the problem. So when y'all are vetting, I understand what Mr. Ali is saying, and I'm gonna wrap it up real quick so you can jump in, Ali. But when y'all are vetting, y'all need to pay attention to that and stop thinking that you can mother somebody into being better. That's a grown man. Now, you as a friend could give them some advice. You could tell, you can even say, hey, I have a financial advisor that I work with. He might be able to help you, because as you get closer and as you're dating, you're going to get closer, and maybe you start having those types of conversations. You don't have to jump ahead to marriage before that's resolved.
You don't know what you don't know, though. That's the thing.
That's why we on here talking, Miss Taken.
You haven't been married, Rio?
Talking right now. That's
why. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't know what you don't know, and so a person's experience is going to dictate how they move. So if you grew up where in one, which is typically a single-led household, mm-hmm. and you see your mother living, she's taking care of the bills. Mm-hmm. So in terms of financial understanding, that's probably as much as you would know until you're exposed to something different. So my level of understanding of taking care of finances is I make enough money, I make sure all my bills are paid. I'm good, because that's an environment in which you may have grown up in, until they meet somebody like maybe one of you guys. And then just happen to, because I wouldn't even know anything about a financial advisor. What's that? So I wouldn't even know where to go seek that information if I don't know. But I might meet a young lady like Tam and, oh, hey, how you doing, or whatever, we talking, and then finances come up. And then she may say something to me that say, oh, I didn't even know anything about that. And then that sparks the learning process. I think that's what Rashawn Ali was saying, is that if you don't know, you can't expect me to be on point with something that I'm not even aware of.
But I see both of their points, though. I think to Rio's point, he's saying, like, you have to be accountable for yourself. So if you don't have anybody teaching you this, at some point you have to learn. So for me, credit, I didn't have anybody to teach me about credit when I was younger. So I went through the process of messing up my credit. And then I had to learn the hard way, the real importance of credit. And then it was something that went off inside of me. It was nothing that nobody brought to my attention, nothing that anybody taught me, made me aware. It was something that I made aware of myself. And I was like, okay, this is extremely important. Let me get on top of this and let me fix it. And it was something that I fixed for myself, but I didn't have anyone to say, hey, I noticed that, your credit isn't up to par. Let's fix your credit. It has to be some type of...
How did you hear about credit to begin with?
It's a typical thing. Everybody knows.
As an adult.
That's what I'm saying. For me, it wasn't typical.
Okay, so what I'll say is this, though.
But in all honesty, mistaken, we live in a different time. It's rare that you would not find.
Right. Well, look at the school system. We teach kids, right? And I have actually, like, the financial literacy classes, those are optional classes. So If you're in a specific school that even offers that as an elective, then yes, you may know. But a lot of the schools that I have been in, like when I used to work in Harlem, when I lived in New York, that wasn't something that was being offered because of the population of students that there was. If they're low economic student, you're going to have a lot of programs that focus on remedial. We can't even get to the those options at that level in some of those schools. So when you're in and I'm not saying that all Black people are in poverty. I'm just speaking from the population of students that I've worked with and where I've been myself in my own education. I never took a financial literacy class. I didn't learn about even hear about credit score until I got to college, and when they try to give you the credit cards. So at that point, I actually learned from my sister who was ahead of me in college that told me about it.
And
I understand that too, Miss Taken, but I think Shantae is actually, I think you're proving Shantae's point. She's saying we're in different times. People aren't coming out of high school getting married anymore. They're experiencing they're experiencing adult life first. You know what I mean? And if you look at the marriage rates, it shows. I mean, we're not marrying young anymore, and so what's the excuse for the person who's 35? You know what I'm saying? And so that's all we're saying here. I understand we're at an extreme disadvantage. I have a lot of thoughts about what we need to be doing in high school. Trust me. Like, a lot of thoughts. But you know what I mean? But and then maybe we would marry younger. There's some solutions out there. I'm with you. But I'm just speaking to where we are now. If we were just to look at people, who are grown, who have, who've worked for 10 years, have 401ks, have been paying bills, and look at their credit score. You can look at your credit score everywhere nowadays. You know what I mean? So that's what we're talking about. But I understand our high school. I'm not even looking at them.
Listen, and I wanted to say, I hope it's not being mistaken that I'm not talking about accountability. I agree with the accountability part, bro. One of my favorite things that I'll say, that I coin, accountability is allergic to the immature. So I understand the accountability part. However, the point that I was trying to make, I know people who live check to check, and because they think they make or earn a certain amount of money, they don't see no problem. They not even thinking family. They're not thinking about saving for family because he just out here, he's living his life. But now he runs into a woman that makes him think like that. Now he runs into a woman that makes him change the way his thought process. See, when you thinking for self, you thinking just selfishly and what you can worry about yourself. You don't got to worry about children because you don't got no children. You're not worrying about a woman because you like, I'm out here, I'm making X, Y, Z, these chicks on me. And you just thinking about running through women, not trying to keep a woman. But then you run into a woman that changed your whole thought process on the way how you view life. And so then now you behind the 8 ball because you was just thinking selfishly. You at the end of the day. And now you starting to worry about family and the whole 9 yards because you can see family or marriage with this particular girl or this woman. And now that from that courting process or that conversation that he's having with her, that's how things happen. Even the way we view life is based upon information or the things that we see or just talking to other people. Rather you talking to your parents as a child and then you trying to grasp from experience or what you experience and what you being taught from your parents, from your teachers, from what you watch on TV, what you hearing on radio is all shaping the way how you view life. And hopefully that you are doing some action items based upon the way how you view life. But some people just, I know that, but they're not doing nothing about it. That's the accountability part that I agree with you about, bro. But some people just think that they are right. You view it different. But one brother like, man, I make $150,000 a year, but I know he living check to check. And from him, he thinking, man, I got the loft on the water, the whole 9 yards. I got my nice whip. He think he's all right. But because you probably, we are more mature in certain areas than others. And and that's the point that I'm trying to make, that people come with a set of problems and hopefully that the person that you meet can offset some of your problems and you can offset some of her problems. That's the only point that I was trying to make. I did not try to take away from accountability.
I feel you. And I really like that scenario. I really like that scenario because, so one, I got two thoughts about that. One,
can you make them
the guy that you described towards the end, it seems like he has high socioeconomic status, right? So it seems like there's going to be a lot of options for him to begin with, right? You know that.
He got a lot of options.
He got a lot of options. Now, on the other side of the coin, for the guy who doesn't make as much money as him, but who is inspired by the woman that you described, in that same process of him saving up for her ring, right? Thinking about their future, planning that life together. If he's really inspired, he starts working on that credit during the dating process too. This doesn't just happen overnight. In most cases, you know what I mean? So just as well as you can put the coins to the side to get that ring, you can also be paying off some of that debt, right? Because you know that y'all gonna need to get a mortgage, right? So you are thinking and you are processing how this is going, how you're going to build a life together.
Planning.
Planning. So a man without a plan, come on, right? And so,
right.
You feel me? So at that point, you know what I mean? Don't put the cart before the horse. Do that work and then propose.
All right, you guys, let's wrap it up. Anybody else have any last minute thoughts about that question? Anybody else want to share anything?
No, just real quick. I think economics matters. I think it plays a role. I think women need to know what type of lifestyle that they want too. So when you vetting, I think people are vetting each other. So you have to decide, you know, do you want to stay in a $250,000 home, $100,000 home, $250,000, like whatever your thought process is as far as how you see your life playing itself out. You have to actually see that. And it's not just on men to be able to plan. I know we kick that around and men got to have a plan. And we do. That's a fact. We got to have a plan for our family, for sure. But women also have to have a plan in the man that they actually want to lead them as well. So you got to know that the amount of money you make matters. And it's not everything. You know, Kanye say the same thing. You know, having money not everything, but you know, everything revolves around it, bro. Like everything revolves around the amount of income that you generate. So we can't neglect the fact that that will lead to success later on. So when we start talking about saving for children for their, you know, scholarships, or not even just scholarships, but just saving for children for their college, things of that nature, setting them up in a certain type of way, you're not going to do that on 30, 40,000. Let's just be real. Like you're not going to do that on 30, 40,000 a person. That's just not going to happen. So like that does play a major role in it. So you have to know what type of life you want to live and not live above your means. That's it.
I love that, Kim. My question for the ladies is, if you really, really love a man, would you be willing to, like as Kim mentioned, live within your means? I mean, by your means, I mean you and him together. Would you be willing to, you know, kind of peel back to what you may be used to for love, right?
Are we going to be honest here? I'm just going to be honest.
Be honest.
Absolutely.
I think that
the material things, you can't take any of that with you. I take love over material gain any day. So, and just because we meet and we're at that level and we have to scale back, that doesn't mean that that's going to be our future in the next 5 years. We can put a plan together. We can generate some more income. We can figure out a way to get to some more money. So just because we're temporarily sacrificing to get, it's a bigger picture at hand. So absolutely, man, listen.
Yeah, the way this love is set up, it's going to empower you, baby. We are not staying in one place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No. Not me. I'm not. And the reason I say that is this. If, and again, I'm speaking from where I was at, which I know may not be the same situation now. But just in terms of my personality, if prior to me meeting you, let's say my lifestyle was I traveled once a year. Like traveling is a big thing to me. I love to travel. So I was able to travel on my own once a year. And I, let's say, lived in my apartment or whatever. So everything that I'm doing is based according to my income alone. Now, when I meet a man, it shouldn't be a situation where I have to stop living or being able to financially afford what I'm already doing for myself. Him coming into the picture should add, it shouldn't take away. So if I'm already doing this on my own, and let's say he can't afford to do it, I'm willing to sacrifice and say, maybe instead of being able to travel once a year, I might have to do it every other year, but I'm not going to not travel. Or I might scale back on the kind of traveling that I do once a year. Instead of going, doing international travel once a year, I may have to do a local travel, like, a different state or something like that. And then the next year, do an international travel to give us enough time to save up money for the both of us. But I wouldn't be willing to sacrifice how I'm already living. If that person is going to take from what I already have, then is a no-go. Building, not subtracting.
I don't think nobody's gonna get into a situation where it's like, okay, if I'm already living in a 3-bedroom home and now we got to downsize to a 1-bedroom, like, no, they could still be building themselves up. Okay, if I have this 3-bedroom home, okay, you can come here. Like, we're not going to downsize if we already have that. And if we can still afford that, like, why are we? It's a difference.
Okay. Hold on, wait. I do not advise this.
I don't
advise none of this. No man needs to go live with.
I'm moving in with him. I didn't
think when he said that way. I'm definitely not downside.
There's a difference. Absolutely completely downside.
No.
I get some men do not want to move in with a woman because then she starts telling the man what she can and can't do. That
separately.
I do not advise that any man. Hold on one second. I do not advise that any man.
Go ahead.
Move in with a woman in that type of capacity, bro. Get yourself together.
I don't advise any woman to let a man move in with him if he can't afford his own spot.
If you got get yourself together,
y'all saying though. What I was hearing was y'all saying just
with somebody that can't afford.
Shantae, so
that's what I heard. I love him.
Any man that moves
I'm losing to the ghetto,
bro. I don't
in the name
care
of
if
love.
you're paying her rent. Yo, you could be paying her rent. Like, you could be like, oh, we getting together, and you could be moving into her. If she got that apartment, like you moving into her apartment and you left your apartment, you could be paying full rent, gas and electric, the whole 9 yards. In her mind, in arguments, that's her goddamn house. All right. At the end of the day.
Hey, so
you out of order, bro. You out of order if you move that way. You're out of order if you move that way.
I see it. I see it firsthand.
Long enough, it'll come out.
I was getting ready to say we get into the truth now. So here's the thing: the majority of the women on the panel would not be willing to sacrifice or decrease their quality of life in order to make union with the potential husband. So with that being said, if he is not in the financial position and you really, really want to be married, will you gracefully bow out of the relationship?
You said if he's
not in a financial position to give you a better quality of life or add to your quality of life. We're talking about a particular type of man, because it's the same article that we're talking about right now, I think that we all read. These men aren't making a bunch of money, the unmarried men, right? So he can't create a better quality of life for you. He might even not be able to help you sustain a quality of life that you already have. And you are not willing to sacrifice your quality of life. So at that point, but you want to be married, and it's very important to you. So at that point, do you, as the woman, I'm not asking what the man is supposed to do, but I'm asking you as a woman, do you pull away from the relationship? Yes or no?
That's a good question. I'm waiting for the answers to go.
I want to hear your answer, because
I never said that money didn't matter.
That
was y'all.
I definitely would have to pull away.
Could I answer hypothetically, or I'll stay out of it?
Not hypothetically.
So if I would have to decrease my quality of life, then and he's saying he's not ready. I mean, there's so many variables, right? Because I feel like there's a level of favor that comes over a man once he is in a relationship with a woman, and he can eventually grow into that. But then we do date hypergamously. So for all those men that aren't financially available or ready to marry, there's going to be a woman they're outnumbered. There's going to be a woman that's available for him to marry. Like, so I don't know. I can't see myself like working this hard to get to where I am in life and then sacrificing my quality of life to be with a man. And again, I'm saying this from a space of understanding that men that aren't happy and aren't like happy with their achievements and what they're making tend to be a bit insecure, right? And just all those things attached to it, all those burdens, like it's burdenous. It's like it's really burdensome, like to deal with that from a man. So I don't think I could deal with that again.
So Lady Mogulette is pulling away. Mistaken, Tam, Shantae?
For me, it depends. And this is what I mean. So if
Mistaken.
No, I'm being honest.
All right.
I'm being completely honest. One, I'm not moving in with you. If I already have my own spot and you struggling, you're gonna struggle in your own spot because that's gonna show me what kind of man you are.
Fact.
Now, if you are able to pull yourself together within the time frame that we're getting, because I'm not looking at one thing. I'm not only looking at finances, because I also am aware that finances is not what's going to keep a marriage together. There are millionaires that still get married. Mm-hmm. So if I meet a mate that have all of the other qualities that I'm looking for, like he has great character, he, you know, I could tell that he is good with children or what have you, you know, I'm going to take that into consideration. So if the weak link in him, the baggage that he's bringing is that he doesn't necessarily know enough about money or making enough of money at this point, then my next question is I'm going to be looking for what is his plan? What is his plan to change his situation? Because if he can't change his situation, then he definitely can't change our situation.
So what's the expiration date on dating his potential? Because you already said you're not willing to sacrifice your quality of life. So how long does he have?
I would say realistically, when you're dating, it takes about 3-6 months, I guess, to kind of get a feel for the person. Mm-hmm. Then let's say you get engaged. So I would say at least 2 years.
Mistaken's pulling away after 2 years.
Yeah,
Tam, what's your
I'm done. Mm-hmm.
2 years? I
would say 2, because you figure within 3 to 6 months, that's when you're getting to know each other. Then let's say I'm gonna just say in terms of like from engagement to wedding, that's probably like 2 years, right? You date for a year. Let's say you get engaged.
But that means you accepted the proposal, but you accept his proposal based off of his potential.
With the understanding that, okay, if we're just having a discussion about his finances, and this is the area that we're working on, we're coming up with a plan, because like you said, like we were saying earlier, he may not know about certain things, but if he's making enough money and just not managing his money, then that's a discussion we can have. He come up with his plan, and I'm gonna be able to see, does he follow through on his word? And if at that point he's not making any progress within that time, then I'm not going to waste any more time.
So why do you accept the proposal? Why accept someone's proposal while they're going to be on the chopping block?
I was using that as a timeline, not necessarily accepting the proposal, because for me, it would be, I'll accept once we have these things in order. It is I guess what you would say, a conditional proposal. You know how dudes be giving, here's a promise ring.
Brothers, it's not safe. It's not safe out here. Tam, what's your answer?
Condition under which I will be, will accept your proposal.
I answered already. Y'all was jumping down my throat when I answered.
I ain't shoving, Tam. Tam, I ain't shoving down your throat. There was no judgment from here. No judgment from here. What about you, Shantae?
It's actually Shantae, but it's okay.
Shantae, I'm sorry.
If I must be honest,
yeah.
I do believe so. It depends on the guy and his plan. I've used this example before. I've dated a guy who was his plan was he was a scientist, and we know scientists don't make that much money. And he wanted to find a cure for cancer because I believed in his plan so much. And to me, it was for all mankind because I wanted him to find a cure. You know what I'm saying? So with that, I don't mind, busting my butt to help him. So in something like that where I believe in the plan, I don't mind because there's a bigger picture. Now that's rare.
He was in his purpose, though. That's different.
You said what?
He was in his purpose. That's a little different.
Exactly.
It's
yes.
different.
And it was so attractive,
No matter what, typically, though.
Yes. I love a little brainiac there. But anyway, so that was just a different, and this really happened. So that's a different situation. So I would definitely not even think about the funds in that because the purpose is so much bigger than financial. Okay. However, most people aren't trying to find a cure for cancer. So if there's a guy,
that's what we're getting to, Tam. That's what we're getting.
If there is a guy, and I really believe in his plan, I'm not talking about 30, 40,000. I mean, unless he had to take a step back to move forward. I have to see his resume, what he has done thus far to get to where he's going. And I need to make sure that plan is in action. But you're not going to just sit here and feed me dreams and think I'm about to fall asleep and visualize. No. I need to see him in reality. So that's the only way that's going to work. Other than that, I'm too old for that shit. I did that in my 20s.
I don't think that a woman should be with any man that she don't believe in. If you don't if you don't believe in him,
I agree.
You shouldn't be with him. And first of all, you shouldn't be with any man that don't know his purpose.
Facts.
I think this. I don't know, but I think this all cap. Like,
well, you think
what's cap, Ken? You thought what I said was cap?
No, I'm saying like a man's purpose and all this kind of stuff.
Well, so you didn't think that
look, I'm gonna say that's
to find a cure for cancer was he was an oncologist. Like
eventually he got cut though, Shantae.
No, it didn't work like that. We were just not. But listen. Let me just tell you this. That was just so sexy to me. I mean, the man was a brainiac. He was an oncologist. He was one of the only doctors in the United States who can do all three processes of breast cancer.
Well, how was he low income?
Well, he wanted to stop that. The reason why he went into that was because they don't pay scientists a lot. So he kind of did that because of the pay, but he wanted to go back to the science, being a scientist.
Okay.
So I was like, oh my gosh.
Okay. So
I'm okay with that.
Why is it cap?
The reason I was saying no. The reason I was saying because she added more context. But the reason I was saying it was cap is that we talk about men being in their purpose. Cool, that's legitimate. It's very poetic and it sounds very nice. But at the end of the day, if the purpose is not leading and providing for your family, that shit don't matter.
I agree. I think
bottom line, like you could your purpose could be whatever it wants to be. But as a man, when we talk about providing for a family, that shit don't matter, bro.
I think that I agree with you, Ken, that you got to take care of home. All right. Like you can't worry about outside and you're not taking care of home. I 100% agree with that. But a man that's on a mission, right? The minister, I'm in the Nation of Islam. So the minister always teaches us that find a woman, right, that's in love with the mission just as much as you are. Because when a man is focused on a mission, and we're not talking about you so focused on your mission, you're not taking care of home because you have to provide for your family. But when a man is on a mission and a woman is not in love with the mission just as much as you, she don't even have a prayer to deter you off your mission because she's going to be jealous that you always out there focusing on the mission. You can take care of home as much as you want. You can provide for her. You can even be emotionally supportive to her. Like, women like to say men just don't worry about the finance. You got to be emotionally supportive there. You can do that part as well. But she will always be jealous that you always out there doing like our goal is to deliver the 30 to 60 million to the Lamb of God. That's my purpose. That's my sole purpose. And I need a woman that's about that, in love with the mission just as much as me. Because if not, I'm gonna always have problems. Why you always got to do this? Why you always? It's always why I gotta always do something X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? We don't need that, and a lot of times it breeds the breakup. So I do, and a woman is attracted to a man that, as she said, he had a purpose. His mission was to find a cure. That turns women on when you focus on a mission. That, believe it or not, and I think that we lose our women the minute that we change our focus directly, focus only on them. They like, damn, you got too much time on your hands. Like,
and not only that, yeah, like, I'm sorry, I mean, like,
No,
like if you're saying that, like, aside from the family and providing for your family, like, men that are focused on that tend to be focused on getting on a mission, on a goal, on getting things done. And to what Rashawn, right? I say it right. Yeah, to what Rashawn was saying, like, yeah, if a woman's not like passionate about her man's mission, it seems like another idol. Like he's you know, he's not giving her the attention that she needs. You know what I mean? It becomes like, in Jamaica we would call it like a matey, like a side chick, like, you know what I mean? Something else that you're taking your time away from me to go focus on that we don't both value. So now there's resentment, there's bitterness, there's lack of support. She's not praying for him to do better. She's not helping him she's not contributing to that whole thing. He comes home and the home is uneasy, so he can't necessarily show up in his best to go back and go do what he needs to do to bring back money to the house, and it's like a ripple effect. So you know,
I think
I have a question about like, I'm just trying to understand, like, it sounds good, right? At the end of the day, no, legit, it sounds really good. Like it really sounds good. But I guess what I'm saying is that when you start talking about standard of living and lifestyle and all that kind of stuff, we talking about mission and all that kind of stuff, right? We were just talking, the women on the panel were just talking about, you know, if I have a certain lifestyle, if I come together with a man, he has to, you know, add to that, not take away from. Right?
That's right.
So when we look at the percentage of the country that's actually generating a certain amount of income, if we look at that and then we cross that with men on their purpose, if you're looking at, you know, businesses and stuff like that and failure rates and all that kind of stuff, how many men on their purpose actually achieve that purpose and are actually able to contribute to the family in a real way? Let's take the rose-colored glasses off. How many are actually generating the amount of income that we're talking about to take care of a family, purpose aside?
it can. I think that once you marry, I think your priorities and your plan essentially are where your focus is, right? I mean, your purpose can be a lot of things, and we also know that women want a lot of things, but ultimately, if we're saying that their purpose is to multiply, right, and create a home, and they want to have more children, and it's up to you to provide. As you mentioned, Ken, if what you're doing isn't bringing home enough resources, then you're not going to have stability. You're going to have to suffer, right? The women on the panel said that they aren't, well, a lot of them said that they aren't willing to sacrifice their quality of life. So you have a problem. You'll be able to provide them with more children, and you can bring home what you're able to bring home. And you can also try to walk in your purpose, whatever that is outside of the home, right? But if in fact you can't make that comfortable financially, you still have a problem. You still have a marriage that has issue. And we know finances can tear a marriage right apart. So
more reason for divorces.
More reason for divorce.
But that's why I say it sounds really nice.
It sounds nice, right?
It sounds really good.
So ultimately, you got to be able to bring that entire package. You got to be able to continue to grow your resources at the same rate that you are growing your family, so that the wife and children are comfortable.
I agree.
Or else you're going to be inadequate in some way.
I agree. And the funny part is, you can't just do you can't just take care of or just provide specifically just your family, that ain't just the answer neither. I think it's two-part. That's why I agree with Ken. No, finance is, you have to take care of your family. Got to be a provider. Like no matter what our mission is, as we're taught, you have to provide for your family, bro. All right. And providing a man, and we have to get out, a man isn't just providing, or ladies, stop looking at it as just to only provide money. That's also the mind-boggling thing too, because it's a lot of rich people that got money, or upper class people that got money, and they getting the hella divorces, and finance is not even a problem. Let's just make that perfectly clear here. So and the divorce rate ain't just in impoverished communities. It's all across the board. So money obviously isn't everything, even though it might start off like, or no, even though you have to provide financially, but I do agree with the being there, providing emotional support, providing security. Some women just with men that they don't even feel safe with.
And just to add to your point, now finances are not even the number one reason for divorce anymore.
Oh, what is
so
it?
We could take that out off the table.
It's still a big issue.
It's not saying that it's not a big issue, but it's no longer the number one issue, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys, we gotta wrap this up. Anybody else have any last minute thoughts on that? Okay, let's go read some of these super chats, and then we'll move on to our next question, which is to piggyback off of this one. So we have anybody want to read that, or y'all want me to read it? Has any so from Jack, knock it off, $50. Thank you for super chat. Has anyone noticed an uptick in women bragging about being the better cheater? Is that the flex? Imagine if men bragged. Men have, I think that was typo. Men have great statistics or homicide. It's not something to be proud about. It's heinous behavior. Justifying evil is wrong. Did y'all get that?
Has anyone noticed an uptick in women bragging about about being the better cheater? Is that the flex? Imagine if men bragged about having greater, I don't know.
Grape is supposed to be the word we can't say on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Having those statistics.
I think that's two different things.
Got it. Thanks.
Different levels.
Not something to be proud about. It's kindness behavior. Justifying evil is wrong. That's so.
I think that's one extreme to the next. But
yeah.
I don't know why women would be bragging about being the better cheater.
I've seen the women brag. We don't associate with, that's a different type of woman.
Those are females.
But thank you for the super chat. All right. Jazz Wiz Man, never move in with a chick. I'd rather be homeless. Most men.
Right.
All right. Congo. Interesting,
Hey,
Sheen and
Congo.
Tam. You welcome this audience.
Huh?
I need to hear the rest of that, Congo. I need clarity. But thank you for the super chat. John the Baptist, getting money is not the first thing you. Oh, my computer just went whack. Hold on. Okay, so getting money is not the first thing you need to build. We as people make a habit of building on top of the pyramid rather than on the base and up. Thanks, John the Baptist. Sir Chai 87, appreciate all the super chats, chat room family. Well, thank you for appreciating all. Thank you. Okay, and Sir Chai 87 again. Catherine Jackson, the Wayans family parents were all poor, and these were strong Black women that held the house down. Why do women feel entitled? Were they single parents though?
It wasn't single.
He's saying they all lived. They were all poor. I mean, I think that's easier said back in the day. It was just a different time. Yeah, it was just a little different for Black people in general, period.
Yeah, we had community back then, so it's definitely not the same. These days, people is like every man for themselves. So,
and the more kids you had, that they help with the younger kids as well.
That's true. Little baby
wasn't paying for childcare.
right.
They were the child care. Exactly. All right. So piggybacking off of that question, we have another question. So the next question is, why do you think there are so many economically unattractive men? No Victim Olympics.
I think it's a lack of leadership to a certain extent. So when you start talking about economically attractive, you got to define that. That's why I was asking that earlier. Like, what's the number that we're talking about? Because
So what?
leadership. Go ahead. Go ahead,
So let me
Shantae.
ask you. So I know it's easy to say, well, Black people, we're behind the curve because we weren't built into wealth. You know, we don't
Right.
have the same wealth as other races of people. But let's not forget that there are other people who come from other countries who come over and they build pretty fast.
Correct.
So they can always say the same thing. You feel me?
No, they can't. And if I will encourage everyone to get this book. It's called Understanding the Assault on the Black Man, Black Manhood, and Black Masculinity.
So let me ask you a question. So what was the difference between you getting it and another person getting it? Because you're a Black man.
Yes, I am. A lot of things is a difference, right? I would just say, first of all, I have to say any blessings or the good and the bad, all praises due to the Most High, first and foremost, right? At the end of the day. And I have been blessed to be able to listen to, I grew up in the projects. We was once poor. I mean, one time we had to sleep outside. I used to sleep in pissy hallways. You know what I mean? Now our whole financial thing is totally different than what I grew up on. My daughters, I got 3 daughters by my ex-wife. They know nothing about the way how I grew up. However, when I look at the statistics, or I could just look at my friends, the friends that I grew up with, a lot of them, they either dead or in jail. You talking about 1 or 2 of us that make it through the cracks? It's like Shannon Sharp always says, we have to stop talking about the minority or the exceptions to the rule of us that actually make it. If the majority of us is not making it, it's obviously it's systematic, or we got to look at why is that happening. Now, I agree with you. We can go. When I read the question before, it says don't mention slavery, but that's the root of it, and it brings up to even in this book. If you talk about author Orlando Patterson, he's the sociology of Harvard University. He wrote a book called Broken Bloodlines. It was actually an essay that he wrote at Harvard from Broken Bloodlines in 1998, and he was talking about how this point, he says, using numerous stats and graphs, he documents clearly the profound difference in the quality of life in America for Black men and Black women in practically every aspect of physical, social, economic, professional, and educational life. Black women excel Black men. And then he goes into how systematically, like in the corporate world, Black women are worth 2 points, right? Because she's a woman, they have to hire a certain amount of women, and they got to hire a minority. So our women are worth 2 points. Black men, you only worth 1 point. And he rather, if he going to a man, if he rather hire and knows office jobs and or the corporate jobs, he would rather hire the Black woman over the Black man. And it's even a sister, she's a Black woman in 1966. She wrote a book. Her name is Jessie Bernard. She's a sociologist, and she's a radical feminist scholar. She even talks about the breakdown or how it's purposely against us. We talk not that Black women don't go through struggle, but it's the system is directly designed for us to live in matriarchal society, and for our women to have more or better opportunities. It's crazy how they can take third graders test scores, and they can build how many prisons ahead of time of what they and she's a teacher. If you're a teacher, you notice they create prisons based upon our third grade test scores. Not women prisons, but men prisons. You understand what I'm saying? So that means their system is working, which starts in kindergarten, kinder being the German word, which means children, the gardens where they plant their seeds in, for us to not be inspired or motivate us. But we feel defeated in our own schools while our women are excelling. So you see these unattractive men because you're looking at another man whose light is shining, When you want education, who do you go to for education? When you want food, who do you go to for food? When you want a car, who do you go to for a car? When you need health insurance, who do you go to for health insurance? You go to a particular man that look like his light is shining, and our light is not shining at this point. So for Black men, of course, we're not looking attractive on an economic level based upon so many systems, or the system to help keeping us down. Now accountability, we won't use the term accountability. Once we learn these things as men, Black men, once we learn these things, right? It's their fault that we are in these conditions, but it's our fault that we don't pull ourselves out these conditions. Period. We have to hold ourselves accountable and work together. We lack unity. And the number one thing is lack of knowledge of self. A lot of us are really depressed and don't believe in ourselves. Really don't believe in yourself. And one, because they don't know themselves. That knowledge of thorough knowledge of self is not being taught. And this is things that's going over, I think, everybody's head. You looking at a 40-year-old, 35-year-old, or even 25-year-old, he don't know himself. I don't care how much money you think that he's making. I don't care how much money that he buy me nice and earning money, but a lot of them are empty inside. And you can see that clearly in a man's actions.
So I love that you said that, because it's definitely lack of knowledge of self. I feel like a lot of there's so many economically unattractive men because they're not focused on what we were just talking about, operating from a space of walking in their purpose. I feel like a lot of our men and young men these days are being led by their carnal desires. And so, again, that's not their focus. And then the other side of it is that a lot of us women just aren't making them feel like they have to step up. Like, if their end goal is to have sex with us or have their way with us, and they're doing that, and men set the tone in relationships, but we set the tone in general. And a lot of women just aren't setting that tone for men to feel like they got to step up and be better. It's just not going to happen. And then that on top of the fact that we don't really we're not supposed to be leading our men. The men are supposed to be leading us. But if we're essentially giving them what they want and not making them feel like they have to step up and do more to be better, it's just a vicious cycle of kind of blind leading the blind, and we're just out of order. So I feel like that's why there's so many economically unattractive men. Like, it's just not, everyone's out of order, and I feel like I'm in a feeling that.
Well, real quick, women don't set the tone for how men are to perform.
Yeah.
Women do not set the tone for how men are to perform. You as a man, you perform based on what it is that what you're trying to accomplish. Women don't set the bar for you as a man.
Right.
So that, we're letting them do X, Y, and Z. No, just as a man, women do not set the tone as it relates to whatever your ambitions and whatever your goals are in life. Women don't set that tone.
I agree with that.
So I'm just saying, so as it relates to like this whole thing about economically unattractive men, it's a culture issue that we're having. Yeah, we have some systematic issues that we are aware of, that we've all been informed of, and it's 2022. And I'm not saying that wasn't a short time ago, because I think some people think it was 100 years ago, and it wasn't. All right. So we're completely aware of that. But what are you doing in 2022 to move yourself forward as a man and move your family, your lineage forward? So we're aware of those things that you're talking about. Some of us are not, but some of us are aware. And then we also have to take into account that we're 13%, sometimes 14%, depending on the census of the population. We are not the majority. So like the way you move in this whole thing has to do with your culture and how you view yourself. So when Ali is talking about not knowing yourself, do you know yourself? Do you know how much value you have in your abilities? And I think sometimes in school systems, they kind of, play on that a little bit, but we have to do the research ourselves. We shouldn't rely on a system if you're saying that, if that is true, because I'm not one way or the other on that. I do understand that there are systematic, factors that act on everybody, some more than others. So I'm not disputing that. But if you are aware of that, are you moving accordingly as a man? Are you moving accordingly? I think as it relates to this whole thing, it's also leadership too, though, because we got our children going through these school systems. Where are the fathers at to lead these children so they can understand what's actually in front of them and how they ought to move and how to conduct themselves? You know what I mean? Like, so it's not everybody had a shortcomings, bro. Like, everybody had things that they up against. If you were talking to somebody in the alphabet community, they would have their specific set of struggles or whatever like that. But how are you overcoming that? Let's not focus on that. How are we overcoming that? That's why it's a lot of economically unattractive people. On a numbers basis, it should be. If only 10% are making, or let's say 12 to be generous, are making over six figures, then the numbers outside of race prove that on a regular basis. So it's not just impacting Black people only. We just tend to bleed more than others because of our position.
You said some. I everything that you said, I agree with. I want us to spin this diamond a little bit to look at it in this aspect. Black people spend $1.2 trillion a year. $1.2 trillion a year.
Yep.
Black people. If Black people was to unite and say we're not going to spend money outside of our own communities, and to us, we will become the 7th richest nation on the planet. We have a buying power of $1.2 trillion. It's only 30 to 60 million of us. So it's not that Black people are not making money, because you don't need to make $100,000. Let's just make this perfectly clear. All right. Everybody want to live this a lifestyle that I know, that you're not really living. Right. We looking at Instagram and thinking everybody just living this glamorous lifestyle. Stop the shenanigans. All right. But we poor. When we say we poor with money. It's not that we're not making money. It's just that we poor with money. We don't know, or we're not doing the right things when we do earn the money. So it's not that, and there's only 1 million more of Black women than there is Black men. So if we are spending 1.2 trillion a year, 1.2 trillion, the problem, the root of this is a lack of thorough knowledge of self. That's why we spend our money with everybody else and not ourselves, and don't want to unite with each other.
Yeah.
Underneath. So I think, I just want to spin that diamond a little bit to that aspect.
Yeah, but we spend
Rashawn, I got a question for you.
When I said set the tone, I just wanted to clarify something. I meant like culturally, and like, and just like with what's going on, as far as like the fact that, like, when you think about men that are out of order, like, their focus is women, like their access to us and wanting. You heard Jay is the power of the PUSSY. That's why I read my left in the world just fly. Like that whole idea, you know what I mean? Not for the man that's operating the way he should be, but for the men that are out of order. So I just wanted to bring clarity to that.
The reason that the dollar doesn't circulate, which I think is what Ali is hitting on, is because of business ownership. If you walk outside your door and you have to patronize a business, it's not going to look like you if you're 13% of the population. That's just facts. That's just numbers. Even if you look at what we represent as far as the population is concerned, it's just not going to bear that out, bro.
But
you see what I'm saying?
But the only thing, my little pushback is,
the
Chinese, they less percentage than us. They create Chinatowns in New York, California, and many different states, right? They buy their own. They live amongst themselves. They are unified amongst themselves, and they making their money. Our Indian brothers and sisters, they have their own. We in certain parts of New Jersey, we call it Indian town, right? They got their own supermarkets. There's less Indians that's coming over here than us. There's more of us Then there is Jewish people, but they work and circulate and they buy and pay and they set up businesses in their communities. See, it's hard for us to call ourselves call it a community. A community is one, we got neighborhoods. A community is when the people that's in the neighborhood are using or spending their money in that neighborhood, which makes that a community. So you have stores that look like, as to the point, you have stores that do look like you. You walk out when you're ready to buy something, you are going to someone who look like you to buy something. And at the end of it, once we get in that mindset of doing for self, accept being ourselves and accepting our own and doing for self, when that happens, and that only comes with a thorough knowledge of self.
But what perspective is that though? Like, so when you're conducting business, are you only going to conduct business with people that look like you if you represent 13% of the population?
Well, I look at the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam, that's how we operate.
I'm asking you how profitable, I guess, from a business model perspective. So is it more profitable to do business with only 13% of the population?
Yes.
I can answer that, Ken.
If that 13% of the population is spending $1.2 trillion a year.
Yeah, but if you spread that out, but are you limiting yourself from a business model perspective?
I'm not saying that you turning down other people. Ken, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying. That's what I'm
not saying that you turn down other people. You, of course, accepting money like the Chinese accept your money when you go to the Chinese store. When you go to the get kosher food, they accept your money. But when they're about to spend their money, they don't go to you at all. But we go to them. If we can do the same thing, we can set up our stores. And whenever you want to buy that coffee, go to Ken's coffee shop. Go to King Rio coffee shop and get the donut from him. You don't need to go to 100 the bagel shop that people that don't look like you. So if you're going to spend your money, just make sure you're spending your money with someone that looks like you. And I'm not saying you stop spending or you don't accept money from other people, except do business.
Do you think this issue of only spending with people that look like you, this whole issue of race, do you think that it's problematic?
Restate your question again, bro. I want to be precise.
Do you think that only conducting commerce or looking at the color of people's skin is problematic?
No, not in this time. And the reason being is because we have to do for self. We can't worry about, I think that we need to stop worrying about everyone else and focus directly on ourselves. Our parents told us a long time ago that you got to worry about what we just talked about before. You have to worry about in-house first. We're not right yet. We having these conversations because we are not right. Let us get right first. Let us focus and hold ourselves accountable. When we hold ourselves accountable and we can do for self and accept our own, and we can become functioning people where society, other civilized people could respect us. But we're not there yet. Why? They can't. It's hard. Why should they respect us when we're not respecting ourselves and doing for self? Then that's never going to happen.
I guess what I'm saying, if other cultures are successful, but we're only looking at ourselves, and how are we to get information? How are we to become better if we're only looking internally? That's all that I'm asking.
I don't think we all are only looking internally. When Rashawn gave his point, it resonated with me. I'm going to tell you, there's a large Hispanic population where I live, right? And these Hispanics, you have an entire family who is involved in the same business. I don't even know if the conversation about passion even comes up, right? So if they all do contracting work, that means all the men get up at 5 a.m., they load in the truck. Some of them is even in the back of the flatbed, and they go out to site and they work up from sunup to sundown. They come home and you may have 3 to 4, maybe even 5 families living in one house. That's sacrifice, right? They pull their money together and they also buy other properties that they know that they can fix. They will come to people like me who sell homes and they will say, hey, I want to spend 50, 60, 70, 80, some even $90,000 on this home. I want to check it out to make sure the foundation is good. We can do the rest of the work, right? The other generations that are coming up under them, they automatically step into a family business, a means of earning, right? And this family, as time goes by, they own more and more properties, right? When they go out to eat, they go to the Mexican food trucks. When they go and buy groceries, they shop in the Mexican grocery stores. Okay, they have no excuses about how small or their population is or anything like that. They have a system and it's working. They're surviving a lot better than a lot of others I know who decide I'm just going to be independent and suffer alone. If we were to change our mindset, and I think if we were to lead in such a manner, then maybe even some of our women would fall in line about their standards of living if the ones who were being married or being proposed to were willing to conform to that plan, right? Maybe our value system starts to shift. And so I think that what Rashawn is saying is very powerful, because I think that this could be essentially be a way out for some of us. I'm going to also add to it and say this. I think meeting our kids at the high school level, I would even say, would be very important in deciding and helping them devise a plan in which way they should go. I was thinking about this topic earlier, and I thought to myself, if we were to reach young men of color in high school and require them to learn a trade or an advanced skill set, okay, that is predominantly learned in, let's say, 1 or 2 years, and we would essentially be aiming to give them a foolproof plan, whether or not they wanted it or not, whether or not they thought that, hey, I'm going to be a rapper, I'm going to be an NBA or whatever. We have something that you can fall back on, so to speak. At this point, even if college or whatever their other plan is and it didn't work out, they still have a skill. Whereas we're finding a lot of kids are coming out, they don't know what they want to do. They go to college, they may drop out, and then here we are. And then they try this, they try that, they try that, and they don't have a skill. And this is the reason why we are in the position that we're in economically, because they have to take these low-paying service jobs because that's all they can get, right? So we have to kind of meet these problems at a point to where we have an opportunity to ward them off, to prevent them, to guide them, essentially. And so if we can do that, if we can work within families, we can work within the school system, I think we have a better opportunity to improve the socioeconomic status of young Black men and essentially make them more economically attractive for our women. So I think that we have to think about what the solutions are here, because what we're doing right now isn't working.
They do offer some of those, and particularly more in the South. They do offer trade programs in high schools for high school students, where they can also graduate with their diploma and also graduate with some type of trade. I definitely agree with that. But also, I think one thing that the Black community lacks is unity. We lack that, and that is the reason why we don't make the sacrifices how Hispanics and Asians, and when they come over to this country and they live in a 2-bedroom family with 10 other people and they get a business, and then they take the earnings from that business and they go and get another business. They tend to keep it within their community, keep it within their family. But in the Black community, we have that crabs in a barrel mentality, where we like to see people doing good, but we don't want to see people doing better than us. But if we really understood the power that we truly have as the Black community, the opportunities, what we would be the minority, the majority in this country if we just stick together. But it's
and I'm with you, Tam, but I'll say I grew up in Western Pennsylvania. They took the trades out of schools for decades. It wasn't even there when I came through high school.
I think they should bring them back.
I think they should bring them back. And because here's the thing, if you don't know how to do nothing, you can't even start a business. And that's part of the problem. So I'm saying, if we could, we got to meet it where it's at. Yeah. Right.
Well, I think I was just going to say, kind of to piggyback a little bit off of what Rashawn was saying, is it historically, yes, we do have to look at how the system is set up for us not to succeed. So we do know that part. But we do have like those, like brother Ali, and you guys that are like what we would say, more like the 5% that have knowledge of self. So you guys it is your job that where you want to educate all of the, everybody else, but then you do have that 10% that do have somewhat knowledge of self, but use that knowledge to go ahead and exploit everybody else.
Go
And
ahead,
what happens is that we go ahead and we are listening to the messaging, and the focus ends up being on that ideology of, like in a Black community, flashy. We want to make sure we spend our money on Jordans. We want to make sure that we got, ice. So we're not focused on building everybody else up. It's like, once I know that knowledge and I have knowledge of self, I'm gonna use that information to make sure I'm good.
They 10%.
And yeah, you're going to make sure that you're good. So you're exploiting everyone else. And the education system, even though I am educated, I see it day to day, even just in a curriculum that we have to teach. Even now they're eliminating certain things that we can say, in terms of how you teach certain things in regards to slavery. All of that is going on, in with laws changing and stuff as it relates to curriculum. But one of the things that I heard on one of the previous shows when we were discussing about men being in the education place, because I think it's very important for our students to see other Black males in the education system. But the biggest response for a lot of the Black men that was on the panel was like, I'm not going to go and teach because there's no money in it. And so the focus becomes the money and not the community, not the kids. And I'm like, okay, even if you don't want to, that's not where the money is. You can, especially if you're in a situation in which you have that knowledge and you want to teach a trade or teach about finances or what have you, then start an after school program, or do something within your community. If you're supposed to be leaders, it's not just leading your household, it's also be a leader within your community. So you should be sharing this information, giving back so we can build ourselves. Because I know firsthand when I was living in Harlem, and when I would go to school, I would literally see kids that woke up, they would be on the stoop with their parents, show up late to class. And this is in kindergarten. Some of them were kindergarten, late to class. And I live right down the street. So I saw you. We live right across the street from the school. So I know where you were at. You late to class, no homework done, no nothing. And so it's a perpetual cycle because they're not leaving outside of their communities to get any of that information. The school system itself is not teaching that information. And then they grow up and the only thing they see where they're making money is, selling. So now at that incarceration rate, because now at third grade, they can't read. Then everybody on the block is hustling. So now they're incarcerated. Now they do learn something when they're in maybe while they're incarcerated, they get their GED or do whatever, but then they come out and now because they have a record, now that's going to be another setback. So I think the goal needs to be like that old saying, each one teach one. The problem is we don't want to take the time to teach each other because we want it for ourselves. And when you're looking at other cultures, they're coming to America with their culture intact.
Yeah, but I guess the question is, are they receptive to it? This is my question. Everything that we're talking about, are they receptive to the information? Or is it like this thing about culture and the way that it actually is terrible. So are they receptive to the information? So when you start talking about instant gratification and all that, are they able to look long term Do they have a pedigree to actually understand what that actually means? And how, and this is just my question, as a teacher, how do you compete with what they experience at home? How do you compete with that? It's no way, that's a losing battle.
Well, I find when they learn something that they aren't learning at home that intrigues them, it opens them up to go ahead and want to learn more. I remember when I was in New York, they did have after school program that was an entrepreneurship program, where part of the program was that they had to come up with their own business plan. And then they would, come up with their business plan, and then you would have to take them downtown to where, I don't know, where they sell I can't remember the name of the district, but where it had like t-shirts or socks or something like that, where they had to then promote their business. But each part of that, it was learning how to develop a business plan, learning what overhead costs are, learning all of these little things so they can learn how to be self-sufficient. And the idea behind that was whatever money they made, they kept. They were able to take that money and contribute to their homes, because it was directed to those kids who were, economically, on the, lower end of the economic status. So if you do things like that, when you because the attraction is the money, but using that money as the carrot stick to learn other skills, I think would definitely work in the school system.
Can I also say this? I think
go ahead, Rio, and then thank you for joining Anton and Trill, and we'll get you guys right after Rio. Okay.
Can I also say this? I think one thing I agree with about what Mistaken said was we have to be more active in the communities as far as us being leaders there, right? So every household isn't going to have a kid with a father, obviously, right? So there are some of my peers who are actively involved in, let's say, for instance, they coach Little League football per se, right? They got maybe 50 young men who they actively mentor to maybe 10 coaches. And it's beyond the field. So when Jamal or somebody's math teacher calls home, his mother calls Coach John or whoever, and Coach John is going up to the school. There are some communities who have that. Mm-hmm. There are some coaches who are actively involved in whether or not the kids are doing their homework, whether or not they're being respectful at home, whether or not they're making productive use of their time throughout the summer, right? So we have to realize that we're not going to necessarily be able to put more fathers in the home. However, we still can take on the responsibility of other youth outside of our home by being actively involved and engaged in the communities for kids who actually need that. So that's just my perspective on it.
Anton?
Hey, greetings to the panel. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Phenomenal show. When you start talking like economics, I have to jump in a little bit, but I think it's a misunderstanding of exactly what's going on, right? And let me tell you why. Because everybody think that Black people are trailing other cultures, when in reality, we're not, right? I just did a show on this, and I gave the facts this morning. And I highlighted how the people that don't know are celebrating the worst parts of our culture, but the people that actually know who the Don Peebles are, right? Don Peebles is a developer, and he lives in New York, and he has a net worth of over $700 million. And people that know label him the Black Trump, right? He's awesome. He's phenomenal. There's a segment of the population within Black culture that's winning significantly. Black wealth, as far as millionaires, only trail white people. This is a fact. There's over 1.5 million Black millionaires. 1 out of every Black households are millionaires. This is facts. You can literally research this and Google it, right? But the conversations stay in this whole sphere, and that we think that our culture is not as significant as it is. But the reality is that the people that are in Black culture that are doing great things are winning, and they're continuing to create more millionaires amongst them from the people that do business with them, because your network is your net worth, right? Over the last 25 years, the amount of Black millionaires literally doubled. This is a fact, right? So when you start having these conversations, and again, over 1.5 million Black people, 1 out of every 50 households, you can look it up. It is a fact. When we start having these conversations and it only trails white wealth, the only culture that's beating us is white people. When we start really understanding how money works and we start having these conversations in this sphere where we start highlighting other cultures. So let's just say Hispanics or Asians or Mexicans, whatever, right? The reason why these towns are created is because when they come here, they don't speak the language, right? So they have to be amongst people that they can only do business with.
Go ahead.
They're there because they have limited opportunities. If you really look at, and I do shows on different cultures every single day, if you look at them, their children are not taking over their businesses. They're working those businesses because it's the only way that they can earn income. And then what happens is they send their daughters and their sons to school, and their daughters and their sons wind up getting these software engineering degrees. They go into these fields that's actually really, really great. And then they sell and get rid of the business. The goal is not to create a business, because only reason they're creating a business is because they create another job for themselves, right? We're trying to teach our people, hey, learn how to do business, when we should be teaching them learn how to understand things from a business perspective. The majority of the people that's generating wealth in here does not own a business, but they understand things from a business perspective, right? When you go in and you look at all of these people, right, you don't see a bunch of people with white businesses, right? It's 3 segments of people. It's the consumers, which is the overwhelming majority of people, right? There's the business owners, which are the people that think that they're moving and shaking, but they just created another job for themselves. And then it's the bankers. The bankers are the ones that understand how money works and they controlling the flow of income. What white people understood a long time ago, and we still have not caught up, and this is the idea behind having a business mindset, what they understood is that I make money off the consumers and the people that are trying to create the businesses, because I make money off the interest loaning other people's money out to you. White people are not trying to keep the money inside. They're trying to get rid of it because they make money off of everybody when they push it out to you, right? The whole banking system is controlled by white people because they understand how money works. And I'm gonna break it down to you really, really quickly, right? When the pandemic hit, everybody took their money out the market and it went into banks. The way that banks make money is that they take your money and they loan it out to other people. And then they make the money off the servicing of the mortgage. So they literally sold you a dream when they showed you the white picket fence in the house. Because they said, if you get a 30-year mortgage, we'll make $150,000 off you borrowing $300,000, and then you still got to pay property taxes off of it. And if you pay your bill on time, within the first 15 years, you don't even really get a lot of equity in the home unless it appreciates. But what happens is the majority of the payment goes towards the interest instead of the principal. They're making money off of you putting your money in the bank, being consumers, and loaning it out to other people so that you can pay the mortgage. They're making money off the money. And so we have the wrong mindset when it comes to helping people to understand money, because it's not about starting a business. It's about creating income and then understanding how money works so that you can make your money, make more money off of it. So my point is that we have to have a real understanding of where wealth is going, understanding who's really making money and generating the wealth, and stop looking at other cultures that's only doing things because they have to and not necessarily because they're trying to circulate their dollar amongst themselves. They don't have any other choice because they got a language barrier. And the only place that they came to, if you look at Arab Americans, right, and they all in Dearborn, it's not that they trying to spend money amongst their people. They think just like us. It's just that they don't have any other choice until they can do better. And then they start circulating their dollars outside of their communities, because that's where they generate the most of the revenue.
Well, I guess Anton answered the question. That's why the men, that's why there aren't a lot of, economically attractive men. And women, I guess, for that matter too, is because we don't know this knowledge. We don't. So we're looking to make that money off of the jobs, the income that we create from whatever job we're working, as opposed to, doing it the other way. Not too many people know how to make money work.
If you look up a documentary about Black wealth, it's by DW. It's a large channel. It's got over 4 million subscribers. It's called DW, and it says it literally documents Black millionaires. It gives you all of this information, all of this stats. It shows you the people that are really generating the revenue. Some of the people are becoming billionaires, and they all Black. They're all black.
Even
What was it? Can you say that again, Anton? It's called DW what?
It's something called DW. If you look at DW on YouTube and you say black millionaires or black wealth, it'll pop right up.
Okay.
But is this that's what I'm asking? Is this the information that people are seeking because it don't have a catchy this or it look like that, or you know what I mean? Like the importance of this information, and that's what I was asking it from the teachers. Are people actually receptive to this information? Do they actually understand the weight of it?
But I'm gonna be honest to you, it's not pushed in the school system to learn. They have to take like econ, but they don't have to take it, and it doesn't teach you financial literacy. It's not going to teach you this kind of information.
But
at all.
we got to stop looking for others to try to teach us that they're not the same people that's creating the system against you. We got to stop looking at them. Thinking
y'all need to be on the boards.
Would say you used to say if they don't treat you right, what makes you think they're going to teach you right? So yes, and I it's like, and even then, it's only a small percentage of us that are millionaires. Let's just make this perfectly clear. Only a small percentage. And
Rashawn, the problem
like
is that
Shannon Sharp said, those we have to look at, and I get what you're saying, Anton, and I agree with you about the bankers and the whole 9 yards.
But it's a small percentage of every culture that is millionaires.
Of course. But now when we look at, I only say that to say is going back to what I said before, and what you said, we don't know what to do, or are we giving our money to these bankers and they monopolizing off of us? It goes back to the point. It's not that black people aren't making money. It's just that we are poor with money. We don't know what to do with the money. We spend $1.2 trillion a year. If we do what Anton was saying, we can be the 7th richest nation on the planet. If we keep that amongst ourselves, really supporting ourselves, doing for self, and accepting our own. So I just think that it's just the lack of or the poor way that we handle money. We look at money as a cure instead of a treatment. We look at money as a cure, like it's supposed to just solve all your problems instead of a treatment.
So okay, so just so I'm understanding too. Okay, so Ken you mentioned you're a teacher, is that correct?
No, I was asking a question to the teachers.
Okay, so let's say, for instance, we have a teacher on a panel or in the chat. Is part of the solution going into the high schools?
I'm sorry, somebody said 1.6 trillion. It went up. And I was looking at, I was still basing off my numbers on 1.2 trillion 2 years ago. 1.6 trillion.
I would say it within the school system is not taught. However, the shift in terms of what is being taught in school, it would really, really be impactful for Black parents to come into the school system and request it. Y'all are the ones that make stuff, move. If you've ever been to like a local parent, like conference or whatever, when they have those conferences, you'll go there and you'll see very few of us there.
Okay, Miss
The ones that show up and scream the loudest, like even with this COVID stuff, you had parents in there wilding out because they did not want their kids wearing masks. And guess what? In certain schools, those rules got changed. So if financial literacy, see what happens is those who know, they don't care because they're getting that knowledge anyway. It's the ones who don't know and they don't know to ask. And so they're not showing up to the board meetings. They're not making sure that they go in there and say, no, we want to add this to the curriculum as a requirement. If it is there, it's an elective. And a lot of times counselors and stuff, they're not pushing the kids to go in that route. They're letting them take the remedial class, those things. It starts, like you said, in the home, if you know it, but vast majority of us don't know about that information. So the biggest group that you're going to touch is in the education system.
Mistaken.
Okay, so back to this. So if I could finish the question I was asking, back to the solutions. You mentioned that they're not showing up to the board meetings. So that's part of the problem. We can't even bring them to the school to get the information. So what's the solution to that?
Show up to the board meetings.
No, I'm saying, but they're not. So how do we get them to go? We've been trying to call them to the board.
You got to make that sexy. Like, I mean, and what I mean by sex, I don't mean, but what I'm saying is, I don't think a lot of parents follow, like, yeah, you'll put it online, right? But parents are not going to the school web pages to see when the board meetings. They get 50 million emails from the school system and they just stop looking at them.
Mistaken. Can I ask you a question?
Just like when there's time for an election and we only vote for the president when we know that that's the least one we need to be concerned about. We need to be concerned about our local, representatives. But the thing is that's what it is. Those parents who are aware and want to push this issue need to be reaching out to their neighbors, need to be talking to those in the community, be on the PTA meetings, because in the school that I was in before I just transferred to Atlanta Public School, there was not one Black parent on the PTA, in the PTA, not one. All of them were white parents, not even Hispanic. All were white women and some men who, would come and do the things with debate. They were involved in the school system itself. So one, their voices were heard the most. Two, those who were in the PTA were able to look out to see what was going on in the school, what was going on. And then they go back and tell the other parents that's in the neighborhood or whatever, oh, make sure you show up to this meeting. So I think that's where we need to start, is some of the men, some of the parents need to be in the school so they can relay the information back and say, okay, this is when the board meeting is. We need to show up and bring up these issues.
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Taken?
Yes.
What schools and in what cultures do they teach financial literacy?
Private school, because they don't necessarily have to stick to the regular curriculum.
Charter schools,
different schools that are not necessarily public schools. Now, the public schools, like the one that I was in, they had that more of, we didn't have any athletics. So that was another downside, when it's competing against other schools who offer athletics. And, most of us want to play sports because we see that as our way out, and so some of those programs like that were available, we didn't, a lot of us didn't really find that cool enough. So they didn't enroll. But
I
they didn't see us. We weren't the ones leading any of those programs. It was everybody, but us.
I went to private schools. I also have friends that went to some of the greatest private schools in Michigan. They didn't teach financial literacy, right? Even in college, they don't teach financial literacy.
That was my point. We don't teach it, and we should.
But my point is that.
But he's saying that private schools don't either.
My point
Okay, you guys, one person at a time.
Yeah, I think
we just recognize the fact,
because in New Jersey, and she in New York, because New Jersey and New York gonna be close to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And you can bet your bottom dollar. When I transfer out of, I went to Plainfield High School. When I transfer out of that Plainfield High School and went to in my 11th grade year, and I transferred to and this is not even a private school, it was just a public school. It's called David Bradley High School. We was like the only 3 black people in the whole school. You can bet your bottom dollar they have a financial literacy. Most of the schools, and we noticed that, and a lot of black people in New Jersey picked up the game. We start sending our children to outside of the next town over to where the white schools was at, because they was offering different things that in our schools they don't offer at all. So like financial literacy, as you was talking about, the carpentry, getting your trades, the whole 9 yards, being mechanic. A lot of these white boys and white girls was graduating high school, not just with a high school diploma, but they also had programs for them that had a trading, or had at least they was going to a community college at the same time, having They was graduating high school with an associate's degree. So these was the little things in New Jersey. Like, oh, and then like a lot of parents, like our generation, we're sending like our children into, well, I'm not. I send my children to our own schools. We have our own schools in the nation. But my peers, they sending their children to these it's not, I won't even say public school, private schools. Public schools just in different areas that don't look like us, put it like that. So they definitely offer it in New Jersey. I guess each state is a little different.
Each county.
Just let me highlight one thing though. One of the things that Anton said is he said he went to private school, and he said his network, essentially, or his friends rather, were at some of the best private schools that the area had to offer. What I'm just willing to bet that their parents weren't living below the poverty line. We're talking, I think a lot of the kids that we're talking about and the families that we're talking about in these public schools are having an entirely different experience, right? And so when you try to teach somebody who's maybe a single parent robbing Peter to pay Paul about financial literacy, okay, you almost see frustration and just the stress come over their face.
He said it
right.
Right.
So if we're going to be real, in my opinion, I think we have a better chance of teaching impressionable children about financial literacy than calling action their parents, because ultimately this is the next generation of parents, and I think this is how we're going to be able to see and experience change.
No, that you made a real point. We got to do the work. Listen, at the end of the day, if you got some knowledge and you can help. Like, it's easy to want lip service on this page. I think every Black person should read this message to the Black man in America. He said, you need your actions and deeds should match your lip service. It's too much of just talking and less actions and deeds. If you got the juice, pass that goddamn juice off to help someone else. We got it. A lot of us are doing decent for ourselves, especially when you look at the numbers during the pandemic. Black people were shifting and moving. Look, March 25th in 2020, over 500,000 millionaires wasn't millionaires no more. But Black people, young boys, young women, 21, 20 years old, they was becoming millionaires during the pandemic. You've seen women, a woman went on Melrose in California, opened up a do-rag shop, all do-rags, silk do-rags, and killing them. Like it's not like we're not, we don't have the capability or we're not making progress, because I think that we are slow. It's probably not at the pace that we want it to be at, but I think we're making a small progress, but we got to do the work. We literally got to be out there and help. It's not that people don't want to help. I posted up on my Facebook and Instagram. I said, ladies, if you have, and fellas, if you got a 16-year-old that's 16 and up, and you looking for a mentor, I can bring them around some civilized Black men who look like them that can help them. And DMs flooding it. I'm helping people from all over, rather Georgia, California, linking them up with people who I know that are decent Black men that can be mentors and brothers, put them in different programs. I don't think that we need to just start and I know, brother, and I just mentioned 16, just in high school, but my daughters, they young, they 7 years old. I got them in STEM programs. We need to start early, helping people out. But man, it ain't my children. Everybody just defending for it's your child is about to play with somebody else's child that's not equipped. So do you want that child that's not equipped to influence your child? Eventually they got to go play. Eventually the problems of the world comes to your doorstep. You got to be able to be out here and making change. Like, we just got to do a little bit more work, man. We got to just go out there and reach out for real.
I know that Trill wanted to say something. No, Trill wanted this. I wanted to yield.
Yes, I was about to say, Trill's been sitting here patiently. Thank you for being ever so patient.
Oh, no problem at all, man. What up to the panel, man? How y'all doing?
Good.
All right, so we just touching on. Let me see, what's the question again? Why so many economically unattractive men? We just talking about the Black community in general?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I think it's a loaded question. I think first off, it's the starting block. I would say we have to acknowledge that. A lot of us start from way farther down than our counterparts. I think that contributes to it. Another thing is just lack of intel, lack of information just growing up in the household. I think, we can say education, but a lot of the schools that in our communities are trash. So, the fact is we should be getting most of that tutelage at the crib. But it's hard to get that tutelage at the crib when your parents don't know shit either in terms of financial literacy. They live in check to check. Their grandparents was living check to check. Their grandparents was living check to check. So what they gonna pass down to me in terms of financial information? So what does that mean? That means I have to go seek out the information myself, which is totally possible. All of us have phones and things of that nature. But it's like, yeah, I can go on Google, but if I don't know exactly what I'm looking for, shit, it's a billion articles on Google. Then I'm gonna just be going in circles. Or if I get to the place that I'm trying to reach and I'm reading the intel and I can't process it correctly because I can't tie it to anything, I can't relate it to anything that I've seen, then I'm just reading words. I'm not necessarily comprehending. But I think that in like a lot of the other households, they come from money in terms of other cultures and things of that nature. Or there's an importance, there's a urgency, a sense of urgency put on making money or maintaining our family name or whatever the case may be. A lot of, I didn't even understand the concept of a trust fund until I left my hood and went to college. And I'm, being in classes, physics classes, accounting classes, engineering classes with kids that's driving up in S550 Benz, and I'm like, wait, bro, what you do for it? They say, nah, bro, I don't work, bro. This was a graduation gift. Graduation gift. Shit, black community, we get a pat on the back. Hey, good job, man. Good job. A lot of times we be the first to graduate in a lot of our schools, or the first to go to college in a lot of our schools. So a lot of times we have to learn that information by bumping our heads. Just like when I got to school, I didn't know shit about no college loans. I didn't know how that worked. It was like, oh, just fill out this application. They just gonna send me money. I can just do whatever I want to do with it. Okay, cool. I'm trying to ask my parents. They're like, well, shit, I guess you can go and take it, I guess. Because they don't have the information. I'm the first one in my family to go to college. So it took me bumping my head. Oh, that's what the interest rate means. Oh, that's how that's going to affect me. Okay, they're not charging me now, but it's accumulating. So when I leave college, it's all going to collapse on me. Oh, that's how that works. So now that I got the intel, it's on me to kind of pass it down in a shortcut form to kind of help a lot of people behind me avoid the mistakes I made. And, that's part of the reason why we started Crucible. Just passing around game, giving out intel that a lot of kids and other cultures are getting right there in the household because they, come from a lineage of money or a lineage of financial literacy. I didn't take a financial literacy class until sophomore year of college. High school, that shit wasn't available. I could show up to high school. If you have a decent memory in terms of going to most black schools and majority black neighborhoods, you got a decent memory, you're gonna make all A's anyway. So you already head and shoulders above everybody else. Yeah, you can go to whatever school you want to. You're gonna be good, bro. You smart. And again, you don't know no better. You ain't got shit to compare it to. I'm comparing it to a bunch of other dumb motherfuckers. So when I get to school and oh wait, so you actually have to study for this test. Okay, this test over 20 chapters instead of the 2 that it was in high school. Oh shit, I don't even know how to study. I was just memorizing. But now you got to go get tutoring and sit with people that again went to them private schools, went to them charter schools that taught them how to study or taught them this is what you got to look forward to. So again, just to sum it all up, I think it comes from starting block for one. A lot of us are the first of our generation to do a lot of things. I'm definitely the first one in my family to make 6 figures for damn sure, and to go to college and graduate for damn sure. So it's that starting block and it's that lack of intel. A lot of us spend a lot of time on our phones every day, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. There's a lot of people that be on Lapeef watching this shit all day, every day. They're on their phone 9-10 hours a day. But if we just got it the right way, we could use that intel to learn about how credit works, learn how to take out loans that can help our business, or learn, just the concept of starting the LLC and being in the red, being in the black, those type of things. We could use a lot of that time that we be on here just doing bullshit and trying to get our angle right for the ground to be financially literate. So, it's those two things. But again, I think that's what we have platforms like this, platforms like ours to kind of help people get that or grasp that. And again, in more of a short-term way, because we are ignorant and a lot of times we're going to be honest, too lazy to go do it the long way. So that's my take on it.
I think your mic, Trill, you got to plug your mic up. too.
Okay, we're gonna
It's
do
going in and out.
it's
You sound weird.
yeah.
Okay.
It's not the pod mic, bro. It's your laptop mic or something picking it.
We're gonna go ahead and transition and do the super chats.
Well,
Anybody
before
else
you do, I just want to say, I'm out.
Yeah.
I just want to give y'all the deuces. I love. Thank y'all.
Thank you
Y'all
so
doing
much for
phenomenal.
Thank you for stopping through, Anton.
Thank you.
You said what, Rashawn?
It's always a pleasure, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, y'all have fun. Good night, y'all. I hope y'all have a phenomenal night. I'm gonna see y'all later.
Appreciate it.
Anybody else want a last minute before we wrap that one up, that question up? If anybody wants to add to that, and then we can go ahead to the super chats. Anybody? Okay. Super chats.
Okay, John the Baptist. Thanks. All right. What people should be for in their 20s is different than their 30s. When we get to our 40s, we are no longer building. We are now preparing for retirement. I hear too many 40-year-olds still looking to build. All right, John about. Okay, you on it tonight. Thank you. The phrase economically attractive man is another phrase that helped Black women to overlook good men and remain independent.
Possibly.
Okay. All right, John. Thank you. You might be looking economically attractive to somebody in these chats. You keep putting these super chats, okay? All right. You can never measure success by the size of the bag. Success is how we reproduce great character and morals traits throughout many generations. Facts. I agree. Quest. Hey, Quest. Financial literacy needs to be taught in the home. Black people need to stop depending on the school for everything. Agreed. But if you are in a home that don't know anything about it, you got to find it somewhere else. You can't teach what you
Figure it out on your own.
Well, yeah, you can't teach what you don't know. Anton, Jazz Whiz Man, Anton in the building, my favorite YouTuber.
Yay, Anton. All right, that was the last super chat. Let me go back to it so I can take it off. Take it off.
How it sound decent?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. I didn't hear anything wrong with me.
It sounded like he was in like a. Yeah, it wasn't good.
It wasn't like we couldn't understand or make out what you were saying.
Yeah, it was that laptop, man. Y'all gotta pardon me, man. I'm fresh off vacation. I'm still unpacking equipment and shit.
You're still in vacation mode.
Facts.
All right.
So we're going to move on to the next question, which actually is a video attached to it. So you gotta look at the video first.
Good and of righteous civilization. What does he need a woman for? That's our problem. We want a woman, but we don't want to know how to produce. And you're taking fire into your bosom when you want a woman, but you don't want to know how to become productive. Because whether she understands it or not, she's looking for you to be productive. Her nature is to help you if you're doing something, but she can't help you to do nothing. So if you're doing nothing, don't bother with a woman, because you're taking fire into your bosom. She'll burn you in the night and burn you in the day. Come on, baby, light my fire. She'll light it all right. Because a non-productive man, I don't care how handsome you look, you become ugly.
All praise is due to Allah. Go ahead.
So my question is, what are your thoughts on women wanting, not wanting unproductive men? Do you agree with that statement? Yay, nay? I can say I agree.
I would say that it's I I would say that it makes sense from a logical perspective, but it's not realistic. I think a lot of women don't care about a man being productive, as long as he kind of scratches certain itches that needs to be scratched. Like it's so many men out here, and that's part of the reason why a lot of us are not as economically successful as we should be. It's because we getting the benefits of somebody that's already is economically successful, just based on swag or based on looks or based on prestige within the neighborhood. You got dudes that's sleeping on couches and getting rides to events that can still pull 15 numbers just because of who he is, because of the status of who he is. So again, I don't think it's necessarily realistic that women don't want productive men. But in terms of if we're gonna speak from a idealistic place, then hell no, a woman should not want a man that's unproductive, because that's speaking volumes to the type of leader that he gonna be in your household. So it's like if he's unproductive on his own, you damn sure can't trust him to be in charge of no family, charge of you, in charge of guiding your kids and setting y'all up for future success and future generations and shit like that. So, again, from an idealistic perspective, that's 1,000% right. I just don't feel like it's realistic. It's too many dudes getting ass without being productive.
I'm gonna let
I said it early. Pay attention to how he's running his own life.
So this is the question, I guess, with productivity, right? So I think somebody like mentioned it before, like what you looking for in your 20s versus what you're looking for in your 30s and 40s, as far as productivity is concerned, is going to be completely different. So like, a dude in college or, his graduating high school, going into college, he's trying to figure out how to produce. Does he have a plan and all of those kind of stuff? Does he have an exit strategy once he leaves college? So, and enters the workforce, those type of things. Those would be the stuff that you look for. But that's why I was asking more. I need more clarity on what unproductive actually is. So
you want me to give you?
Yeah, I would just somebody's opinion, like just to give me a baseline on what unproductive would be.
I'm in that class of what the minister is speaking of. So we have a man's class. We're taught in our man's class every Monday, by the way. We are taught how to act at home and abroad, how to treat ourselves, how to treat our women, how to treat our children. To be productive is to produce, right? What are you producing? You being a provider, not only just financially, but providing, as we was talking about earlier, in every aspect or in life, really, in reality. So
see if you can fast forward on
the
we need you to mute, Quest.
So my thing is, I agree with you on obviously the minister about, and it's not just idealistic, it's definitely reality, because we can see it. Women are being with men that's unproductive, but it goes nowhere. Whenever she gets tired of them, she moves on to the next. And a lot of them not keeping a man, and they don't want to keep a man that's unproductive. They've been trying it out. You're right. I give you that. So dudes like, well, I'm getting the benefits of dealing with, because his mind say he's still hitting at the end of the day. I'm getting the benefits while being unproductive. So why should I be productive? Why buy the cow when I can get the milk, right? As I guess that's what they saying. So I give you that, Trill, 100%. But we talking about long term. How's this benefiting you long term? And then eventually these dudes end up waking up later on, and then they start getting their thing together around late 30s, early 40s. And then they become productive. Then now they more smoother. They know what to do with their money a little bit. They can defend for themselves a little bit, the whole 9 yards. And that's later on. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it's realistic, because we just look at the production, or just look at what we're producing. Just look at the relationships between male and females in our communities. It's not successful.
Yeah, but see, I think that a lot of men, their view of success isn't necessarily in alignment with what yours is. See, you and me, we think very much alike in terms of what success is. We have a conscious aspect of like legacy and setting our family up and further generations up and all of that. But a lot of men are very immature in what they aspire to. And a lot of it comes from being broke, right? And the reason I have the view I have is because I elevated my surroundings and now I'm around people who are shooting for further things. But when I was in my neighborhood, we was shooting for just regular shit. Man, if I could just get a Benz, I'm good.
Yeah,
If
boy.
I can just get the baddest women in the city, I'm good. And they still got dudes in my neighborhood right now, 40, 45, 50s with those same aspirations because they hadn't elevated and hadn't broadened their horizons. And I think that it's a damn shame. And that's what I mean by realistic. And what I mean by realistic, meaning what happens more time than not.
Not.
You know what I'm saying? Instead of, but that's reality. That's what happens more times than not. And then you would think, right, that like a lot of women will get older and they aspire for further things. True. But by then they've accumulated a lot of baggage by dealing with those dudes with low aspirations, right? So now it's kids involved. Now it's a lot of weight involved. Now it's a decrease in their confidence involved. So those men who wasn't aspiring for shit, they done got the best version of this woman. So now she got a little older, got all this baggage, and you're right. She done got tired. I'm tired of this nigga. I'm tired of all this bullshit. I'm tired of carrying this relationship. And now I want a real man. I want a solid man.
Yeah.
But again, if you a man on your purpose and a solid man, you ain't going for you ain't signing up for that shit. So a lot of these women are single. So what happens then? They'll tend to revert back to whatever it is that they can get. May not be top of the totem pole. Maybe a dude that ain't as productive as he should be. But goddamn it, my time clock is running out. I want somebody who's gonna be at least kind of consistent. So those type of niggas win again. So that's what I mean by not realistic. In terms of more times than not, unproductivity a lot of times gets you the same benefits. Ironically, aside from finances aside, gets you the same benefits as if you was on your square, and that's a fucking shame. That's all I'm saying.
Also,
and the problem is we shouldn't even be entertaining men that are unproductive. So, like you said, if a man feels like I don't have to do anything and I could still get this woman, why does he feel the need to try? So, we as women have to stop giving ourselves to unproductive men. Like,
well, I was also going to say too, to piggyback on the productivity, to me, what I took from that is not just productivity in terms of finances, right? Is about productivity and multiplying, like productivity of mind, like educating yourself, things like that. Productivity of character, like how are you building your character? All of those things to me include that along with the finances, because you can have somebody that have finances but got messed up character, and then the money isn't going to look so cool when you're not being treated right. And then the other thing, kind of what, like we had touched on this before, and that's why even though I didn't live it myself, well, I experienced it, but I didn't follow it to the T, was about why buy the cow when you're getting the milk for free. That's why I'm so for the treating your mate at the level that you are, like how you should not be treating your boyfriend as your husband, and he shouldn't be treating you as your wife, and then everybody got on me because they're like, no, you shouldn't, you should be submissive to your husband, you should do this, you should do that, but my whole take on that is, because a lot of the guys were saying, no, she should treat you as a husband, because that way you'll see how she's going to treat you. That's going to be my caveat into marriage.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
But for me,
relationships anyway.
Right. But for me, you can see all of those things, how she would be as a wife, by not looking at the way she treats you, but one, looking at how she loves herself and takes care of herself first, and how she loves and take care of those who she finds to be important in her life. So if I am vetting a woman or man, I'll say from that, if I go to his house and I see that his house is dirty, I already know he might not be organized. He's not clean. All right. Or if I see that he asking me to borrow money to pay rent, or vice versa, then as a man, I'm gonna say, okay, I see that woman, she's not financially responsible. So and then of course, as a woman, you may invite him over and you cook dinner, so you got cooking skills. But I don't think you should expect your boyfriend to be paying your rent. I don't think you like all of those things. I just feel you reserve that part for the marriage. We start combining all of that once we're married. But in the girlfriend stage, I am going to show you the way that I love myself, the way that I take care of me is going to be a reflection on, or should be a reflection on, how I'm going to be able to love you. Because if I can't love myself, then I sure can't love you. If I can't take care of myself, then I sure can't take care of you. So those are things that you should be looking for prior to treating your mate as a husband when he's just your boyfriend.
And ladies, you shouldn't have a boyfriend in the first place. I don't agree with that. But that's another topic. We don't play house around here.
Yeah, right? I'm not even going to speak on that. We done spoke on that so many
times. We don't play. Say this thing in the nation. You hear a FOY talking about he got a girlfriend. You will never hear that. We don't have girlfriends. MGTs don't have boyfriends. We don't do that. You know what I mean? But that's another topic for another time. But you're right. Producing means that's just exactly what that means. Producing, not just finance, but being competent. Being a competent man. You just got to be competent at the end of the day. The more and not only that though, I don't even think that a man should be trying to court a woman that's not competent. I think only people that needs to be courting each other is two competent people. Because I want to be perfectly clear here. I'm not with yes, we believe, and it's a whole chapter in this and message to the black man, protect and elevate your woman. I'm going to help elevate you. However, that doesn't mean that I see an incompetent woman and I'm about to raise her all the way up. That's not about to happen. I'm not wasting my time on that. At least be competent, and then I can work with you. If you're not competent, fellas, we do too much of trying to save them. Too much. I'm not into saving incompetent people. Holla at me when you're competent, and then we can work from there.
Rashawn, let me ask you a question. So you're very active in the Muslim community, correct?
Yes, sir.
So how are Muslim brothers finding, or productive Muslim brothers finding marriage-worthy women? Is it within?
Easy.
Are they having any difficulty, and do you feel like that's reflective of society as a whole, or is it just easier to look within the Muslim community to find marriage-worthy women?
So probably a lot of us is probably marrying in the nation. Those that's in the nation is probably marrying in the nation. All right. So that means we have a man's class on Mondays, and they have a woman's class on Saturdays. Right. So, and we have a whole process of things, how we operate. For instance, if I'm not competent, right? Say Trills is my captain, right? I'm underneath Trill, right? And I'm not competent. And then the sister captain, which is mistaken, comes to Trill, who is the man captain, right? The brother captain, and says, I'm just bringing it up. Yeah, Sister Tam is inquiring about Brother Rashawn. Is he married, single? Brother Trill knows that I'm incompetent, that I haven't been doing because we it's a brotherhood. We all know each other.
Right.
We family, right? He's not even going to bring it to my attention. He going to immediately say to mistaken, he ain't ready. So he's not ready. So we go through courting. Everybody is involved. Our minister is involved. We sit down. This ain't no secret thing. Right. Thinking that you just about to go date a girl just to get some booty and then throw her back in the mouth. We don't do none of that. That's not what that is.
I heard it's like that with Jehovah's Witnesses too.
Yeah, and
So obviously it's easier for members of the nation to avoid the dating process. Hence the reason why you don't necessarily believe in it, right? So if you don't practice Islam, how would you suggest a man were to find a wife without going through the dating process?
the Bible says the best: find somebody that's equally yoked with you, right?
How? Without dating them.
But the thing is a lot of brothers or sisters that well, it's not that we can't marry outside, like someone that doesn't believe in what you believe in, because it happens every single day, and they working out the way how they wanted to work out, right? Or they making it happen. But you got to realize, like, I'm a Muslim man. The minute I tell a woman that I'm Muslim, she already has these thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just make this perfectly clear. I come with there's brothers who represented long before I was born,
sure.
Right? So women deal with me totally different when they find that out than what I see how they treating other people. Just be perfectly honest with you. I'm keeping all the way real. So it's a certain level of expectations. They automatically think I should have discipline, right? They automatically think that I act or I'm being a certain way. And then they can tell by my mannerism, the whole 9 yards. I'm not into I'm not forcing myself or trying to make you believe that I'm not running around telling a woman, yeah, I'm the man in this relationship. I think any man that's telling a woman that he's the man in this relationship ain't a man at all. I don't have to tell you that. The way how I treat you, the way how I treat myself, it comes with a certain level of respect that we just naturally I demand. I'm not asking for it. I'm showing, and then the response. The minister always says, when a man is acting in his truest, purest nature, then it forces without having to say it, makes a woman to act in her natural state. But when you act, and the problem is when we act outside of our natural state or our nature, then the people you affect everything that's around you. Everyone around you going to act outside of their nature. You get what I'm trying to say? So it makes it
but respect.
Into.
So if we were to improve our results and almost perfect the vetting process, would you say, since it's been successful within the Muslim community, would you say that one should, even if they're not Muslim, almost seek the opinion of their brethren, as well as consult with his potential mates, parents, mentor, social circle, in order to identify whether or not this is a good match?
100%.
That's what I took from it. I'm like, one of the key things that he said is that they kind of have like accountability partners within their community.
100%.
So I think Black men that's not within the Muslim community, you need other like-minded individuals like you to hold you accountable when you know you're not ready for marriage, ready to date, ready to pursue someone. So do Black men do y'all really have people in y'all circle that can hold y'all accountable when y'all know y'all might not be ready to move forward in that next step? So you're not wasting someone's time.
One, to answer that question, a lot of us do. That's just men. We might not tell y'all men conversation, but men have a different type of a conversation. When we with our friends and we know our friend did some bullshit. Excuse my language. I'm gonna say that when we know they did some BS, our friends, bro, you know you was on some bullshit. Stop the shenanigans. You from stop playing. Like we talk to each other a little different. We might not be in front of you saying that, but the way our men operate and talk, it's a little bit more accountability. Now the question is, sister, do women have this accountability on the other end? But that's really another topic.
No, it's okay to ask that question. We hold ourselves accountable.
Because I hear a lot of women say,
I don't think women hold themselves accountable.
I don't think
that they listen. I think that if you have a good friend who's going to tell you are wrong, I think that but I don't think they listen. That's a different story.
Can't tell you. Look what you just said. You said a good friend. I said the group of the friendships. We know the whole network is holding accountable. It's a little different. But I agree. The thing is I want to meet your mom. I don't care about. I want to meet your father. I want to know if you got daddy issues. I need to know what you. Let's be honest, open, and transparent with each other. I'm trying to bring everybody involved. I think that's the way how we need to operate, because multiple minds is better than one. We're not marrying for love. Love is going to come later. I need the minute that love come in, and the minute that you start ignoring red flags. So I don't need the love in the beginning. That's something that we can build and grow to. I need to think logical and make logical decisions based off, can I deal with this? Can I not deal with this? What I'm going to take, bro, hey mom, what you think about her? Hey bro, what you think about her? X, Y, and Z. What you think about her mother? What you think about her father? Because when you marry, it's not just y'all two, it's families marrying or being merged together. You understand what I'm saying? I think that's the key.
But when did you have that? When did you have that thought process though?
When I got into the Nation of Islam. But to be real, to be 100%. I had ideas prior, to be real. I had ideas prior, but never not like this. The Nation helped me learn how to court. We have a whole courting process. So I've learned how to court. And I think that we need to take these classes. And I think being in a man's class and listening to that man's class is for 16 all the way up. So it's you hearing experiences from married men and some from single men, and everybody is talking, right? We in this class together, right? And then the sisters the same way, they in that class together, they sharing things that we don't know. We don't know what goes on in their class, but I'm sure that they have a conversation sharing things about them, and we help guide the older ones and even the younger ones that married. Some of them been married since they was 18, they 30 years old. They got 12 years in marriage. And that's a different type of seriousness of responsibility with 2-3 children. So that means they got something to teach. And then we got the minister who been married for over 60 something years. So who dropping in our men's class, dropping wisdom. If listen, you say you want this, but are you willing to go through this? You say you want this. You say you want to be understood. But are you willing to do or make sacrifices or be transparent so someone can get to know the way how you think, so you could be understood properly?
Ali. So I gotta jump in here, right? Because
go ahead, Quest.
Listen, the majority of, can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, my bad. I just want to make sure I want to echo in or nothing crazy. This is idealistic, right? But the reality is the majority of our people are not in the Nation of Islam. They don't have that network, right? And then anytime somebody's asking you, what do you suggest our people do? You kind of revert back to, the Nation as the template. But I mean, just even look at what you're talking about right now. You're saying like, we got young men at 16 getting groomed. And if the majority of our kids are being raised in single parent households by their mothers, how does it equate to what you're talking about in the Nation? Young Black men are being raised by their mamas, who a lot of times are fucked up. Let's just be realistic here, right?
So
we
like
all
me.
more or less were all raised fucked up.
Like me. But I think you missed what he asked the question. I was given the template how we can use that. And because I know people who use that template.
But how does that translate to our people?
The Nation? Well, the thing about it,
you guys have y'all have a super dope structure. What I'm saying is that our people, our day-to-day life people that you see walking around up and down the street, they don't have that same structure. So I think it's idealistic. I don't think it's realistic.
All right,
that's all I'm saying.
I got what you're saying. Well, I'm doing it now. I'm on this platform, beautiful platform. Somebody is going to hear what I'm saying. And when I said, you don't have to be in the Nation of Islam. I'm not telling everybody not going to be in the Nation. Let's just make this clear. You don't have to be in the Nation to have this. The Jehovah's Witnesses have this. There's plenty of people in society that actually have the same template, and it's working. The problem is we are hard-headed, and you know what? I'm going to do it my way. But the difference, and when she asked me about how did I become successful, I'm from the projects. And the difference between me and my friends, I took action. I seen something that's working and I applied it to myself. But the problem is arrogance and pride. We is so filled up in us, and that someone is saying something, but because you want to do it your way and you don't have no results, but I'm telling you something that has plenty of results and can show you can watch plenty of people take that template and just apply it to yourself, apply it to your friend.
Okay. So with that same point, let's just rewind back 15 minutes ago when we got people in the chat sitting here talking about, well, the financial literacy is supposed to start in the home. Well, that's cool and all, but if you don't have anybody that, you know, doesn't understand financial literacy in the home, it was a cop out for us then. That's bullshit, bro. We gotta hold ourselves accountable.
100%. I agree with you. 100. Accountability is allergic to the immature, bro. Accountability is allergic to the immature, and you gotta listen, man. I didn't get financial literacy from my house. My mother didn't teach me finance. She told me not to put.
I wasn't talking about you.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying when you was talking about the what's name. My only point is we see, pay attention, study, and then and then apply action or execute what you're seeing if it's working. Now, I will only execute something that I deem that is working. I don't mind sitting back and listening. I don't mind learning from Quest. You got something, you got a way of viewing something in life. I want to learn. Trill got a way of viewing things that might work for him. I'm like, all right, let me see the equation. Ken said some beautiful things on here. Everybody actually did. That I'm sitting, look, I got my notebook literally right here, and I've been writing down. I've been writing down what people been saying all right here because I you know what, that's dope. It's shaping, helping me shape how I think and the way how I view life. Everybody has something to offer. The minute that you not or think that someone don't have something to offer, or you don't see someone's value, then you blinded. You need to just log off. But I don't care. You said one thing that can change my life, bro. I'm going to make sure I try to weigh it right and then see if it's worthy enough for me to apply it to my life, period. And I think that's the approach that I take.
Anybody else wanted to answer the question?
Don't mess with unproductive people, period.
Yeah.
Period.
That's men and women.
Men and women. Don't mess with unproductive people, period.
Quick question. What does unproductive, so since we talked about unproductive men are supposed to be producers, right? What, in terms of accountability, like for women, what do unproductive women look like, and what do we need to be doing to to show that we are ready for marriage, or
if she eat hot Cheetos, see, unproductive.
There's logic with his spirit.
Because of what you eat. That is crazy.
If she eats Sonic Ice.
No, I'm curious to know.
I want the women to answer that first, and then let them, because we're going to see things different because we are women. So what are we doing now to prepare ourselves as wives in terms of that productivity, I guess?
I thought the first question was good. Let's answer that one, and then we'll go to the second question, so we don't forget it, because I really want to know the answer to that, because I'm curious to know that too. What is it? Because I know plenty of women who carry themselves, like it's going into Mistaken's question, who carry themselves accordingly, and they don't have husbands. They'll stay in a relationship for years, and it does not lead to marriage. So I'm just curious to know, what is that?
I would say, in terms of like judging whether or not a woman is productive or not, I would say pay attention to what she finishes. Because I think that's the dope shit about college, right? It's not necessarily the education you get from it. Let's just be honest. I went to college. I got an accounting degree. I probably used 3% of what I learned. But what that degree shows you is that you have the discipline to stay down and finish something. There's a lot of women out here that are, I'm going to school, I'm nursing school, or I'm about to get my cosmetology, or I'm about to start to sell LLC, or I'm about to do this, I'm about to do this, I'm about to do that, start my hair business, start, whatever. But they don't ever finish it. So if that's not what I want in a wife, I think those type of skills are transferable to how you're gonna be in this relationship. Like how down are you for the cause? Are you gonna be able to, finish this relationship in terms of us dying together, take these vows that we take and shit? Are you gonna be able to stay down? How good is your conflict resolution? When shit get hard, do you just duck out and run and go try to start something new, or do you, roll your sleeves up and get dirty enough to take care of what it is we got to take care of? So I would say the main thing you should do is pay attention to what a woman finishes, because we can't judge women necessarily how you judge men. Men are, whether we like it or not, measured by income, measured by financial success. That's just what it is. We could dance around it however we want to, but that's how men are measured. Women not so much. So you got to look at the intangible things.
What are women measured by?
The intangible things, looks, and what she brings to a man from an intangible perspective. How easy does she make my life? How peaceful is she? How does she inspire me? Does she motivate me to get up and stay on my shit? It's intangibles. So again, I would say pay attention to what she finished, because you'll be able to tell all of those things by her resume, what I like to call it. So yeah, that would be it in terms of productivity. But if you have a productive woman, she is on her shit. She is disciplined. She's showcased the fact that she can start something or set a goal, start it, finish it. Those traits are transferable to a relationship. So that's a productive woman to me.
But do productive women always end up being married? Are they always the ones chosen?
No, but I would say that it's some things missing. It's a lot of unproductive women, but they personality trash, or they just not fun. And I don't mean trash, but I mean like a terrible person. I mean just boring, or not fun,
So
or
fun is
not
important.
intrigued, or self-consumed. Again, you have women out here that prioritize their career over a man, or prioritize their career over a family. So what type of mate is that going to be if we in a relationship? And I'm, and I have you, as my priority, and my kid as my priority, but you prioritizing your career. So again, how, it's other things, but I was just naming one thing. But for sure, women got to work on their personalities, and just being fun to be around, man, and just again learning how can I benefit this man by being around him. A lot of women in this era, they come in with a "what can a man do for me" mindset. That's how they are raised, if we're gonna be honest.
Well, isn't that how many women are raised, though? It's just not an African American thing. It's just a woman thing, is it not?
No.
Do other cultures of women not want economically attractive men? Do their family not want that for them?
I would say yes, but I think those families teach those women how to coexist with those men, or how to be partners to those men, or how to benefit those men. How can they work in cohesion with those men? We teach our women to go out there and get the money, take care of you, make sure you good, and then you need to. If a man coming to the table, you need to bring this. But we don't tell her, hey, to make your man happy, you need to do this. So you need to pay attention to this. Or this is the type of partner that he would want you to be. So you need to work on these skills. So when you run into that man that we telling you to go get, you don't fumble the bag, because you don't know how to coexist with him. And I think those other cultures put a lot of stock in that. That's why you have, I went to a college that's 98% white. And these women was telling me this is we here to get an education, sure, but we here to find a husband.
100%. And I think the key thing is, it's nothing wrong with saying to yourself, what can he do for me? I just think that to add to that is, and what can I do for him?
I think that's a little.
Listen, no one don't need to be with no one that's not producing nothing. You don't need to be with nobody. Let's be real here, all right? Stop sitting here and make it seem like you just with somebody just for love. Stop the shenanigans here, all right? You're not producing goddamn nothing. They are eventually going to leave you. Both parts. Let's just be clear. You got to be able to produce. A woman need to be able to give comfort, conciliation, being able to console a man, right? and gentle challenges. Listen to what I'm saying. Gentle challenges. I'm not talking about being a headache or being combative. That's something totally different. But I think you need that a woman definitely needs to learn how to console her man. A man, and it's nothing wrong. So we saying there's nothing wrong with you saying, what can you do for me? But I need you at the same time to say, what can I do for him? Because at the end of the day, you need the help. Go ahead, question.
Yeah, another thing in these other cultures, they teach reality. Our culture is the only one that thinks that you can be a project bucket. You know what I'm saying? And then you deserve to go and get the top notch nigga that's out there, bro. The nigga that's making 6 figures on his square, on his job, moving in his purpose. Like, come on, bro. We the only ones that do this. Now, ask Trill. I'm gonna ask you right now, bro. When you was in college, I guarantee you probably saw quite a bit of really beautiful white women with some mediocre looking white boys, but they on their square, correct? That doesn't work for us.
I would say that that's mostly what I saw as far as the couples together. But continue. Yeah, that dynamic he just named, that's most of what I saw the couples look like. But go ahead, bro.
But that doesn't work in our community though, right? We live in this fairy tale make-believe lane. Huh? Say what?
Swag.
Yeah, come on. Y'all looking for drip. You know what I'm saying? Now, if he just so happen to have that and be doing all the
hold up, wait, Quest. I just got
hold on. What'd you say, Shantae?
Not me, too flashy.
Hey,
too flashy, that's a turn off for me.
Shantae, you also 38, ain't you? 39?
No, I've always been that way though. That's not something new. I don't like flashy.
Listen, it's nothing wrong with a woman want both. All right.
Like you to be.
Wait.
It is if it's not realistic, brother. Let's not.
I like nerves though.
Listen, let me just say, all my guys, they got swag with them, and they productive, competent men. Let's just make this perfectly clear. There's nothing wrong. Because that means we're gonna get in this conversation acting like, listen, I don't need nothing ugly. I want you to be a competent woman, and I need to be able to wake up and look at you too. Like, we're not gonna do this.
Wait. Rashawn, question. I just got one question.
I need beauty and brain.
Would you say that they should prioritize them the same though? As far as swag and whether or not he can.
First of all,
okay, well then that's all we're saying.
Prioritize what's most important, not the swag.
There we go.
Important, but what I'm saying is, I understand because I got to be fair here. I need beauty and brains. All right, I don't care what anyone say. I want to be. You say being real, right? Being realistic. I need to just to be real. I need beauty and brains. So I could understand a woman that wants, the guy that's productive, competent, and he got a little, he got.
Hold on.
But Rashawn, we got to acknowledge
Obama, right? Look at Brother Obama. He ain't from the bottom. He's not.
But look. This the question.
He got swag with him. You could tell he got some swag.
Okay. That's so fine, hold on, but the point is.
I got your point, man.
The point is, if that's what you want, do you reflect what it is that you want? That's basically what it is. Do you reflect what it is you want? Period.
Back to being realistic.
And you got a lot of, like what Quest was saying.
I agree.
You got a lot of certain type of people walking around trying to
certain type. Come on, Ken. Come on, dive on that ledge with us. Go ahead, bro. Come on.
You got man, bro, you got a certain caliber of woman that's walking around in spandex that think that and know she busting out of it like biscuits and she looking for a certain type of. Come on, let's keep it a buck.
Listen,
hey, hold on, look.
Table with a lace front. Cut it out.
I'm just joking though, but some of the falls are just the fall too. Cause you telling.
Ken playing it safe.
Y'all be telling them they look good.
Hey, Ken playing it safe. Fuck that. I'm gonna call it what it is.
Y'all be telling them they look good.
Hey yo, listen, man.
I'm gonna call it just what it is. You got project hoes trying to go after Fortune 500 niggas. Stop it.
Like, no, I agree. Listen, first of all, they know. Hold up, but wait though. Some of them know that they be out they lead though. Now, some of them arrogant enough to think
No.
Bro,
No. These black women think this is built in them. It's ingrained in them. They have been groomed to think like this,
Well,
live
that's
like
because
this.
some
You gonna take
men.
me as I am. Period, nigga. Period. Period.
If he don't
With
take
the
you
T
as
and
you
all
are,
that.
girl,
Because some
leave.
men.
He don't,
And
I
that,
think a lot of that.
and that,
Let Mistake say what she.
nah,
Because
what,
I
hey,
think
that's the
But
main
that's
thing.
because some
Mistaken. Know
men.
your worth, queen.
Because
Know
listen,
your
King.
worth.
some men think some men make
Calling another. I ain't calling
women
another
think that
woman
it's
queen
possible
unless you are with a
because when
king.
you look at
Period.
like social media, when you see these high value men making a lot of money, they messing with the strippers. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
not what we talking about right now, though.
No, but what I'm trying to
It
say,
is.
but what
We're
I'm
talking
trying to
about
say.
women. Why are we talking about men right now?
Hold on, listen. What I'm trying to say is,
It's
so when
reinforcement.
you see, right, it's the reinforcement. So if you have another woman that's in the strip club, or like you said, she a project hoe, whatever, but she knows she look good. If she the around the way girl where everybody in her hood want to get with her, then she's seeing social media that like all of these dudes are like, okay, I'm about to wife this stripper. She is gonna think that she has an opportunity.
Hold
She
on. Let me
gonna
hold
try
on.
to
I'm gonna
do
hold
her
you to
shit.
task. Okay.
Here's the
You
That's
know,
fair.
thing.
That's fair, mistaken. Hold on, Ali.
Okay,
Hold on,
okay,
Ali.
one at a
Ali,
time.
hold on. Let me get this off real quick. Here's why I'm gonna hold you to task, right? Because it's only our women that do that shit. Do you think trailer park white girls is doing that same shit? Trailer park white hoes,
Well, they
same
just
way I
date
call them
y'all.
project
Y'all
hoes.
love some
Do
trailer
you think?
park white girls.
Do you think that they out here looking for Fortune 500 white boys?
Black
Fuck
boys.
no, it's
Fortune
just our
500
women that
black
do that
boys.
bullshit.
Y'all love a
it's not
trailer park
reinforced
trash
on
shit.
social media though. It's not.
You said what? Wait,
I
did you just
said
say
they're
trailer
not.
park white women are not on social media?
No,
Stop it. That don't
Taylor,
even make sense.
no, listen, no, I'm saying you don't see the representation of white trailer park women with high value men making a lot of money, but you will see,
you
will see sometimes on social media.
But sis, I just got
That's
to give
all I'm
you
just saying. I
I
know.
gotta give you a little pushback by this because I don't want to confuse the women that are actually getting married and then
versus the ones that
women who just getting duffed out.
You're right.
I don't care about a man saying this is my boyfriend. That doesn't doesn't translate he wiped you.
But
Men
the women
doesn't
do think like that, and that's
listen,
the problem.
but women, you're right. Listen, the thing about it is, it's a difference to saying this is my wife, and this is
My wifey.
This is wifey, right? Or with the little, and they're giving us the wink, like, yeah, yo, bro, like, right, like, you feel me? So it's the difference. Stop comparing the women who's deserving and carrying themselves a certain way and actually getting married to the women who are not getting married. I'm talking about the ones that's acting or dressing a certain way. I don't care that Drake hit a whole bunch of strippers. No one cares about that. He didn't wipe none of them. Now he made a mistake with one.
So this what okay, that's my okay. So let me ask you a question. You guys, give me a second. So I have a question about that. So if you have a girl in the hood, okay, so even if you don't wipe her, for example, the Drake situation, you have this woman, I don't know if she's from the hood, so I'm not going to use her, but a woman in the hood, she dates this guy who's a Fortune 500 guy. He gets her pregnant. She just moved up. Shouldn't he be smart enough not to be going to somebody so low down on the totem pole and splashing seed? Wouldn't that doesn't that make him the not so smart one because he dumbed down, where she's actually quite smart because now she got somebody she could never get before to carry his seed. You understand what I'm saying?
I agree, Shantae. He should have never popped. He should have never popped her. Like, and let's just be realistic.
How would they
A Fortune 500.
They are
a Fortune 500 nigga should never be going into the projects to go pop one. You know what I'm saying? That is part of the problem.
I agree, but
clearly.
But but
that doesn't mean just because she got popped. Hold on one second, Ali. My bad.
Okay.
That don't mean just because she got popped by a Fortune 500 nigga, she go off and run off and have his kid, which I guarantee he didn't want to, but that's another conversation. She went and had his kid because she knows she about to get this income that come along with it. Exactly. But now you think just because you lucked out and got nutted in, that you think that all that's what you qualify for now? Because you got a Fortune 500 nigga kid. You got his jit, so you think that's all you qualify for is Fortune 500 niggas? Cut it out. That is delusion at its highest level, bro.
Listen, let me tell you something.
But she probably is thinking that because that man put his seed in her. So now she feels like.
And then you got a couple
raise that standard.
They like, ooh, that booty. I mean, her booty is real nice. She a nice body.
Listen, she got lucky. All right, listen, she got lucky. All right. You know, she got lucky. And at the end, I think Drake said that in his album too. She got lucky, so respectfully. So
that's what he said in his album.
Yeah, I think he said that in that double album joint. But listen,
and he should
listen.
He should have said it.
Listen,
I don't think she cares.
Listen, she probably, and guess what? And she shouldn't care.
I bet you she do.
Listen,
I bet you she do.
But the thing about it is, I just don't want us. We gotta stop confusing. And it's funny, wholesome women competing with strippers. If you wholesome, why are you comparing yourself to strippers?
Why are we being compared to that though? They be winning. Like these hoes at one point they were winning.
How they winning? They not married.
Hey, misinformation. Real quick.
They crying like man.
This is why finesse will always be in existence and thriving. This is why, because again, women cannot distinguish a man wanting to have sex with you from a man having real interest in you.
Do you know how many strippers? Do you know how many strippers 5 years ago got married because Josh, whatever his name was, had a baby and they're all starting to get married?
I don't know, man. These strippers was not getting married. Was they getting engaged? Marriage and engagement is two totally different things. These men are not marrying.
Nice girls wasn't even getting
married.
And you're right. Just like Ken said, your ass live in the A. So you know what I mean? That is not the rest of America. Cut it out.
Yeah, man. Cut it out. I mean, it's just not, but again, though, this is why.
And it worked.
But look, this is why the finesse will never die. Because as men, I'm sure some men in this chat listening to y'all talk, they're like, "Damn, so okay, so all I gotta do is have sex with her, and her mind goes immediately to, oh, he's interested in me. So now I can puppet string your ass." And that's what men have been doing for years and decades, and we're gonna continue to do so because women cannot distinguish. Just because a man has sexual interest in you does not mean he has real interest in you.
I agree.
That's just the reality. And until that's concreted in your heads, the finesse is gonna live forever.
What I will say is, I just want to say something real quick. What I will say is, fellas, stop doing this, bro. Please stop popping women that don't deserve to get popped, please. And then women strive to be the women that are deserving of getting popped. That's just the game right there.
You said something that's I literally was saying to my friends. I said, listen, if you're gonna deal with, I'm not gonna tell you what to do and what not to do, right? You're gonna make your own decisions in life. We are men. But if you dealing with nothing but quality women, and you do make a mistake, right? And let one go and one pop up pregnant, you really not really that mad because she's a quality woman. But if you just dealing with a whole bunch of low quality women and you make a mistake, now you like, damn, you got a
but just because bro. Just because she is higher quality still don't mean that I was trying to marry her. And additionally, that still don't mean I don't want a kid with her.
No, that's
right.
That's,
you know what I'm saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Additionally,
Quest, that's not what I'm saying.
So he just said it, Quest, real fast. So you said that just because she's high quality doesn't mean you want to marry her.
No, because it was
a question.
No, it was a mistake though. If you notice what he's saying, it's a mistake. I mean, what I was using was a mistake. Like he wasn't intentionally trying to get the woman pregnant. I'm saying if you used to, just because a woman is high quality doesn't mean we're compatible. Just because a person is a good person don't mean that they're good for you. Like at the end of the day, like, so I was just saying that, yes, but if you are going to make a mistake though, Quest, if if you got to deal with a headache, I'm going to deal with a headache or my mistake with something that's higher quality than something that's low quality. Like
I mean, that's
Bro.
fair. I mean, I'd rather have higher quality paint on my car than lower quality paint on my car. I mean, you know what I mean, like,
all right.
I mean,
That's the only thing that I'm saying.
Okay,
You know
y'all
what y'all
gotta move
missing
on,
though?
we gotta
You know
move
what
on.
y'all
We
missing
still
though?
got we still got 2 questions.
No, I'm saying
Okay.
I'm not. You shouldn't be making mistakes at all, fellas, for the record. But I'm just.
You know what y'all missing though? Is that high quality women. Let's just be honest. Most of them ain't even gonna give you that chance to do that, big dog. That's what we missing, and that's why
Okay,
those
you
men
right.
those men go mess with the project chicks or the chicks with low self-esteem and come from terrible homes because there is the barrier to entry is on the fucking floor.
True, I don't
But
know.
those high quality women, like real high quality. I ain't talking about she make a lot of money because it's some motherfuckers make a lot of money that's still low quality.
Low
Let's just keep it
quality.
real.
That's
I'm talking about discipline, standards, foundational values, those type of women.
Yeah.
It's gonna be less than likely that a slip up, accidental baby is gonna happen in that situation.
Yeah,
That's
if she got character, bro. If she got character.
If she got character.
Wait, I have a question that was kind of similar to what Ken had asked earlier about women and saying like, okay, if a woman, or was it Rio, that said if you had to choose between, like, would you still date a broke man if you loved him or something like that, right? You had to choose between the two. So I'm just kind of curious for the men.
That was Rio.
It was Rio. Okay. So I'm just kind of curious for the men kind of answering that same question. So I see that people were saying, like, for men, they want somebody that's fit, feminine, and submissive, friendly, or what have you. So what if you do, would you marry a woman that is feminine, except she may be overweight, but she gives you everything else in every other category,
and she can cook with that.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. She's
Hold on.
No, I have to fuck you.
I'm just asking.
We in Texas. What's overweight? We gotta say.
Hi,
because Texas, hey, it's a little different.
Whatever your standard, whatever your overweight.
Because you think out here, you know what I'm saying? You might be overweight in LA, you know what I'm saying?
That's a fact, because I mean 200 pounds look a little different on a 5'8", 5'9" frame in Houston. I'm just saying that it may look like 160, 140 somewhere else. So I think proportion is important. But you talk about somebody that's
just in college.
Hey, look,
right.
niggas.
You know what I mean?
Listen up. Don't make me pull my Kevin Samuels card out. Y'all niggas better cut it out right now. Cut it out.
The difference.
Don't make me pull out that body fat index. Don't make me pull that shit out right now.
Yo, you put one baby in
to answer your question, mistaken. No, look, to answer your question, mistaken. The answer is fuck no. If she don't have them qualities, I'm not even fucking dating.
But that's what I'm saying. She has the qualities that would make a great wife.
No. You just said one of those qualities
got physical discipline. Go ahead, Quiz.
I think there still needs to be a
you were just saying one of
those. Though.
You just said, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, there still needs to be a physical attraction. So
yes, because I still have to have sex with you. I still have to want to put my dick in you.
Why does a woman have to be all these things, but a man just has to be productive?
Because high quality men are a rare commodity. It's not our fault. Those are just what the numbers say.
This is
Thank you. The numbers suggest that you have to be those things, ladies. And I think that's very hard for y'all to understand. I'm not even gonna say understand, but like believe. The numbers suggest you need to be all those things.
Oh, I believe.
You said what?
I think overweight depends on that person's preference, though.
Well, they just said that.
What we're talking about is across the board, ladies. Hold on, because I know y'all love to do this. We're talking about across the board because, of course, every big woman is gonna be like, "Well, some men like big women."
We talking?
Ken just said that.
It depends on what we're talking about.
No, he's not dating a woman overweight.
To be clear here,
we're talking across the board. We're not talking about one city. Hold on, Ali, because I want to make sure we get this out right. We're talking about across the board, across the entire nation. We're not talking about Houston. We ain't talking about LA. We're talking about across the board, right? If you picked up that Houston woman because she got a new job in motherfucking North Carolina, is she gonna be fat? The answer is motherfucking yes. Stop it.
North Carolina,
let's cut it out, people. Let's cut it out.
Listen, I just want to.
Okay. We need to stop this. We're talking across the board.
At this point, I gotta go. I just want to say it was a pleasure.
Oh, Rashawn, I want you to wait for the rest of the.
Oh, Rashawn, answer the question first, though, before you leave. Mistaken, ask the question.
Maybe we should ask the last two. The next Farrakhan. It should be a part 2 to the Farrakhan, because we have another Farrakhan.
It's another one.
Yeah.
All right,
Don't try to get off the hook.
We only have 2 more questions.
I got you. I got you.
Wrap it up by 1:30.
No, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Like, you got to be fit for me. You know, I'm not even gonna sit there and hold you. Got to be fit for me.
At the bare minimum.
Yeah. Listen, because definitely because I want more children. Right.
I feel about economic.
I want more children, and I don't listen. I just don't got the time, sis. I don't got the time to be sitting out here trying to motivate you to be fit. You know, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you because listen,
the double standard is so real. I love it though.
Listen. It's no disrespect. A women got a lot of preferences, right? Some women say I don't like short men. I'm not short. I'm 6'6", but I know women that say that I don't like short men. They allowed to say their preferences. Me. On the other hand, I like what I like. I'm sorry because
but answer the question though. Would you marry somebody that it does not have them qualities?
What I just say? What you heard me? What I just said, bro?
Chris.
Like, why you trying to? Why you
hear it again? No, I want to hear it again. I want you to drill. I want you to drive it home as hard as you can. You understand?
I probably got somebody that do like her. I'll put you in with my mans or something. He probably like you. I'm gonna be. I'm not selfish. Somebody on the team can have you. Like, we all probably like different things. You feel me? Like, listen, we might be just better as friends. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Right?
Yeah.
And
all right, y'all. We gotta move on.
So she has all.
No, y'all gotta hear. No, ladies, y'all gotta hear that shit, bro. You gotta hear that shit because y'all be thinking that. Well,
I exercise right before I logged on, like I normally.
But it ain't just about exercise though. That's the one thing that we starting with.
What I was saying
that's just the one thing we start.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Quest.
My bad. And I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just saying we just starting with fitness. Like there's still a litany of other things. Just like Trill said, the numbers suggest that y'all have to be all that. Because I guarantee it's a woman down the street that's gonna do twice what you're trying to do. It's women out here that love the idea of competing against you to get what the fuck is your number one commodity, which is us.
Yeah.
That's facts.
Hey, so man, it's okay to be big.
Just know it's other women that are.
Don't listen to Quest.
You said what? What you said?
I was saying
my Cheetos. It's cool.
I was just saying where the double standard was that earlier when we were talking about as men are choosing, how you want a woman that's going to support, your vision, or that even starting from the bottom and working together to get to where you need to go, all of those things. So that was pushed to say a good woman is going to do that. So what I'm trying to say is if you have
you got to be fit first, though.
That's willing to do those things,
she got to be fit.
I got to be able to fuck you first, though. Mistaken. I have to be able to fuck you first.
I can't allow you to do that, Mistaken. Wait, I can't allow you to
do that. I have to be able to have sex with you, Mistaken.
We said competent people should be with each other, right? Mm-hmm. And obviously this person is coming with a certain level of competency, right? This person is so you already judging because you already said earlier that if I got to start off with you and go down from the beginning, I'm not dealing with you. Like, we're not even going to get that far. Respect, and you should be like that. That's what I'm going to teach my daughters. However, me and Quest is saying, no one else said anything yet, right? Me and Quest is saying that, why would I start with you and have to start at the bottom? I'm not starting from our points of view. I'm not going down. We taking the same approach as you taking, Mistaken.
Well, no, but you also said that each person is coming with certain amount of some deficits.
Yeah.
Right? That's a deficit. So what I'm trying to say is, as a man, as a woman, you said, sometimes it takes a woman to inspire a man. So what I'm trying to say is, on that same thing, if she can provide you everything else as a great wife,
how would I know?
And that's the one area.
You find out.
How would I know that, Mistaken? How would I know?
Oh, you ain't.
And men
We
are
ain't even
visual.
get that
Girl, you
far.
know men are visual. They have to be
Right.
attractive.
See, y'all deal
Thank
with
you.
ugly dudes.
Thank you,
You
every
Pam.
see, you
day.
see
Y'all
what
don't
they do,
really
y'all.
care.
Y'all sit here and say, "Oh, I'll take him being economically unattractive." And he was like, "He ain't taking you at all. You was 5 pounds overweight."
That's what I was saying.
I don't
That's
care
but
how
you
But
know
we
much.
don't
what?
have
That's
to.
on us.
The numbers
Now,
suggest we don't
that's
have to,
on us.
ladies.
Now, can I say this though? No, I'm not gonna say this.
That's
The
why.
numbers
That's
suggest
why.
we don't have to,
That's why you
ladies.
got
Nah,
the
Ali.
guys to be
If I
like,
ain't
where
there,
them
you gotta
dollars
say it.
at?
If Trill made me say it, then Ali, you gotta say it.
All right, y'all, we gotta move on. We really do, because people trying to leave.
There is exceptions to the rule. That's the only thing that I'm going to say.
What's the exception?
Hey yo,
They'll
everybody.
smash, but they gonna pass.
Hey yo, no, that's not what.
I
That's
thought
what I'm
Mr.
saying.
Ali said that is not
Nah,
allowed.
no.
They
I'm
will
not
smash
saying
and then
that.
pass. Because I know every guy that I've talked to on the low have said that they smashed a big chick, but they just
Oh
won't let anybody else know.
Nah, I ain't
Once
gonna.
again, there's a difference
at
between
17, I let
popping
my
you
homies.
and marrying you.
At 17, I let my homies.
That's what I said. Smash and pass.
At
Yeah, but
17,
you
I
ain't
let my.
marrying at all.
17, I did let my homies gas me up. It just didn't work for me. Like I knew then at 17, it didn't. You know what I mean? That just wasn't. That just wasn't it for me. Respectfully, and I respect. Hey, you know, we don't want to offend anybody because we're not trying to offend. But baby girl, you got preferences like we do too. All right, that's just life. You know.
All right, real fast. You guys are all coming to the meet and greet August the 5th and 6th. Who's not coming?
Oh yeah, I'm coming. I'm there.
Who's coming? Raise your hand.
I'm definitely coming.
Ken, you not coming?
I got my tickets.
You coming, Trill? Okay. Everybody, the meet and greets August the 5th and 6th. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right, let me get these super chats real fast and we go to the next question. Nickname Tooncat? I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm out, y'all.
Who just said they out?
Quest.
Oh, we done lost one. Don't leave.
Nice talking to you,
Just
beloved.
Quest. Oh, hilarious. Okay,
Later.
let me read the question. Huh? Of course, Black women should want a productive man. The problem is Black women will overlook productivity if the man is attractive enough. That's kind of true. If he fine, yeah, they will. And thank you for the super chat. Jason C, is there a difference between productive and economically attractive? It sounds like these things are very similar. Not necessarily, because you can be productive, but in a, your social class may not be where she wants it to be, your economic class. So would y'all not agree? Slightly off.
Yeah.
You can be working towards something to get you out of that.
Yeah, or you can just inherit money and you cannot be productive. See that a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
It's a difference.
All right. John the Baptist, ballin'. Thanks again. The father should take the role of guiding daughter and son and finding a spouse in the follower of Christ. I agree. Sir Questalot. Oh, he just left. Managing director of Chat Ninja LTD. Thank you, Bob. Bob again. Rashawn Ali on Tinder. Are you on
Man, hell no.
I mean, it's nothing wrong with Tinder, okay?
No, it's nothing. Listen, I know a few of my friends that,
somebody saw your profile on Tinder.
Listen, it's a fake page. If you see my picture up there, it's a fake page. All right. I can assure you I'm not on Tinder.
All right, Bob again. King Rio got a halo. TMP Ken looking like his favorite boxer losing. Who is your favorite boxer? Okay. Miss Parker. Yay, Miss Parker.
He's over there.
If you just joining us, make sure you hit the like button. Yay, thank you, Miss Parker. Bob, Tom looked like an older Black Miley Cyrus.
What?
Okay. Bob again. Beauty plus silence equals male happiness. But really, is it really?
You gotta shut up.
All right, and rebellious videos, going to the gym versus getting a bag and being tall. Oh, is that tall or tall?
Tall.
Bag and tall. Anybody? All right, you guys, let's go ahead.
That's the dynamic, though. That's the point.
That's the preference.
Yeah, I agree. All right, y'all. Next video for our next question.
Productive of good and of righteous civilization. What does he need a woman for? That's our problem. We want a woman, but we don't want to know how to produce.
Is the same video?
Wait a minute, that's the same
And you're
video.
taking fire into your bosom when you want
My bad. Same video.
to your mate. Yes, sir. Listen now.
Sorry. Y'all new to this.
But you don't want to know how to become productive.
Wait a minute, is that the same video?
Because whether she understands it or not, to be productive.
Yeah, that's the same video.
Lord
But
Jesus.
if man is not productive of good and of righteous civilization,
If this is the video I need.
what does he need a woman for? That's our problem.
Oh,
We
I think
want
it
a
just
woman,
fast forwarded a bit.
but we don't want to know how to produce.
This isn't right. That's the same video, is it not?
Yeah, that's the same video.
Okay, so we're just gonna go without the video. Sorry, y'all. So we're just gonna do it at the video, okay? So basically, Minister Farrakhan was talking about the helpmeet or helpmate, as people say, but the helpmeet. And he was saying how, well, what is her duty in your life? If you find a good woman, her purpose is to make sure you live your purpose, basically. If you find the right, well, I mean, obviously he says it a little bit better than I've said it, but he was just saying how men should find a woman and that woman should help you carry out your purpose. And if you can listen to him continue, he say, like, for example, if she does an education, that education is for you to help to assist you on your purpose. So what do you guys think about that?
Part of it. Let me just give you a little bit more context.
Of course, I'm pretty sure you've memorized this.
So I mean, I hear it all the time. So because we don't want to misconstrue ladies and thinking that
That's your nature.
Oh, who
What
did
is her
that?
nature?
Yeah, there you go. There you go, right here.
In the Bible, God says he created the woman from the man to be the help meet. Not MEAT. But the MEET. Yeah, what that mean? Help me. Help me. It means that God has given man a duty, a responsibility to become a producer. You don't produce without help, and you can't find a better helper to do anything in this world than a woman who believes in her man.
Right? 100%.
Awesome.
So I was about to say, just to bring because he breaks that down in different other lectures as well, because we don't want you to think that we know a lot of women want careers and they have their own things that they want to be able to do in their life for themselves, right? So as long as your mission is in line with the mission that the man has, and y'all have harmony, right? That's the person that's your compatibility. But if you know your mission is somewhere else, something totally opposite that doesn't coincide with the man, because you trying to help him meet really the God within himself or meet his truest potential, it's going to take away from what you want to do, and it's going to make you very unhappy. But if you are compatible, your mission is compatible with his, then it doesn't deter. Everything that you do, just add on, and for both, everything that you do, it just adds on what y'all already doing or y'all purposes in life. It's in harmony with each other. So now what's the question?
So my question is, because I know Mistaken brought this up early, like episodes ago, and she was saying how, she was talking about our purpose as women. Do you think that that's where we're going wrong? Because these young people, you're not getting married, so you don't have that helpmate, however you say it, going along with you to help you produce. You understand what I'm saying? Like we teach our boys to wait it out, wait till you become financially stable, and then get there instead of finding your wife. Like you're in college, like Trill was saying how our Caucasian sisters go to school, they find their husband and they build with them. We don't do that. Do you think that that's where we're going wrong? And we've spoken about this before, but I just wanted to mention it because of, Minister Farrakhan.
Yeah. I think both people just don't know their purpose in life. I think women got all of these degrees and don't know their purpose in life.
Well, if her purpose is to be on yours, wouldn't she know that early?
That's this 100. I think it's not being taught to y'all early on. I think that, but the point is, one, you don't know your purpose in life, so you don't know what type of man that you need to be with. Because what if you hear you with a man and you like him, he does everything, the whole 9 yards, and then you finally discover your purpose in life, and it's not in harmony with his purpose. You're going to feel stuck. You're going to feel like now you doing or suppose if you do know to help, if you trying to help your man, you're going to feel like there's things in life that you're not accomplishing that you want to sort out for yourself, which is why I say when you know your purpose in life, if it's in harmony with his purpose in life, then that's something that it adds. It only y'all are compatible. But if your purpose in life and his purpose in life are in two opposite directions, you're not compatible. You're not going to be right.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Ken.
I think just keeping it a buck, like most people ain't even taught that. Most people taught, I think Trill kind of hit on it too, like go to school, go to college, get your bread. You don't need no man. Support yourself, X, Y, and Z. And that's normally how people are coming out and looking at relationships. They're not looking at it from a healthy perspective. Right. That's not what we're seeing out here.
Us.
Yeah, us.
Yeah, 100%.
We're not seeing that. So then you get into like what he was talking about as far as nurturing versus men being productive. If you have a woman that's taught to go to school, come out, get her bag, X, Y, and Z, but not place any importance on nurturing and her role in the household as a woman, she coming out competing with you or trying to compete, depending on what you're doing, trying to compete with you as opposed to complimenting you. And having that perspective coming out is detrimental because instead of being complimentary, you competing. So you're not even letting men lead. Your ethos or your thought process, your mom, single mom, most of us are single mom raised. You seen your mom be that leader in the household, so to speak. You come out with that same thought process, and a lot of women aren't aware of it, but they disqualify themselves from men that are about something based on their thought process and how they communicate. You can see it a mile away, a thought process of a woman that, thinks that way, and you avoid them. You won't you won't tell them why. You avoid them. You just duck and dodge them, and then they wonder why they don't qualify. But you got to put it out there.
I think this is important. Like that's why we're having these conversations, because I'm sure a lot of people didn't know much about this before now, but we have these conversations because if we have children and we're raising our children, we know how to raise our children the right way, as opposed to the way that we were raised. So
yeah, and I mean that's why I think it's so important to teach your kids how to walk and chew gum at the same time. But a lot of people don't do that. They teach their kids, especially daughters, survival tactics. Not necessarily how to coexist. It's like, I want you to go out here and get this degree, make this money so you don't need a man for anything. But what you should be telling us, go out there, get your degree, but keep in the back of your mind, eventually you're going to run into a man that has legitimate qualities and that you're going to, you're going to submit to him. You're going to submit to his leadership. So make sure that this man's vision is in line with where you see yourself going. Meaning that, if I'm, if I want to be, housewife or whatever, I want to date a man that has that type of vision in mind, or if I want to be, chasing my passion or whatever the case may be, I want a man with a career that's mobile, because I may be traveling here or there for my career, whatever the case may be. So I think compatibility is very, very important, but we don't teach that. We teach our charge to go out there and make the most money you can, whether or not that's Fortune 500 CFO or whatever, starting your own business or this, that, and the third. So it's like it works on the survival end, but when they run into a man that's the man that they should be running into, he on his purpose, she on her purpose, that means we're gonna be missing each other, or that means we're gonna be clashing a lot, because it's like, we fighting for superiority. Like a man literally has to climb a 50-foot barbed wire fence to even be able to lead. Just like if it was a room full of men. If you put a room full of men in the same room, we're gonna fight for superiority in terms of who's gonna lead this thing. It may not be blatant, but it's gonna be like you're gonna notice tension, push, pull. I'm gonna try to overtalk here. I'm gonna try to insert myself or enforce my whatever, because I'm coming with all my success and all my track record and my resume too. So women think the same way. So when you run into a relationship, she has that mindset, you have that mindset, y'all gonna bump heads, because she wasn't raised to coexist. She wasn't taught how to be a wife. She wasn't taught how to compliment a man like that. She's actually taught to compete with a man like that, because they in the same fields. So she in school with these men. She at work with these men. So her mindset is, again, animalistic, kill, the same way men's are. If we fighting for our way up the corporate totem pole or whatever our career is, anything that get in our way, crush it or move it out the way. So that's her mindset. And then you expect her to just flip a switch and be this domesticated, oh, I'll cater to my man, whatever my man needs. That's going to be very difficult to do if she wasn't taught that, hey, this is what's coming. Prepare for it.
And you know that you said something, it's key. That's very key. A woman, right, to bring it back, a woman is definitely the greatest helper to a man, period. And most of the successful men, a lot of them had a woman by his side. That was the foundation. Like it's more a minority of men that became successful that's single. A woman ended up probably leaving him, didn't believe in him, and he still got it on his own. But majority of the successful men, I don't care what race, they have a woman or had a woman, right, by his side. The problem here, though, and I think that we need to really look at this. A lot of us haven't, and I'm about to say something that it might trigger some people. A lot of us haven't even met a real woman in our lives. Well, a lot of us think that because our moms raised us, probably single parent, and she worked hard and she made sure you had 3 square meals a day and got you whatever for Christmas, we look at that as a real woman. That's not a real woman. She couldn't be a real woman because she didn't have a real man next to her. Real women took care of homes, did and build themselves, but also know how to keep a man. And a lot of us, and ladies, to be fair, a lot of us haven't met a real man in our life neither. Children, the whole 9 yards. Growing up, we haven't been grown up in our lives. We haven't really met a real woman or a real man in our lives. So you don't know your damn purpose. You don't know how to be a wife. You don't know how to be a husband. We're trying to find this thing out on YouTube. All right? And let's just be real. Go ahead.
I didn't know if that pause was the stop. But I just wanted to piggyback what you just said, because I did do a little bit of research. And I use these people because it's a smaller sample size. So what I did was I researched Black billionaires, men who are at the top of their game, Black billionaires. And what I did was also, I not only looked at them, I looked at all of their wives, and because they were all married except for 2 Black women. And I noticed that they all had something in common. They had similar goals. For example, Robert Smith, even though he's married to a white woman now, he was married to a black woman.
Right.
And she had graduated from Cornell with him.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were on similar paths.
That's
so
right.
all of these men, like I said, I think it was just 2 that did not. And Robert's the only one who's still not married to the same woman. Everybody else is still married to the same woman. They were with what we consider strong black women. Now, submissive, you know, you can be a strong black woman and still be feminine. So I don't know that part. But their background, their resumes were impressive. And like I said, they were all married, except for 2, which it says a lot to me, you know. And even today, they all have business. They're not like stay-at-home women. They have their credit, you know, all the boards they're on, the things they do, the businesses they own, what they're over. It's not like they're just chilling at home being housewives, contrary to popular belief. So I found that to be very, you know.
And Shantae, I just wanted to touch on one piece of what Trill said just a moment ago, and I wanted to, just before I lost that thought, the type of woman that he was describing, oftentimes we see in the corporate world, right? Mm-hmm. And she brings this energy, so to speak, home, and oftentimes people think we're intimidated by educated women who are very successful and are working their way up the corporate ladder. It's not an intimidation. Educated women can be very sexy. The issue is when you lose this other superpower, which is your femininity, right? That woman can become unattractive in an instant when she brings in this masculine energy, when we are trying to have an intimate relationship, so to speak. You can't even bring out the softer side of me if you don't have that femininity. If you don't have that feminine nature about yourself, if you're too aggressive, so to speak, right? Competitive. And we find that oftentimes there's an instant clash or conflict because that same dance that men do with each other, that Trill described, like even on a panel, you're doing with a woman that you're trying to be with. Man, it's uncomfortable.
You can't sustain that energy every day.
You can't, man, it's uncomfortable. And then you're trying to figure out, oh man, you know, he doesn't like you the same. He doesn't handle you in the way that you want to be handled as a woman, right? But what are you giving off? What are you giving off? Because I can't handle a man this way. This is not how it's supposed to be, right? This will come natural if you are walking in your femininity. I won't even be able to handle you any other way. You know, and I think that we forget that it's not just in relationships. Sometimes we demonstrate whether or not we have that ability before a person even knows whether or not they're interested in you at all. You know what I mean? You can demonstrate whether or not you can bring peace to a household if we're just trying to have a simple conversation. You know what I mean? If that conversation becomes too combative, we're not listening to each other. I'm telling you what I like as a man, and you telling me that you know better than me than what I like, and different things like that. These things are good indicators of how we will be able to communicate, sustain, and handle each other. I can only be in my role. It is within me to be masculine. I was literally born to be this way. Right? And so if we take this clip and he says you're looking for a helpmeet, right? And that's what we should look for in a wife. How am I find a helpmeet with somebody who's almost like my opposition? We find this conflict all the time about why men and women can't get along, and oftentimes black men and women just can't get along. What is this? It's like an elephant in the room. It's almost like, why don't black men and women like each other? Why are we fighting? Right? This is a lot of what's going on in the relationship, in the household. It's literally our interaction. We just can't be in that role. I am the man, you are the woman. I am masculine, you are feminine.
I guess right. How many I thought you were done. I'm sorry, bro.
So Ken, go ahead and jump in. But I was just saying that's something to look at and analyze. And I just didn't want us to miss that opportunity because I think that trail really kind of set the foundation for that conversation to be had. So I just wanted to make sure that I added.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ken.
No, I was just going to ask, like, how many women grow up? That's, in the Black community, as far as single motherhood is concerned, how many women grow up and actually, at what point do women actually realize that their mother was wrong?
My mom was submissive a little bit too much. So
I probably realized that maybe about 10 years ago. I was like, yeah, this not normal.
Don't leave us.
I literally got to be up at 4 a.m. It's 1 a.m. where I'm at.
You got it.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Rashawn. Thank you so much.
I got three daughters. I can't stay up like I used to, man.
Oh, got you. Go ahead. Thank you so much for joining.
Put wear and tear on you, for real. Now, but listen, I just wanted to thank everybody, man. Got beautiful takes. I definitely love. I appreciate being on here, and hopefully we can pick this thing back up on a different Friday, okay? And I definitely, hopefully, if everybody say they're going, I'll be down there August 5th and August 6th.
We will be there.
All right. So y'all enjoy the rest of your night. Beautiful conversation.
Thank you.
All right, bro.
All right.
Bye.
Oh, we're even. But go ahead. What were you about to? So go ahead. Ken.
No, I was just asking, at what age do women realize, if we're talking statistics and single motherhood, right? At what age do women actually realize that their mother was wrong, and some of the things that they were taught are counterproductive to actually having a relationship?
I think, like I said, for me, this was something I probably realized about 10 years ago when I started to notice different patterns and behaviors, and it was certain things that would be triggering for my mom. And I was exposed to certain things. I'm not going to go into too many details because that's personal information. And my mom isn't here on this platform to be able to speak for herself. But I was exposed to certain things at a young age, as far as some of the relationships that she had. And I realized at a very young age how unhealthy a lot of the stuff that I was subjected to, that at a young age, I was like, I don't think I would ever do this if I was in a relationship. But still, you're so young that you can still know what's right from wrong. And I knew that some of the things I was being subjected to was wrong, and that it wasn't healthy. But that's a tough conversation that you have to have with your parent, when you realize some of the things that they taught you kind of set you up for failure in life when it comes to relationships. And I can admit that it was some of my mom's ways that she kind of sent me out into the world, especially once I got to college. And I was like, this is not what you do to get a man. Like, this is not how you interact with the man. Because I was told to go to college and to not focus on trying to find a man. I was told to go to college so you won't have to depend on a man to do anything for you. Literally, that is what was told to me. You don't need a man for anything. But it's like, that's not true. Like, we need each other. But that was something that I had to figure out later on in life. But that was also something that I had to heal from as well, and not bring in the stuff that I was exposed to into relationships. Because a lot of times we're bringing some of that childhood trauma, how we seen our parents interact with each other, we're bringing that into future relationships, and that's not healthy. So a lot of times people say, oh, like, they need you to be someone's peace. Like, I can be your peace, but I need both of us to come into this relationship healed. Let's come healed. So we're not bringing all these different traumas into this relationship, and then the relationship is doomed from the start. We got to come healed.
I was going to say, for me, with my mom, I we actually talked. I'm gonna be honest. My mom was raised in the church. Her dad was a pastor. My grandfather was a preacher. So she was taught how to be a wife. It was conditioned. She was taught that. I think the problem that I think I picked up, the messaging that I got, I do think she did the right thing as a mom and as a wife. Now, I don't know what went on behind their closed doors, but in terms of what we saw growing up, that she did the things that I think a wife was supposed to do. I think where she lacked is that she didn't necessarily sit down and teach us, tell us in terms of what a wife is to do. We learned just through watching her. Whereas I think now with my kids, I literally had, some conversations like, as a man, this is what you need to do for your wife. Or with my daughter, as you get a husband, these are some things that you need to make sure that you take care of and you do. But I think opposite of Tam, I guess I internalized and took in the wrong messaging from seeing my mom be submissive. And I don't think that submissiveness was appreciated by my dad. It was more taken advantage of. And so the messaging I got from seeing that, I never saw her, try to let him know, no, don't do that or anything like that. So the messaging that I got was, I'm never going to let no man treat me like that. And so in initially being like, immature, at 18 when I met, my current husband, in the beginning, it was like what y'all was saying in terms of that battle. He's trying to be the head. And I'm like, you're not going to tell me what to do. Like one of those things, because that was the way that I internalized what I saw growing up. But after, just therapy and just life experience and maturing, I realized, and I actually had a conversation with my mom about that how much strength it took for her to be the woman she was and be submissive. Like there's some strength in that. And I didn't look at it like that. I look at it as a weakness at that point. And so sometimes it's not what your parents teach you, it's not what they say, is what you see that has the biggest impact.
I definitely agree with that, because I was more exposed to certain things that I saw that I was just like, I'm not doing that, or I'm never letting, a man. I was unfortunately exposed to seeing, physical abuse in the home. And I knew at a young age, I was like, I would never, accept that from a man. Like I knew at that young of an age that was not okay. And that was something that someone should never have to ever deal with, man or a woman. So yeah, it's more about what you see. But as far as being able to see her like preparing family meals every night, and watching her fix my stepdad's plate, and serving the kids last, that's also key things that I picked up too, because moving forward, when I do get married, I know that that man is the head of household. You serve that man first before you serve anybody in that house. So it's just different things that some good, some bad, different takeaways. But I think we have to stop. Sometimes we got to hold our parents accountable. And sometimes people say, that's just my mom, that's just my dad. That doesn't make it okay. Like we have to hold them accountable for some of the trauma that they have caused us in our lives, and we have to be able to heal from that. And I also feel like, there needs to be a little bit of grace too, because they probably didn't learn certain things. So it's just a never ending cycle of things repeating itself. So, but we need to hold each other accountable so we can all heal. So we can all heal for the next person that we get in a relationship with. And we're not just constantly dragging this trauma all around with us. We got to heal.
I'm just also going to add to the point that I think we as fathers, especially those that are of us that have daughters, we got to try to keep ourselves healthy so that we can be around for our daughters who go through some of these traumatic relationships, when they are trying, to essentially be good helpmeets, but they're suffering from abuse and various things of that nature, right? There needs to be still some other type of covering, I'll say. And maybe that's how you will prevent daughters from having to think that it's more so dangerous to submit to a man. Because you're still going to have bad seeds. We can't say that every man is going to be ideal and be perfect, right? So not just helping you all vet, but also still being a source of protection. So I'll just throw that out there.
How do you think you would heal from a trauma if you don't know you have trauma? Like, and what I mean by that is when you're growing up in a situation, when you're growing up in an environment, that's your norm, right? And so a lot of times we live out what we see. So at what point I guess, would you even learn that how you behave and how you move is not right? Because I know, I remember having a conversation one time with somebody, and she was telling me that she grew up in a chaotic household. And as she got older and in relationship, if things weren't chaotic, it made her feel uncomfortable because she didn't know what that was. So she would create chaos because that was her norm. That was regular for her. So when it wasn't happening for her, that was a trigger that something's wrong. Something must be wrong. So how do you, I guess, recognize, like if a guy, I guess, I know, and you shouldn't, I don't know, it was a toss up. How, like, you wouldn't know until somebody shows you something different. But if a man is not willing to take the risk to maybe expose you and show you something different, then you don't know what to change, and vice versa. But at the same time, you don't want to put yourself in a position where you have to deal with this to untrain somebody or tell somebody that they need, to go to therapy because you can't deal with it.
Well, I think
I wanted to talk briefly on this because I really want us to get back to the help meet. Go ahead, Trill.
Yeah, no, I was going to say first things first, that person has to be open to change. I mean, you can have the best intentions in the world for somebody. You could diagnose what's wrong and tell them all day long, but until they're ready to change, or until they're ready to acknowledge that something is wrong, it's wasted energy. But I think in terms of if they are, hypothetically speaking, I think all you can do is just point out what you feel like the issues are. And I think if you come from that environment, changing your environment will hold a mirror up and show you that this shit is not normal. You know what I'm saying? And that's what, that's why I thank God every day for allowing me to leave my neighborhood and see that, hey, what's going on here every day is not normal in terms of progress. But again, where you are controls what you feel like your ceiling is. So it took for me leaving that and going to a college that's 98% white, and then, oh shit, okay, this is what y'all aspiring to do. Wait, stocks and bonds? Wait, trust fund? What is that? I don't know what that is. I never heard of that. We didn't have no doctors in the neighborhood. We didn't have no accountants in the neighborhood. We didn't have no engineers in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? We had the wrong type of people. So that's the ceiling. My view of a ceiling was different than a lot of theirs, but it took me leaving that environment, getting into an environment like, damn, okay, well, I need to adjust my views. It's the same with family and relationships. A lot of times you won't know that your family is fucked up until you start dating somebody and you go to their family reunion, or you go to their Friday night dinner and be like, wait a minute, damn, so the whole family eat at the table at like 8 o'clock? That's crazy. What this happen every Friday? Wow. Cause my household, you ate where you was at. The food ready. All right, everybody go fix a plate. One person eating in the kitchen, one person eating in the living room, somebody watching the game back here eating, somebody outside on the porch eating. Like it wasn't. But again, when you grow up in that, you feel like that's normal. But then you start dating somebody experiencing some different shit, and it's like, well, damn, I like this better, so I'm gonna implement this. So just to answer the question in summary, man, I think it's just getting out of your comfort zone, and that's how you can be able to diagnose it. But like I said, until you're ready to make the changes, all that is irrelevant.
Real fast, I wanted to just add, because I wanted to add on to what Rio was saying about him being a father and some of the things that he wanted to change as a father. But for me, my trauma, I think, came from my dad, not necessarily my mom. My mom was perfect for my dad. But because nobody else would tolerate that shit. But I think that I love my dad. I was a daddy's girl to the T. But the problem was I always try to find men just like my dad. My dad was a playboy. Not, he was definitely the guy. And so was my granddaddy. I come from a line of playboys. And so I like playboys because that's what I was raised by, and I was kind of like so much so that I didn't even see a problem with cheating. And we've had conversations like that. She's like, oh, you don't mind? And she was like, because that was just a part of my life. And it's just men are men. I was actually taught that. So I guess that's my trauma because everything else is perfect about me.
I think that's a good example, though, of what Trill was kind of just saying too. Sometimes, yeah, we can be. Well, listen, we are a product of our environment, but we make conscious decisions, right, to change. And I think I can relate to you, Shantae. That's how my dad was. Man, his dad was worse, right? And so you consciously think about, okay, when you have a good thing going, how do I not fuck this up? Because naturally, right, I want to do those things. Naturally, it's in my nature. It really just is. And this is what I seen growing up. But listen, how can I be different, right? Because I know the results. I was there throughout this entire experience. I know the results. So we consciously try to, because people aren't going to give us any sympathy, especially as Black men, right? You're not going to be able to tell, you're not going to be able to tell your woman, you know what, my dad, he always cheated. My grandfather always cheated. Like, they don't want to hear that from us. The world doesn't give Black men sympathy, period. Right? So we have to make conscious decisions to change, so to speak, so that we can have better results than what we see.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I think, when you get around healthy people, you start to realize what's going on, So I just think it's important, like what the brothers were saying, get in a healthy environment. You got to get in a healthy environment, and people do baseline in toxicity. But if you want something different, you got to do something different. You got to hang around different people. That's just the bottom line. But the internal aspect of that, you have to desire that. That's what Trill was saying. You have to have that desire to want to change and want to be better and to do things different,
So so going back to the help me, because I really want to make sure we answer that. I think that it's important. I know a lot of us are lost souls at this point, but I want it to be out there so that when we have the next generation, whether it be our children, we're teaching them the right way. So it won't be a continuous, just like, oh, it's bad, so it's nothing we can do about it. No, I think that we can start with our very own, teaching our children the right way and then moving forward. Would you not agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think one of the things too, because I always push therapy. I go to therapy every other week. So one of the things that we do, especially if you come from a traumatic background, is you had this, and people rarely voice it, but they say, well, I'm not as bad as my mama or my dad was. So I'm doing better at this point. But depending on what that trauma is and how far in the negative you are, you might have went from a -10 to a -7, but it's still in the negative, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you still tripping a little bit, So, you still have to do that work. But I think if you look at like some of our parents, when we start talking about pathology, we start talking about our parents and what they were exposed to and all that kind of stuff. They thought the same thing. And if you look at their grandparents, they thought the same thing. So it's just more information is definitely going to be needed to kind of work ourselves out of these things that we're used to seeing. Even though we're doing better than, the generation before us, we still have to be open. And because I'm experiencing that, my son is 3. So just being open to new information, and let's just keep it a buck. Like I'm from Houston, Texas. So, we get told, oh, that's that white folks shit, man, get out of here with that white people shit, man. Like that's just keeping it a buck. Like, but no, like it's held. Like some of this stuff it's not that the color of the person, it's the information that's healthy, bro. Like it's not. Why do we think that the healthy stuff is white folk shit? Why is it so easy for us to spit out like it doesn't mean anything? You know what I mean? Like that's stuff that we got to focus on. But trying to be better and actually listening to our children, because they'll tell you if they don't, and even giving our children the words to be able to communicate different emotions. Because a lot of us, where I'm from, all we got is anger. Whatever it is, anger. That's it. Anger. So do we have the emotions? And I ask dudes, and they make a lot of dudes uncomfortable. I do it on purpose, but asking dude like, hey, man, when the last time you told somebody, man, you hurt my feelings? If that make you uncomfortable, it's something up. You got to really dig into that. Like those are emotions that you have to be able to express to make you an emotionally intelligent person. So we don't even have, some of us don't even have a language to be able to express these things. We can only express it one type of way. So.
Anybody else wanted to add on to that help meet? Nobody? I didn't even put the banner up. Okay, so my last question before because I know a lot of people had to leave, is men say they are doing the work. What Mistaken wanted to know, because this is Mistaken's question. I kind of want to know too, because a lot of men keep saying they are doing the work. What exactly is the work?
Can we provide a little more context as to what they're doing the work to?
So okay, so basically we're on the YouTube channels and stuff. We always hear people say the women not doing the work. The men, I see them doing the work, but the women are doing the work.
Okay. So just I don't know. I guess we could attack it from a broad perspective. I think they speaking in terms of accountability. I think like men are way more accountable than women are, because we are used to accepting criticism. So what they mean by doing the work is the men are constantly, even on these panels, there's a lot of men in the chat. There's a lot of men that are on the actual panel when these discussions are being had. And you may say some shit and immediately in our head, like, damn, that is what I'm doing wrong. I need to go fix that. And we'll even voice that on the panel. But like a lot of women just in general, if you tell them what they're doing wrong or you tell them what they're not doing, the shield comes up. So I think that's what they mean by doing the work. Like, are you open to criticism? Are you open to changing? Like, are you open to the fact that your last couple relationships might have went wrong because of something you was doing or something you wasn't doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you open to that? Are you open to look past the fact that he cheated on you and accept the fact that, damn, I was neglecting him? Yeah. Or damn, I wasn't, showcasing the same attributes that got him to cuff me to begin with. But I expected him to keep it solid, stay faithful, and all this. And don't get me wrong, I'm not validating cheating. What I'm saying is that, do you acknowledge the role that you played in it? Do you acknowledge the red flags that you looked past because the sex was good, or because he was handsome? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like those type of things. Overlooking the fact that, damn, it's fun to be around him, but he probably make a terrible dad, but you got pregnant by him anyway. Mm-hmm. Like are you open to that? A lot of women ain't. So I think when they say, are you doing the work, is are you being accountable? Like, are you really taking the steps to fix what it is that you've done wrong? But again, that takes admitting to doing wrong. And men are way more likely to do so than women are. So I think that's what they're getting at.
Okay. Well, I guess the reason that came up for me was I was hearing, well, I guess it was kind of double-sided. I would hear men say, we're doing the work. And they say that they're being accountable, those things. I guess I'm a type of person that also look for the evidence of that. So if you're just saying I'm accountable, like you know how they say with drug the first step is admitting that you have a problem. But if that's the only part you do, then you know, in the next part don't come, because I do hear men saying, I'm accountable, I'm accountable. If somebody call me out, I can accept it. But then the next step is supposed to be a change in the behavior. So on the same segment, I will hear men say, or even women saying that men are doing the work, but in the same conversation, justifications of poor behavior are still upheld. And so, and then I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Let me go look at some stats, because if men are doing the work, then I should be able to measure that to some degree. Like, I truly wanted to know, what should I be looking for to see that work? Because I don't want to overlook it. You know what I'm saying? So I want to be more cognizant of saying, oh, okay, yeah, they are, you know, doing this, or I'm seeing more examples of this, but I don't know what I'm looking for, so I can give the kudos, like, yes, these men are doing it. So when I go look at the stats, there was one area that I was very proud of, that it said 7 out of 10 men, Black men, who lived with their children were more involved than any other race. Kudos. Like, I'm like, all right, you know, I was hype about that. And so since I was able to see that, so now my mind is going to be set on, let me see. I want to visually see that. I want to see these men that are with their kids. And I do. In my neighborhood, I'm always seeing these dads out with their, you know, sons playing basketball, walking the kids, you know, around the subdivision. I'm able to see those things. So I want to move beyond just what I regularly see, with all of the negative aspects of what Black men are doing, and start trying to train myself to see all of the good things that Black men are doing. Because I don't want to be a part of that Black men ain't ish, you know, I never been, but, you know, jump on that bandwagon to say that, you know, Black men aren't doing nothing. You know, they all in jail, they all doing this, all because we get fed that so much through the media. So I want to counteract what I hear from the media versus what I see. So I want to be intentional on seeing the work.
Yeah, man. I think the answer to that, man, is just real simple in terms of the information that you're getting from the media. That's why I tell people all the time, like, I'm a realist. I don't deal in research. I don't deal in studies, what studies show, because a lot of these studies and a lot of the subjects that they use for the studies don't really relate to us or don't really identify us. I would tell people to literally just look around you and look at the type of relationships that your friends are in. Look at the type of relationships that your family is in, right? So say, for instance, a couple of those stats that you heard, right? Like, oh, men is terrible dads, men ain't in their life, men ain't marrying women, men ain't taking relationships serious. But then when I go out, when I look in my immediate circle, or I go outside, I don't see men that's not taking care of their kids. You know what I'm saying? And if I do, it's a very small minority in comparison to the ones who are, and men that are married. I got two of my homeboys is married and one is on the way to being. You know what I'm saying? And I got, and again, it's 4 of us, and y'all see them every week on cruise season in one form or another in these clips. But these guys are in upstanding relationships. Everybody on that panel except for Kenny, where Kenny is, again, and even in his situation, he's accountable enough to say, I'm not ready for a relationship right now. So I'm not even gonna waste the chick time. I'm not even thinking about nothing serious until 2023. These is his words. So that right there is accountable. What most dudes would do, I was like, oh no, I'm gonna just still entertain these chicks. I'm gonna lead them on. I'm gonna have sex with them, whatever. He telling chicks right out the door. I've literally heard him say it to a chick on the phone. Hey, look, baby, I just want to let you know that's not what that is. I'm not looking for anything serious until 2023. So if that's what you're trying to do, you can go your own way. So in terms of just accountability, all it takes is to stop paying so much attention to that media, man, and just look around you. It's some solid dudes out here moving around, getting to bags, taking care of their kids, like being great dudes for, that they women. Not saying that men don't make mistakes, but I'm saying that a lot of those studies and a lot of that news reel and shit like that allow minorities. But in terms of black men as a whole, like most of us, like a lot of, like most, and I'm willing to lean on most, are solid dudes out here getting to it, man. And I think we don't get enough credit for that because of those loud minorities in the media that you hear a lot. So yeah, man, just take a look around you, and it'll void a lot of that shit that you hear.
And also just try to think about what their experiences might be. It's taken when you're looking at these black fathers, right? Something's changed in a relationship when a child is born. Sometimes women get postpartum depression, and a man is dealing with that for the first time too, right? And he has to learn how he's going to support her and hold things together at times where maybe she can't. You know what I mean? While learning how to take care of a child and various things. There's a lot of men that stand up, black men that stand up in those situations, right? You have less intimacy, obviously, because your attention is being focused really on the child. So things in the relationships are changing. Physical attributes, a woman's body changes, right? And things of that nature. So things that we are used to are changing, and essentially the relationship gets harder. And these men are sticking in there, not just to maintain their relationship, but also to be fathers in their households and be just as active as the other parent, right? And so you have to recognize when you see this, there's a lot going on. It's not just easy and harmonious. We're doing work to maintain these relationships just as much as she is.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a lot that the media just isn't going to speak about. But when you talk to us, when you simply walk up to a black man and ask this question, hey, what are you going through? You know what I mean? Now that you're a new father, you know what I mean? I see you holding your family together, this, that, and everything, spark a conversation. And that's when you get the truth. You know what I mean? Because the media doesn't really know us or understand us. We aren't the media, right? So it's up to us to have these conversations.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think part of it too is within, like Trill said, and I completely agree. I'll say for me, that has been mostly my experience in terms of who I'm around and who's in my circle. Most of my, family, that circle are married, and the friends who aren't, even though they're not married, they're basically, husband material, wife material. So they are moving different. For me, the thing is like, even today, I just did my own little social thing based on what guys was saying about Black women. They walk around with bitch standing faces or whatever. You try to say something to them, they don't. And so for me, I was in the area. Yes, I go shopping.
I think it's resting bitch face. So just
yeah, and so I purposely took the time to kind of look to see if I see that. And not to say that I didn't see at all, but for the most part, I did not see, women that didn't look like they could be approached. One of the other things I did is I intentionally made sure I smiled at everybody. And when I smiled, I saw that everybody smiled back. So I think too, when we're looking for certain negative things to reinforce what we hear or have experienced, we're going to focus on those negative things. And that's and in that moment, that's why I was saying, you know what, I want to specifically start intentionally training myself to see the positive aspect. And that started by having conversations with my girls. Like, we go on a girls trip every year, and we were talking about, most of the time, and I don't know if men do this, I know they do it sometimes, but women, when they frustrated about their men, they go to their girls and they say, girl, oh my goodness, he be getting on my nerve. He be leaving his shoes. I keep telling, I bought a whole shoe rack so he could come and put his shoes on. And so we vent to our girlfriends about our issue, right? And after I'm venting, my girls are like, oh, your husband do that? Oh, well, at least he does this, because they weren't getting it. I'm sitting here like, oh. And from that moment, it made me reflect and say, a lot of times I think I focus so much more on what I feel he's not doing that I've overlooked all of the other stuff that he brings to the table, because this thing get on my nerves, so it gets the most attention. So I overlook the other stuff, and I can honestly say that I've seen a change in my own behavior and his response when I'm not complaining about the little stuff, and I make sure I'm like, oh, I appreciate that you did this, because now I'm intentional in looking for those things. And so that's why I said I wanted to extend that from, now I can say the work that he does because I live with him. So I can see the work. But for me as a whole, since it's a general, conversation, when men say they're doing the work, I think a lot of women, when they hear that, the first is like, what work? And so I wanted something tangible that I can start observing and seeing. And the only way, I guess, that I was able to find the foundation to start looking for is looking at studies, to see, so I could start looking for those things. But it wasn't a whole. It's small steps, and I'll take that. But
Right.
like in terms of education, because women are going to school, so we want to see our men educated. And I don't mean necessarily you have to go to college, but just educate yourself in general. Things like that. So those are some of the things that I would love to start seeing, and I unfortunately I don't see it.
Yeah, man. I think like one of the main things that need to happen going forward is the dudes that's actually living right need to be a little more outspoken in terms of like what it is that we actually doing. Because men have a habit of, for one, not telling our business in general, but especially when shit is going good and when we doing what we supposed to do, you're like, well, whatever y'all doing, man, y'all got it, man. My shit good over here, G. I'm living my life. So those type of men don't really, speak up as much. So a lot of times, all you hearing is the dudes that's out here doing it wrong, or the dudes that's running in the hurdles, and they're like, yeah, these women ain't shit. They doing this, that, and the third, and like a lot of times, I be sitting on these panels like, damn, yeah, is that hard to find the one? That's crazy. Like, your girl ain't doing what? Wow, man. You know what I'm saying? But my situation is good. I can't relate to that type of shit. But I think it needs to be on our shoulders to come out here and speak more on when it's going right. How is it going right? Like being more outspoken in terms of it. Because let's just be honest here. Like, if you listen to these panels, man, marriage sounds like just the most like dull. Oh my, boring. I don't want no parts of that. Damn, you gotta give up what? You gotta sacrifice what? And you ain't getting what in return? Oh, I'm good on that. But that's how people speak on marriage on a lot of these panels. And the dudes who are in good marriages don't necessarily want to speak on their situation. So that's all people are getting. So I think, again, it's a bunch of solid dudes out here, especially in that black community. I just want to drive that point home, because I know we get a lot of flack, and that's why I love that's saying that black men are the most active dads, period, in terms of spending time with our kid, studying with our kid, taking our kid on. I just came back from taking my kid to go get ice cream. You know what I'm saying? Just shit like that. A lot of us are doing, but we don't get credit for it. And the dudes that are doing it don't speak up enough about it, because we don't want to brag about it. We don't want to toot our own horn, because in reality, a lot of us feel like that's what we're supposed to be doing. We don't see nothing special about it, because this is just us being solid. We wired to be solid, and this is just solid behavior. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely think that y'all need to hear a bit more from the dudes that's out here living right, and that'll change what this common perception is.
I think also as it relates to doing the work, like it's a negative thing about therapy. You know what I mean? Like, and brothers gotta, and sisters too, gotta go to therapy. And like we talked about, like having I guess a baseline of toxicity. But if you look around and the fruits of your labor are non-existent, and they terrible, your environment is terrible, the people you're around are terrible, you hang with scammers, whatever your thing is, when you look around and you ask yourself some real questions, that's kind of how you can kind of tell, like, man, I'm not moving right. You know what I mean? So as far as doing the work, you gotta really take inventory of your life, and what your life is actually yielding you. So it's I don't know. It's kind of difficult because mistaking what you were talking about as far as the way you perceive things. That's the psychology of that. They talk about in sales and marketing and all this anything in business. If you have a customer that has a good experience versus somebody who has a bad experience, they're gonna tell 10 people, whereas the person with a good experience gonna talk about one thing. So you're starting to see that in these spaces, play it or manifest itself. So those people who aren't speaking, those people who are telling you that they're having successful relationships and marriages and things, go talk to those people. Put your pride aside and ask them, man, like, okay, so what were you thinking? Like, how did you do this? How did you do that? And that's one of the things I think in our community, and I can only speak on, some of the things I've been exposed to, but just, putting your pride aside and seeking counseling or mentorship from somebody that looks and does what it is you want your life to be. It's just that simple. If you see other brothers that are having successful marriages and relationships and positive influences on the community, you need to network with those individuals and say that, and ask those questions. But a lot of people have pride and they don't want to ask those questions.
And I think it's important, again, is talking about speaking with a professional, because I know one of the things you mentioned mistaken was about when you talk to your girlfriends, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only issue with that is when you talk to your girlfriends, they only really hear your side of the issue, right? And they never really hear, some of them don't even ask what our perspective was. There's always, some say there's three sides of the story, yours, mine, and the truth, but really two sides of the story, yours and mine, right? A professional might be able to kind of dig deeper and figure out what happened behind your emotions and how you feel about what happened, but what really happened. You know what I mean? How he responded and how you responded. Oftentimes, women are talking to their girlfriends, telling only their side, and then taking advice from someone who only knows one side of the story.
Well, the other thing though too is kind of like what I've heard you guys say in terms of your friends can be your accountability partners. Friends that I share information with are friends that are going to hold me to account and will say, no, you're wrong. That you're wrong in that situation. So I can definitely appreciate that because I'm not one that shy away from, critique. I'm not. Now, whether I apply it all the time is a different story. Some things I know is going to take more work than others. But the other thing is, so since I'm on this trying to focus on the positive aspect, because I do think a lot of times in these spaces, we do tend to only focus on the negative and telling everyone, oh, fix this. But and the point that I was saying is that a lot of times when we focus on the negative, we only see the negative. So, and the flip side, because I can't possibly believe that, like, I hear so many negative comments about Black women in general. And then when we are on this panel say, I don't, well, the Black women I'm around don't do X, Y, and Z. They're not like that. Then it's like, oh, you guys are speaking about a limited, circle. And that's not true because most Black women are like that. But I don't necessarily, because I'm in a mind space of wanting to see the good things of that Black men are doing. I'm not necessarily sure if Black men are in that space where they can see those positive qualities, because anytime you see that one thing, it reinforces, like, see, all women are like that. So I think my question is from a man's side, like how you notice the work that you guys are doing. Do you notice any of the work that any of the Black women are doing?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think y'all Trill kind of hit on it. Like, sometimes the loudest people in the room are not necessarily
do we do anything right?
No, I think women are doing the work. I think everybody's doing the work, but the loudest people are the ones who are going through it the most. you know, the ones who are chilling. So, you know, it's just that simple. Like, I wanted to ask the question though, you know, around the question that Shantae was asking, as far as like being economically unattractive, because it kind of hits on where you were going mistaken as well. Where is it when you start talking about you are what you attract? How does that play a role, right? So mistaken, you're hitting on, you know, the rhetoric that you're hearing from people and stuff like that. And then Shantae's question, or the question that was posed about, you know, economically unattractive men, are you a reflection of what you're trying to attract? Where does that start and where does that end as it relates to it being something you are doing versus a statistical analysis of something that just is, if that makes any sense? Where's the onus on the person that is saying that men are economically attractive? No, the men that are economically unattractive to you are attracting economically unattractive men. Where is that accountability at for women, that you just can't find an economically attractive guy? Where's, you know, what is it about you that attracts that type of individual?
So for me, I know a lot of economically attractive men. However, I think that just like men, you're like greedy. You want them all to be economically attractive. You know, like when men can sit here and say, oh, women, they're not any good women, but you want all women to be good, right? Not just that little handful of women who are good. So it's kind of like coming from the same mindset. I know a lot of men who are in great positions. So I'm not going to take that away from them. They do exist and they're all around me. But greed. You want them all to be doing well.
See, Shan, I'm gonna have to push back on that one, Shantae. I ain't gonna lie to you. Men don't think like that. Men want our woman to be good. We don't care what the rest of these women is out here doing.
You say what now? What did you say, Trill? I didn't get that. I didn't hear it.
I say men want our women to be good. What the rest of these chicks out here doing, we could care less.
Right, because you are already married. But what I'm saying is when I hear people say, oh, they're no good women, but the women they're going after, the Instagram, you know what I'm saying? They want all those women to be feminine, you know, and I'm like, you only need one. All you need is one. But they want them all.
Nah, we so just, then if we you just know some and you only need one, then why are you looking for all of them?
Who? Me?
Yeah, you.
The choices. I mean, everybody
out of the ones listen, none of them are a potential
and not necessarily. Listen, not when we speak on these studies, we're not talking about individual. This is in general. So of course that study was done, and I thought it was interesting. Somebody put it in the comments. I thought it was very interesting because I do know that there are women who can't find people that they want, or they find a man and they want him, but he's just not economically attractive, and they wish he were. You know, and all the men that they really, really like, they want to be with them, but they're not economically attractive. You know, so they kind of push it to the side.
I think that's based on the woman too. Like, do you have realistic expectations for where you are though?
Probably not.
That's the only thing. Like, what's the average?
Sure, everybody's in La La Land. You know, we can say that this, you know, it's. I think that everybody's in La La Land.
Everybody. I think women tend to. I think women.
Listen, so Trill,
I think women tend to be.
Listen, so you telling me every man in the chat deserve that 120-pound woman, like he got his shit going on like that, where he can be fine, feminine, whatever, all that shit y'all want on the list. You know?
No, but those men in the chat are perfectly aware of what it is that they actually deserve. We're aware that there's a ceiling. Wait. Let me finish. You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
Go ahead, Trill.
Those men are well aware that me making 40,000, I'm not gonna get a Beyonce. I don't deserve a Beyonce. Those men are well aware of that. But women, on the other hand, take me as I am. I come with issues. Yeah, I come with baggage. I come with all this. But I still deserve a Michael B. Jordan. I still deserve Barack Obama. That's who I deserve. So again, I think there's a difference in accountability there. Women feel like
I got kids.
there are no leagues. with women. There are no leagues. But with men are well aware when a woman is out of our league. Now we're gonna shoot anyway. This is the same way people play lotto every week. We're gonna shoot anyway. But will we be disappointed if we don't get her? Hell no, because we know we're not in a position to get her. That's honest.
But she's doing the same thing. She's just shooting a shot.
No, because she's thumbing her nose down at the men that are on her level. There's a slight difference there.
Oh, I get that. No, I get it. Okay, I get that. Okay. I understand that completely.
And that's delusional.
Well, y'all doing the same thing with the overweight chick. Y'all thumbing the nose down when she had
a whole bunch of nose down.
Let me just say this, mistaken. There's plenty of overweight women that got men, so it ain't all of them.
That's true.
Right? But
I said that before. Somebody's marrying them because it's what they're attracted to. So what may be overweight to you may not necessarily be overweight to the next person. And then if another person is overweight, you can't really come in a situation demanding somebody to be fit and you're overweight.
Right. And so that's one of the things.
Nobody wants to compete with your stomach.
And men do that. Because I see it and hear it on the space all the time. They keep saying the fit, feminine, blah, 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 blah. And then you look at them and you like, so that's the la la land that I think.
Oh my God.
Hold on, but let's Shantae. Shantae, you asked that question, or you hit on that. The one of the super chats, it posed the question: tall, chasing a bag, or in the gym? And what was your answer?
The bag and tall.
Look, Shantae then froze up. What was your answer?
No.
Oh yeah.
I said
look.
She has difficulties now.
You can have
a say about the internet.
I said this once before on King Talk. I asked the
gentleman. My internet is out. Oh gosh. Thank you, Xfinity.
Oh.
I asked the gentleman, I said, would you take a 6 who's very well-rounded or a 9 that's halfway out of her mind? Everybody voted the 6. You know what I mean? Trust me, when it comes to sustainability, right, it's more than her appearance. We have to live with this woman. And if we really, really in a marriage, we're thinking for the rest of our lives, right? So I mean, trust me, it gets deeper than that. One of the things I think we didn't even mention was maturity, like maturity level. A woman could be a high performer in the corporate world, in the gym, and still be an immature person when it comes to relationships. Like we even talked about how you mentioned, and this is not about you, but there's a lot of women, right, who only can see the negative. Mm-hmm. And they have to like almost ask you as if you're taking receipts about all the positive things that you do, right? Mm-hmm. And they put a lot of emphasis on the negative. That's something that you kind of grow to recognize, as you mentioned. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And some women, I mean, probably well beyond your years, still haven't quite done that. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that contribute to whether or not we'll sustain this thing. As we all know, it's one thing to get married, it's another thing to stay married.
I got a question. So to the married people on the panel, do you think that there are some, not even just the married people, just perspective wise, kind of what Mistaken was hitting on, do you find that women are grateful for the covering, or do you find that they are entitled and unaware of the covering? Because Mistaken, what you was kind of hitting on was more so along the lines of being grateful and appreciative of certain things and aspects, as opposed to growing complacent and entitled.
I personally think that it has a lot to do with what you can compare it to. So if you're starting off and you're already getting this covering, like you don't have anything else to compare it to, so that's your norm. So I think it's easy to take certain things for granted. Like even if a woman comes in, she's cooking, she's cleaning, she's doing all of those things, you get accustomed to it. You may not necessarily be, I don't want to say appreciative, but it's kind of like that's your norm, that's your flow, right? But I think when you notice it most is when you have something to compare it to. So that may be like how for me, sometimes having those conversations with friends, and they're saying what their husband don't do. And I'm like, oh, my husband does that. Oh, he does that. So then it makes me more appreciative. So now I can overlook those little things that get on my nerve, because I'm like, it could be worse. You know, I remember two incidences that happened. Like, it's kind of where we both learned to appreciate, where we took stuff for granted until it was removed. And now you appreciate it. There's one incident where one time I told my husband, this was like years ago, that he had got me some flowers, and he would get me flowers frequently. And so one time I just said, I kind of felt like this was a thoughtless gift. And he was like, what do you mean a thoughtless gift? Because I'm like, that's the easy go-to. I don't feel like you take the time to think about something that would be something special to me, right? As opposed to, this is what you're accustomed to doing, so you just do it. So I said it was a thoughtless gift. All he heard was thoughtless gift. And he said, you ain't got to worry about that. You ain't getting flowers no more.
Hey, that's all I heard, mistaken. That's all I heard.
That was his response, right? So I'm like, I did not mean it like that. What I was in, so I'm going in trying to explain it. Like, for me, because I hate doing the dishes. So if you went in there and did the dishes for me, I'm gonna appreciate that more. Like, to me, that's gonna take more from you, because you don't like doing the dishes either. But if you want to go get some flowers and say, here, I'm like, it's not that I don't appreciate the flowers, but I would rather you do the dishes, because that showed me you really are looking right. So that was that. So for years, he never got me flowers again.
He had to teach you a lesson.
He really did, because now I'm like,
her ungrateful ass.
Right, exactly.
I mean,
And
just
so
pure entitlement.
that was one incident that happened with that on my end. I guess I took it for granted because it was some other things that I wanted, right? And then it was an incident on my end that he was talking to his brother-in-law. We were all at my sister's house, and they were talking about cooking. And so my brother-in-law always make jokes, well, at least you getting food or whatever. And so I'm hearing him talking, and my husband had the nerve to say, well, yeah, but it's but so much, lasagna I could eat, or this and that. So he was naming different meals that I made, but I was in school, so I made big stuff so it would last, because I'm working full time, in school full time. And I'm like, all right, let me start making stuff in bulk so we can have Taco Tuesdays, Chili Fridays or whatever. And he started complaining. And my brother-in-law was like, yo, what do you mean you get lasagna? Are you serious? Like, you're complaining about having lasagna. Like, that's a special meal in this house. Stuff like you getting it on a regular weekday. And so when I heard that, I felt unappreciative. And so my response was exactly like his response with the flowers. Oh, you don't like lasagna? You don't like chili? You don't like this? I'm not cooking no more. So that was my response, because I'm like, everybody in this house is old enough to know how to cook. I've taught my kids to cook. When we were growing up, once we got a certain age, we had to cook for the household. So guess what? All y'all adults, I ain't cooking no more. And that changed that changed real quick. Babe, can you make some lasagna? You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it's the removal of what has been expected and what you're used to for you to appreciate it. Like how they say you appreciate stuff, you don't appreciate it until it's gone. So both of us had that same experience. And, now we're much more cognizant of saying, I appreciate you. I thank you for this. Thank you. You brought me my beer or whatever. Thanks for picking this up from the store for me. So, yeah.
But, we got to start doing better at appreciating things and people when we have them.
Absolutely.
A lot of times we're not going to have the opportunity to try to appreciate something when it's gone, or have the ability to try to win something back after you took it for granted. So we got to start appreciating people and things in those moments while we still have them. Like, don't miss out on opportunities and blessings because you taking something or someone for granted.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Can I jump in here?
Yes, I was going to introduce
Shante?
you. Sorry, go ahead. I was going to come to you, so you're good.
Excellent. Good to meet you, Shante. Good to meet you, Tam. Good to meet you, Miss Taken. King Rio, John the Baptist. God bless you, sir. Good to see you, Trill. What's going on with you? And TP and King. Good to see you guys. As you guys were talking about, being grateful, I wanted to bring up a statistic that I conducted myself over the course of my life about the gratitude of women. And based off of the statistics that I was able to gather, based off of my extensive experience, I've learned that there is a truth that we got to admit. Cute women ain't grateful until later in life. And I'll tell you why this is. A lot of times, cute women get a lot of attention real early. You know what I mean? There's no shortage of male attention. It's always somebody who want to hit that. And what that does is it feeds that ego, it feeds that drive. And so you don't even have to stop to be grateful because you know that you can dismiss this dude and there's going to be somebody else in your IG. There's going to be somebody else messaging you on Facebook. There's going to be somebody else on your website. And so pretty women, now if women who, are who aren't what we call culturally attractive, it's different because their opportunities are different. But you cute women, so I'm talking about all the cute women who are watching this program here in America and around the world. Most pretty women, cute women at some level don't get grateful until they get older. They start to see them wrinkles hit, them titties start sagging just a little bit. You know what I mean? They got to put on shapers and stuff, right? They got to work a little bit harder. The wedding coming off is easy. They're not grateful until they finally realize that the attention that they were getting so easily early is starting to dry up, and now they're forced to do the work that most men have to do early. Because if we're not successful, economically successful, or have some type of athletic ability, or we're just tall and good looking, we got to put work in to get the little bit we get, and pray to God that the dude who's further than us don't get the girl we trying to get. So we get to develop character earlier, while a lot of pretty women get it late. So most men have a level of gratitude, which is why we're so protective when we get something, whether it's our car or it's our girl or it's our money. We have a sense of, or even friendships. We're loyal because we understand the work it takes. Pretty women, you cute women don't seem to get this lesson until you start losing in life. You divorce a good man and you get back on the date market, and now you like, oh my God, let me go back to him. But by the time you done left him, you were 9 and a grateful 6 done got him, because the grateful 6 who didn't have the same type of attention you got had the character of gratitude, and that shit and got your man, and you at home alone drinking your Merlot, watching Lifetime stories, talking about niggas ain't nothing because you didn't learn how to be grateful early. And that's the data that I collected, and I approve this study.
You gotta appreciate them when you get them.
I think I read your study. You're right.
That was good. I liked it. I agree. Possibly. Not me.
That's facts. That's facts.
I agree too.
John the Baptist, baller all day long, hitting us up with those super chats. We read.
How the panel doing this evening?
Good.
He flexing, trying to show that he's economically attractive.
Not at all. Not at all. I would like to say though, this panel has been fire all night long though. Seriously. I like the good conversation. I like the balanced approach. People talking and actually listening, compared to some other nights. But it's been a lot of good conversation going on tonight. The thing I want to add tonight though is just my little 2 cents. I really believe though, if we could focus on building the correct way, I think a whole lot of things we discussed tonight, it would take care of themselves. One thing that I really believe is, I think if we get back to father-centered families, the patriarchy, you wouldn't have as many problems. I don't think you would have a problem with women choosing husbands, with sons marrying wonderful wives, but then for that to happen, the fathers and the men have to take accountability too as well, and stop allowing and stop making excuses for the things that we see in society, but really just start working on those things. And so all night long, I hear people talking about, well, get the bag. And if you get the bag, then that take care of this and that take care of that. I'm like, no, it's not the bag. It's not the money. It's not the account that's going to make the difference. What's going to make the difference is the rules that you put in place, the systems that you put in place that keeps the kids from getting in trouble. That keeps the husband in the water. That keeps the wife in the water. If a man doesn't have discipline, if a man doesn't have order, he can't keep his house in order. That's what I've learned in life. You have to have order in order to keep your family in order. If a man doesn't have order, he can't keep nothing in order. I don't care how much money he got. Not to call out names, but I'm going to call out a name. Look at Will Smith. Got all the money in the world, but can't keep his house in order.
I agree. I agree with everything.
In defense of Will Smith, I just think he got the wrong house. And I think it's entirely possible for men who have done work, because he's got a level of discipline to be successful. I just think that it's possible for decent men to get with the wrong woman and to overstay that relationship to the point where it starts taking away from who you are or even you could be. So I think like the point now, you're right in what you're saying, but I think if he would have picked somebody else who challenged him in different areas, he probably would be a different Will Smith. I just think he stayed in something toxic for too long, and this is what he's become.
I agree with that.
I think he probably based it off. He probably based it off looks. Jada was in her prime during the time when Will met her.
Y'all all liked the Jada, honey.
And
the issue is he changed Jada. That was the issue.
After the fit, remember they were saying they want that fit. That's what he done.
That's when the
Sir Hale. To your point though, Sir Hale, he did pick her. He picked her. Facts, so that's the problem that he picked. And so the thing about being a man is when you whatever thing you create it. So it's your responsibility to fix it. So if he picked Jada, he picked Jada to be the mother. Not only did he pick Jada, he picked Jada to be the mother of his kids. So he allowed that to happen. So therefore, it falls back on him.
Yeah.
And
100%.
Just real quick, he had prior knowledge of Jada, how she was moving in the industry before he picked her. Now it'd be different if he picked her and he didn't know that she was out here sleeping around and doing drugs and being in all these places, whatever the case may be. And then he got into a relationship and she just surprised him with said information. He knew that going in. He chose her anyway. So that's why I feel like, again, you can be successful in career, sure. But relationship and leading a family, those are two totally different things. And I think Will is the type of person that would have enabled any woman to behave the way that Jada has behaved, because he picked her knowing the type of woman that she is. So that means that's what he's comfortable with. That's what, like, he wants to be a beta. He's a beta. That's just what it boils down to. His woman leads him. His woman dictates his decision making. Just like when he went on stage and slapped the shit out of Chris Watt. He was laughing at the joke before he went on stage and slapped him. Then he looked at her. She looked at him. Nah, I don't like that. Then all of a sudden, the smile left. Buttoned up his jacket, got up, went up there and slapped the shit out of him. That's not a decision he made. So again, I feel like Will is who he is, man. And he knew what he was signing up for. He's dealing with the consequences of that. And I think that speaks volumes as to the type of man he is, despite his success in business. And
I love his acting. I love his movies.
For sure.
But legend. I'm not following his family values though. Not following it.
Yeah. I say I got the same problem with Scottie Pippen. If we're gonna keep it real, I feel like Scottie Pippen ain't even a top 50 player no more with how he running his household. I ain't never seen nothing like that. He ain't even a top 50 player no more.
Are they still married?
Him and Larsa?
Yes.
No, they just filed for divorce, but after
what happened?
Man, Future had that man wife all flying on private jets, smashing his wife, rapping about smashing his wife while she had his last name. He taking her back, she leaving again. He taking her back, I mean, it was just embarrassing. How you a top 5 defender ever, and you can't even defend your own household? You can't even defend your own. That's why I say I gotta take him out of the top 50 players just on that aspect of him how running his household alone.
She done messed up his thing.
True. You go a little bit too far now, though, man.
Let this be a lesson. Your wife can mess your whole reputation up.
Absolutely.
So fellas, be aware.
But y'all running after that beauty and that booty.
That's a fact, bro. Your wife.
Oh, to go back on that subject though.
Reflection of you, bro. Like for real, like that's real. Like your woman is a direct reflection of you as a man, because you picked her, you groomed her, you molded her, you set the standard for how this household is gonna run. So if she out here acting a goddamn fool, that is a direct reflection of you as a man. That's just what it is.
And so that comment that was just made about, we pick beauty. Booty. All men don't pick booty. Most definitely myself. I go about, it's not just looks, it's brains. What do you bring to me? What can you add to my life? So when I married my wife, she was a smart woman, intelligent, organized, and get stuff done. We got married at 19 and she can get stuff done. When she was 19, she can get stuff done. So when I brought her on my team, she was like, I had all the confidence in the world in her. I can give her my whole paycheck and the bills would get paid, and I would worry about nothing.
Well, that's because you did it right. I was referring to the people who go after the beauty and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say all of y'all, but that's something obviously Scotty did do.
Can I ask you a question? I'm curious. Yes. Aren't women supposed to be beautiful though? Like, how come it has to be one or the other?
Genetics. It's not. It's not.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
No, it's not. No, it's no. Listen, no, it is not.
One man's trash, another man's trash. One man's trash, another man's trash.
One man's trash is still trash, no matter where you take that trash at.
Well, y'all just said that y'all like women to be natural. Let's be honest. Genetics have everything to do with it. So if it so happens that genetically you are not beautiful and you do those things to enhance because you don't have it, then that you're trying, like you said before, you're trying to compete. So if I'm trying to compete with 8s and 10s and I'm a 4, what else can I do other than maybe give me some extra lashes, get some hair, you know what I'm saying?
Stay away from those lashes.
Well, by who's
I don't wear them, but I'm saying that's what women
you better
are
have
doing.
some fire. I'm
But by whose standards are you a 4? That's what I'm saying. You may be a 4 to somebody else, but you may be a 10 to the next person.
Right.
So,
hey Tam, based off of the study that I conducted, this is the second study. A 4 to somebody is never a 10 to anybody else. Not in the history of humanity. I want to make that point clear. But I will say this: that most men, I don't think most men really want a 10. I think most men who need to feel validated in some area want that 10. Most men just want a decent woman who's pretty enough, who he can get aroused. He ain't ashamed. He ain't got to explain her when he takes her out to hate. Listen, hold on, let me explain who this is. So I met her. The lights were off. Like, we just don't want to have to explain the woman that we are with, right? So she doesn't have to be a 10, but she just has to carry herself well and be cute enough. Most guys, let's be honest, ladies, most women try to get the best looking man. Most men settle in a lot of cases, unless you have the options to get the type of woman that you want. So we're not trying to go after 9s. If we get them, then great. We just want somebody decent for most men.
You know what it is though, is that men are aware that the 10 is not really a 10. And I tell you how, because a lot of those 10s, once you get up, you start hitting them type of women, you realize very, very quickly that screws are missing, that insecurity is there, or that, you know what I'm saying, they are missing a lot of the key qualities that you want in a woman. They look pretty as hell, but they are hell to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So that 10 ain't really a 10, but you don't know it until you start being able to pull those women or having sex with those women. You will quickly realize, damn, I overrated.
You can tell that is one of the only issues I have with waiting until marriage to have sex, because there's a lot that you find out about a woman after you've had sex, and sometimes you run fast in the other direction. Imagine if you married.
You should not.
I disagree, King.
Listen, I heard that once you get married,
why would sex make you run?
She doesn't always because it unlocks that next level of crazy if it's there. I'm telling you, as a man, I'm telling you, it unlocks that next level of crazy, and you got to be able to decide whether or not you can deal with it.
King, I disagree with that though.
How you disagree?
I'm gonna tell you why I disagree with that, and because you don't have to have sex with a woman. You don't have to have sex with a woman to find out what her personality is. All you have to do is just watch. If you watch her interaction with her friends, watch her interaction with her family, just watch. A person will show you who they are. A wolf can only be a wolf in sheep clothing can only hide for so long. I think the problem with most of
I think sometimes
I think the problem with a lot of us is I think the problem with a lot of us is I'm sorry, go ahead.
I've met some
Go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't cut the cut off.
John. I've met some master disguisers. I'm telling you, it's
it's a little
so
different after
easy
you have
all
sex.
the
I'm not
time.
gonna even cap. It's a little different.
That good king to unlock a whole different beast in a woman that her family and friends didn't even know existed in her.
I'm glad Tam could keep it real. She's a woman. She telling you. You know what
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
They will bust windows with what's that little thing that you lock the steering
We're
wheel
too
with
grown
back
for
in the
that.
day?
We don't do that no more.
Hey man, I'm just saying.
The senses on the street disagree. Women are still doing this. I think that the real issue is once you get some of that coochie. For those who were in the comments who didn't quite hear what I just said, I said when you start getting that coochie, a lot of women use this as bargaining chips. So as soon as she throws this on you, her whole personality changes because now you kind of owe her something, right? Oh, somebody didn't hear it. I said when that coochie is given, it's used as a bargaining chip, and a lot of women, once she opens that door, it's almost like you owe something at that point. So it does change some stuff. And there were some things that you don't discover about a person until you've been intimate with them.
So I'm assuming everybody on this panel, I'm assuming all the men on this panel grew up with women, right?
For sure.
And I happen to be married to one as well, just for the record, yeah.
Okay. So, and I'm not sure if you come from a functional or dysfunctional family. Whatever you, but I'm pretty sure if you come from a functional family, you know what functional look like. If you come from dysfunctional, you know what dysfunction look like. So although if you can, I think King, what you are right on, if you do have sex, that is one way of determining that woman is crazy. But then it's also another way too, and it don't have to be sex. But I think sex is the most convenient and the most fun way to figure it out. And I think that's what we're agreeing to. What I'm saying though is if you study human beings and their nature and their mentality, you can see signs. If we look, I think what we do is we don't want to look.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that part.
Look, if you go around our family and just chill.
I don't act like that around my family.
No, I'm not talking about the person you courting. I'm talking look at her mama, look at her grandma, look at her aunties, look at her cousins. Look how they move, because they ain't performing for you.
There you
Watch
go.
how they move. Watch how they move.
He ain't lying. If her brother crazy, she probably crazy too.
Look, and
I come from a real
hold on, look. And if you go over there and it ain't no men there,
red flag. Big red.
Well, that's not fair because
that is not fair. That is not a good reflection.
No, that is a great representation.
That's a good point, actually.
Look, we just had a hey, to speak on that point.
Let me just say this. It's not true because, okay, yes, my dad will be there, but I came from 4 lines of men, and they're all of the men have passed, but the women have not. So the only one who survived is my dad, who will be there. But if it was been like 10, 15 years ago, you would have seen 4 men there in opposed to just 1. So it's not always about, the man's just not in the house anymore. They passed away.
Hold on. If it ain't no uncles.
All right, uncle. I mean, but that's assuming that they had a son.
If it ain't no,
so basically,
no neighbors, no deacons, pastors.
If it ain't no girl cousins,
you want to come to the family reunion?
If the girl cousins did,
hey, let me speak on it, please.
If it ain't no me, I'm telling you.
It's not. But it's
my grandmother just made 100, and so we had like a family reunion in LA, and so she has 13 kids. And so that means she has about 103 grandkids. So from all, you know, ages and walks of life and this is that and the other. And one of my aunties was like, ladies, y'all need to bring eligible black men into this family. She was like, I'm looking around and all the men are doing what they supposed to do. They all have wives. They all have a family. These young girls don't have no men. Y'all are all beautiful women. Why don't y'all have husbands? Y'all need to bring husbands into this, men into this family. Strong men. And I was looking around, I was like,
that's a challenge.
You ain't lying.
Dating somebody, you're not bringing that person around all your family. You're trying to vet
And
them.
that's how you know. And that's how you know.
So
Well, it's looked at differently for women because you just don't want to. Because then if that person, let's just say you date him for a year, and then there's another one, it kind of look bad after number 4.
And that's how you know. That's exactly how you know, because
and another one.
You're proving my point. You're proving my point every time you speak.
Yeah,
I'm
John.
joking. I
John,
don't take nobody in my house.
it's a good point when you think about it. Or you go and you see men, they all look weak and sad. They can't say nothing. You know, they ain't talking very much. You come to that, you feel
the
disappointed.
Kardashian
You got to go in a counseling mode. You don't know what's going on in their life. They seem all sad and like constipated and stuff. If you see that as well, that's also another bad sign.
Right. If you go by her house and she have a Kardashian household, where you notice that all the women in the family are the heads of the household, that's a red flag too.
Well, you know
what? There's a lot of red flags. There's a lot of red flags.
Well, you know what? I think once I think about it, when all the husbands, like for example, we had Thanksgiving dinner or something, they don't stay with the women. They go into a room and watch that game. They be in that little room talking with their food, watching some game that comes on Thanksgiving.
That represents a patriarchy in your house.
Can I ask you something?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Like I know a lot of people who the only time that they see their family is on holidays, and that's when everybody's dressed up. So you're not really in the vetting mode. It's just whatever you see. But do people really bring their people around their families still?
Yeah,
is that still a
not
thing?
in the beginning. Not when
not at the beginning. You got to be like almost Beyonce mode.
Yeah, no, you're not meeting. You're my mom, my dad when he was still alive. You're not meeting any until I bet.
So when I'm raising kids,
think that's wrong. I think that you should be bringing them immediately around.
You should.
The problem that they're gonna have with that,
look, because your family gonna judge you. Because look, if you start bringing too many niggas around, they're gonna start to judge you. Like, look, you need to get it together, and that's real. That's real. They're gonna be like, look, what the fuck is you doing out here?
You gotta
why you keep bringing boo boo the food?
You gotta have tough skin to be around my family. Some
right.
And there,
but you're setting them up. But the thing is that you're setting them up for success when you bring them around your family.
But listen,
they know what to expect.
If you don't even know where you stand with this person and you're still trying to figure out the compatibility, if y'all on the same page, want the same things, I'm not bringing you. And I just met you.
Look, the moment he slips his penis into you, you need to bring him around your family.
I agree with that, Billy.
Miss Tam,
to bring him around your family. The moment that his penis slides inside of your vagina, you need to be like, family.
Viewer discretion advised.
Alert!
We're talking about the first week when you meet somebody. I'm not.
No, he's just saying when you're dating somebody and you get to that intimate level.
When you start getting intimate with that person, you need to bring them around your family.
Ladies, that's not a bad idea. That might save you some time.
I was the baby mom.
And Miss Tam, I'm going to tell you when you spoke.
Look, that's going to let you know his intentions as well. How he reacts to your family. How he talks to your mother, how he talks to your father, how he talks to your sister.
Yeah.
If he's engaging, you got one. You got a good one. If he wants to engage with your family,
it ain't just that though. Because he might meet your family and be like, oh no, I can't do this.
Best behavior.
People love my family. My family.
I say you look, Ken. I say you might.
I'm a firm believer in that.
Ain't nothing for show in this life, but I'm saying that that's a good sign that if he gets around your family and he starts engaging with them, that's the opposite of a red flag. That's a green flag. That's an
But what if
on-go type
so
of
what
dude.
if he
You
just
need
put
to-
on for your family? Because sometimes people conform to who they think you
The
want
men will know.
because
The
they're
guys will
trying
know.
to impress your family.
The men in your family will know. Trust me, we know fake niggas when we get around them.
Daddies and their girls, when any man come around, they feel
I had my
nobody's
girl
good enough
daddy.
for
I
their
had my girl
daughter.
daddy on here like a couple weeks, past 2
Yeah,
weeks
we
or whatever.
remember.
And he will let you know that look, I fuck with Billy. He loved my daughter like I love my daughter. And that's all you want. Bring him around your daddy, and he will let you know if this is a man that you need to be with. Just like my daughter. I have a daughter.
Different,
I
though.
would want my daughter to bring her man to me first before they even get intimate.
I agree.
But listen,
That's
100. That's what I was trying to make.
Okay, listen, that's not everybody's circumstances. My father unfortunately passed away 1.5 years ago. So I can't bring anybody to my father. I don't have any grandparents.
I'll be your dad.
Uncle, he said uncles.
Don't play with me. And I live in a state where I don't have any uncles that live here. So where am I bringing this man to?
What church do you go to?
I was about to ask the deacons, the elders.
What church you go to? Do you know any men that's been married for 20, 30 years plus?
They don't live in the same city as me. I have these people in my
Okay,
life,
so but
family, but they're not in the same city where when you first meet a man and you're vetting him, that you can bring them around for them to get an assessment, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It has to be an intimate family gathering. And I'm not doing that when I'm still vetting you and trying to figure you out.
Right. My girl dad lives in North Texas, so I understand what you're saying. Like he live about 6 hours away.
Saying, I get that, but that's not everybody's circumstance. That's not my circumstance right now.
So here's what I recommend: create the environment. Like I tell people this all the time. If you don't have family, because I understand you, I don't have grandparents. My father passed away as well. But you have to create that environment. And so if that's friends, if that's colleagues, if that's family of other friends that you trust. Because sometimes your kin ain't really your kin. You got to make family as you get older. Have that circle of people that can vet, because it really does save you time. And I think women are terrible at picking men anyway. So it's good to have it's good to have men, strong men in your life, and they don't have to be a particular age, but they have to be a particular level of integrity and character. You got to keep progress in their life. Yeah,
men. I think men can see. I think men can see red flags a lot sooner than women can.
When you bring a man home, I'm out of curiosity because I wouldn't know because I'm not a man. As a father, when your daughter brings a man home, what does that vetting process look like from your end?
So I'm gonna answer that one first. My daughter, she's not bringing anybody home.
To bring.
No. What I'm saying, she's not. No, I'm trying to answer the question the way I'm answering the question, because she's not bringing anybody home. I'm active with her, looking for someone to date. I would not leave it up to my daughter to vet a man, to pick out a man that's worthy of dating, even courting her. So I think a lot of problem with young girls dating or courting, they want to take control of the process. No. You cannot let your young daughter take control of the process, because my 20-year-old daughter, who's 20 now, but she's still liking boys. She picked boys because they're cute, how tall they are and how cute they are. But that doesn't mean that person's gonna be a good husband. What determines what kind of husband is going to be, you have to now look at the parents. And so if you develop a relationship with the parents and see how the parents raise that child, now that's a vetting. You have to, now the vetting is almost obsolete.
John, can I ask a question on this?
Go ahead.
So you not you specifically, but in general, and I guess it's for everybody as well. Do we think that we should be encouraging our daughters at 20 to be dating and doing that in preparation for marriage, or not?
Yes.
My daughter, she knows that when she starts, she's never dated. She hasn't dated. She knows that we're looking for someone to court her.
Your
John,
daughter
do
had a
you
birthday.
realize
You
though
just
that
didn't
that's
know about it.
Yeah, so you see Miss
John?
Taken's
He
face.
don't know nothing
John,
about
You
his
should ask.
daughter real
You
life.
should ask her
He
Look,
had a
let me tell
birthday
y'all
You
something.
got
before.
somebody.
You just didn't meet him.
Yeah,
Let me tell y'all
John.
something.
At
I'm gonna
20
keep it
years
all the
old,
way funky. I'm gonna keep it all the way funky. My
All right,
whole
keep it
thing
funky,
is,
and I do these super chats when you get done.
all right, look, my job as a dad is to bring that pressure. And I know how dudes get down because I got down for about 25 years like that. So look, check this out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you, what is your intentions with my daughter? Number one. Number two, if you do not fulfill these intentions, whatever you've done to my daughter, I will do to you. Think about that. I'm crazy. I was in the Marine Corps for fucking from 05 to 09 during the real war. I was in Afghanistan and Iraq. You gonna get touched, little boy. I'm gonna spit in my hand like this. I'm gonna go. You ready? Whatever you did to my daughter, I'm gonna do to you. So please make up your mind.
But let me ask you something. To be fair, do we also ask our daughters what their intentions are with that man as well? Because a lot of times we don't hold our daughters as accountable as we do the men that they have in their life.
Let me
That's what I'm trying to speak on. That's what I was trying to speak on.
I will
That's
beat
what I was
my
trying to speak
daughter
on.
into oblivion if I catch a condom in her car or if I catch
Billy. Billy
Well,
and
I
John, my
think
question for you guys is: we
the
talking
opposite
about
happens when
you
a
mentioned
daughter goes and meets his family. You best believe that the women are going to be on it.
Oh,
On that end. The women are going to be on it because I know
Just
with my
like the
brother,
dude
we
with the
like
dude.
who, where, the women are going to be on it when the girlfriend comes to their house.
Exactly.
John, my question for you was: so you said your daughter's 20 years old. You have kind of an unusual situation, being as though you have such a firm grip on her dating life at 20. I don't know that that's going to be everybody's experience. How have you maintained that?
Well, let me answer. I don't.
We have to. I'm going to let you answer this question. I'm going to read the super chats, and they're going to get to the
Okay.
comments that just came in. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You can answer it, John.
No, I'll let you go first. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead. You go ahead.
I don't want to. No, he asked a question. Go ahead and answer.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't have a firm grip. I built a relationship with my daughter to where she trusts me. I didn't start when she was 15 trying to make these rules. I started when she was born, earning her trust, getting her to trust me, know that dad is here for you. So when you make a decision, when we make a decision, when we do something, I'm here to support you in doing that. So you can't wait till they're 15, 16 to 17, they're already boy crazy. You have to start when they're babies. Earn the trust, let her know that I'm here for you, whatever you want to do. When you buy your first car, I show how to buy the first car. When to do the oil change, how to do the oil change on it. I was there for every step of the way. So now when she gets married, when she's looking for a guy to court her, she's going to trust my decision making. I'm not making her do anything.
Got to do with her picking a man.
I'm just showing you different examples of how I gained her trust throughout the years. So when she started dating, so I know that my daughter hasn't had sex because she won't lie to me. She's telling me she hasn't had sex. She's telling me she hasn't. She doesn't drink. My daughter doesn't hang out. She doesn't go party. She doesn't go out and party. That's not the lifestyle that she wants. She wants to be a wife. She wants to be a housewife. So she's going to do those things to be a housewife. So when the guy that comes to me to marry her, she's going to trust me in that process because she's trusted me the first 20 years.
Gotcha. All right, let me answer do these super chats so we can get the two. We have two callers that came up. So rebellious videos, going to the gym versus already did that one. Let me take the star off. Okay, so Stephen Roden, thank you for all of the super stickers. Eugene Steele, Dr. Steele, keep in mind the real men have specific duties. Why was that so hard? Performing the duties takes productivity. John the Baptist, here you are. The work depends on the age of the man. Also, John the Baptist, including myself, I know at least 6 men in my circle that have been married 25 years plus and are great fathers. Yay. And then Jason, that's facts trill to whatever. I know I did these super late. I'm so sorry, y'all. It's super late, so we got to start summing this up, okay? That's why I can't read or talk. All right, yay, Michael, my best friend. Me and Michael go way back.
Michael was active in the chat, huh?
Me and Michael go way back. We used to talk shit about people in the chat.
Shantae, what's going on?
Nothing. How you doing?
Pretty good. Not,
give me a second, Michael. I don't want to be rude because 651 was here first, and then we're gonna go to you, and then we'll go to I can't read Mandrill. Sorry, I got my glasses on. I bought some though, y'all. Woo, woo. Look at that. They don't work. All right, so 651. Go ahead.
I don't know what I just got on. I don't know the topic. I'm just listening. Interesting conversation so far. So I'm just gonna listen.
Blessing us with your beauty, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, Michael, did you have anything to say?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I just want to say hi again, Shantae, and hi to everyone here in the panel. Thank you for bringing me on. I just want to take a few minutes to throw in my 2 cents, and then I'll hop off. So, one of the things I've been paying attention to was the whole discussion about when you introduce someone to meet your family. And I'll just speak on personal experience. Doesn't mean it's general information or anything, just personal experience. Personally, I think a lot of it has to do with how much a girl likes you. I remember one time I once dated one woman for quite a while, and it was a mistake at the end, but and I dated her for maybe 3-4 months, and for some reason she never wanted to introduce me to her family. On the flip side, I dated a couple of women where after the first date, they immediately wanted to introduce me to their family right away, a lot faster than I expected after the first date. So I've seen both sides of the coin. So, from my personal experience, I think it comes down to how much someone likes you. And also, I think the sooner you meet the other person's family, the less time you waste. Because at the end of the day, we're on this planet for a short period of time, and no one wants to have their time wasted. So that's all I want to say on that.
I agree. With them damn sound effects.
Agree with what?
Mandrill.
I don't know, but
Mandrill.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, this whole thing about introducing to the family, like, how long do you think you should wait to introduce your person you're interested in, to the family? How long do you think, Shantae?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, you ain't meet my family until I know.
How long is that going to take? Do you estimate?
I think that when he and I are both, we are both on the same page. We've had those conversations, and we are moving forward and serious. We have the same goal in a relationship. Then I wouldn't mind moving forward.
Okay, well.
But I can't just take anybody to my house. No.
I think I agree with that. You can't just take anyone to the house, and to me, 3 or 4 months might be too soon. But you know what I mean. But I say 6 to 8 months.
Yeah.
If you're not sure still after 6 or 8 months, then you need to break up. You're still unsure. I don't know what it is that's causing the doubt, but that's not going to work. 6 or 8. Yeah, that ain't going to work because you're never going to trust that person. You don't trust them in 6 or 8 months.
Well, I think it's whether you still have if you feel like this is progressing, because you can like somebody but not feel like that they're the person for you. So it's
what do you mean by progressing?
For example, if you're with somebody and you're with them for like 3, 4, 5, let's just say on that 5th month, he does something that you like, oh, I can't do that.
Yeah, but what is progressing? I mean, because you're just dating. Because here's my thing: unless I'm married, where are we going? What are you talking about? I'm not going to buy a house and put you in it. You're not my wife.
Right. I know.
I'm not going to buy you a car.
What I mean by progressing is we can, for example, if my goal is to get married and I've spoken to him and his goal is to get married and my goal is to marry him and his is to marry me one day. Like we have the same similar feelings for each other. And we see each other in our future. So then we can go to the, I don't mind taking you home.
Okay. So once you have that agreement with each other, that
absolutely,
shouldn't you get that understanding in the beginning?
Yeah, but you can say, like, if I go on a first date, I can say, what are your intentions? But just because your intention is to get married doesn't mean your intention is to get married to me. You have to get to know me a little bit better.
Or definitely,
and we spend time with each other. And if we start to, spend time with each other, we're enjoying each other's company. One thing, you're just enjoying this person. You feel like this is my guy, this is my girl, and it gets to that point and you want to move forward.
And I think men move or boys move differently than girls too, because I never met any girlfriend or whoever my son was dealing with until it was the one that he married. That was the only girl he ever brought home, ever. And he's 22 and he got married when he was 21. So he never brought anybody home. And I asked him why. He was like, because I would never bring anyone home to introduce you guys to when I know I'm not serious with them.
That's the same way I am.
That communicates though. Men know when it's something serious. Men can tell. And that's why I think it's good for women to leverage the men in their life, because we see way quicker than women do.
Yeah, because I've had that conversation with my mother and my sister. It's like, well, my mother asked me, like, yeah, do you date? I'm like, yeah, I date. How come I never met any of them? Like, they're not worth bringing around you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so she's like, yeah. Like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I hadn't met anyone you dated for a long time. So, yeah. Is it that hard? Yes.
But my daughter, on the other hand, whoever she liked, she knew that she needed to bring home. Mm-hmm. For us to meet, and then we would give her the rundown. Like, her father, like, didn't play. She always giving her the pep talk, like, listen, my father, he's like this, I'm just preparing you or whatever. And then, after they leave, we'll talk and I'll say certain things that I see her dad to say certain things that he saw or whatever, like, oh, this is a bum, just different things like that. Like, oh, he's talking too much, gifted jab, trying to build himself up. Is something that he, just little things like that I know as a woman, I wouldn't necessarily pick up. I'm like, no, he's just being nice, And my husband's like, nah, did you hear when he said blah, blah? And I'm like, oh, I didn't look at it like that.
And see, the thing is, Sir Hill said something earlier tonight that is absolutely true. Mm-hmm. That is, women are terrible at picking men. Mm-hmm. Like, my sister lives in New York, and she calls me and asks me questions about the guys she dates. And when I go to New York, she makes sure if she's been dating him a while, she makes sure I meets the guy and talk to him and everything, because she knows that, hey, I can make a mistake here. And yeah, Sir Hill was right. Women are terrible at picking men. Mm-hmm. And so that's why they have to move differently. I understand why your daughter would bring more people she's dating around her parents, and for if any other reason, just so she doesn't waste time. Mm-hmm.
Sometimes she still did. Like, what about women are may be terrible pickers of men, but they also are terrible listeners too.
Yeah, some of you can be horrible listeners.
Listen, breaking news: a woman just admitted this on national television.
Right, and here's the thing:
it's 2:46 Eastern time. She's tired.
Right. And here's the thing: I've learned that since being on this YouTube space, I didn't know that it was so many of you like that. Like, I'll say something on a broadcast because I do it. I'm on Black Man Unfiltered Network, right? And I'll say something either on my show or one of his shows, and then y'all see in the chat women ask questions. I'm like, how did you get that out of what I said? I said, look, the grass is green. You said that water was dry.
That's because we're overthinkers.
I'm like, what?
We'll make something up.
Yeah.
Hey, that's
why? But the thing is, why? If you know you're doing it, why? Tim,
because she's overthinking that she's overthinking.
But you know what? That's one of my flaws. I'm an overthinker. Like, I will overthink the shit out of something.
Okay, if you overthink,
but I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it, and I know that I do it. So when I find myself in moments when I've been in relationships, I'm like, wait a minute, we got to reel this back in. You thinking way too deep into this. So it's about knowing. You got to be self-aware.
So Tim. So do you think, so I heard you mention earlier about your childhood. I'm not trying to dig into your business. I'm not trying to go that deep. But do you think they reflect part of back to your childhood too as well, though? Because That's kind of what I was speaking to earlier, though.
In what ways though?
Because a lot of times when you go, like I said, if you go to a dysfunctional family or a functional family, you have residue left over from your family, that issue that you deal with. Sometimes you come out healthy from a healthy family, and sometimes you come out dysfunctional from an unhealthy family. So that's what I'm speaking to.
I think you have to, at some point, you have to realize the problem when you're the problem. So like we were talking on early, a lot of the times you may not know that something that you're doing is toxic until you are exposed to a different type of family dynamics. And you're like, wait a minute, y'all, like Trill said, y'all sit at the table and eat dinner together as a family, but to you that wasn't how you were raised, so you don't necessarily equate the two together. Like, man, my childhood was a lot different than somebody else's. But yeah, I definitely think different things that you're exposed to in a negative way as a child, it does play a huge part in how you move throughout your adult life. But you have to identify that there is an issue with certain traumas that you dealt with in your childhood, and you have to figure out a way to correct that so you can move accordingly in the future, so you're not bringing that into relationships, into friendships, and you're bringing that chaos and that dysfunction into that relationship, and then you're wondering why it's not working out. Like, you guys,
I agree.
Can we give Tam a hand clap?
Let's give because Tam, you said something profound tonight. This is a woman saying that sometimes you have to know when you are the problem.
You do.
Amen.
You do.
This panel has been on fire. This panel has been on fire all night long. That's what I enjoy about the conversation, because
I am shocked.
They're not. No one is delusional. Everyone is accepting the reality of life.
Wait. Let's not move too fast. Right? Let's not say that.
Keep it in perspective, man. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, some of the stuff I heard tonight, and I think 2 weeks ago I caught it. Some of the stuff I heard, I was like, they're good. You're on fire tonight, ladies. I give you that.
Yeah. I'm recognizing the conversation tonight has been wonderful, though. It's been great.
It has. This has been really a breath of fresh air.
We appreciate you guys.
You all three of you. You've been really.
It might just be tired.
Mistaken, especially you.
A little bit.
All of you. Yeah. Hats off to you.
Well, we are. Oh, Black Man, come on up. Do you have anything you want to say?
I'm out, Parental. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you, John.
Good night, John. Thanks for all of your chat. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Thanks for all the information you guys put out tonight too. Thank you.
No problem. Did you have anything that you wanted to say? Go ahead.
Absolutely. Good evening. So, I was minding my business, about to get some Z's, and somebody said there are 3 Black women on a platform talking marvelous and miraculous things tonight about accepting responsibility and accountability. And I said, hell no, with that sleep, I can't miss this miracle. Let me log in now. And so I had to come on over. So I said the Three Stooges was working it out, and so I wanted to get on the platform and see what everything was about. So I got the last little bit of what y'all was talking. I think I want to join this church. Who's the pastor? Because y'all did a wonderful job tonight, and I'm glad to be here. Listen, if y'all about to shut it down, I missed it, but I'm definitely coming back to this church. So y'all go ahead. I'm just listening. I want to bask in the air of Black women that just accept responsibility. Can I get that hum again, Sir Hill? That's my brother from another mother.
Y'all are hilarious.
It's too late.
Hallelujah. Hey, listen.
Hey, Black Man showed up and completed the trifecta. Sir Hill speaks, Black Man Unfiltered, and Mandrill.
These my brothers right here. I love y'all, man.
He completed the trifecta.
But I think you guys did a excellent job, especially when I came up when Miss Taken was talking. Ooh. Yeah, I said, something going on real nice over on this side of town. I gotta come join this church.
Thinking Man was up here earlier. Thinking Man, Black Man, Thinking Man's podcast. He was up here earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
As a woman, can I point something out? What may be the difference is the men. We had talked about before that depending on the type of man that you are, women are going to operate a certain way. And so sometimes if you have a combative man, it's only natural that a lot of times you match that energy. And so, you know, I think everybody was kind of on the same page in terms of not respecting everybody's opinion and allowing each other to speak and get their voice across and then move forward. So I think that was the big difference. So thank you for all the guys.
I'm not a combative person. It gives me palpitations, so I prefer not to, you know.
You get nice nasty though.
That's the part I was talking about the delusion. Let's not.
I can't throw a nasty comment under with a smile. But
I've seen that. I've seen that from you, Shantae. So
I'm not gonna argue. Listen, y'all don't even understand.
Well, I just seen Shantae take some shots now.
I don't even like to argue. It really does take my spirit. Like I was telling JR today, look, I cannot stand it because I get anxiety. Like I'm not a good, debater, like an arguer. Like I'm just not. It's not good at it. So thank y'all for being so good.
So question, what do you do when, say, you and your guy have a disagreement? You know what I mean? Like, do you acquiesce to what he's saying, or do you try to get him to understand that he's wrong if you think he's wrong, and you should go in the direction that you suggest?
You really want my method?
Say acquiesce.
Y'all really want to know my method?
Yeah, I love
say acquiesce one more time, Mandra.
Listen,
acquiesce.
So
there you go.
I went from
love it.
Emotional, like, I'm crying and I just wasn't getting across to it. I was like, I'm going to try something different. So now when I need my way, if he's sitting on the couch, I just rub him on his leg. Hey,
when baby. I need my way.
Right. But that's when the jig's up then. Like I wouldn't know immediately.
I want you to hear
right.
what Shantae just said.
When I want
my way.
When I want my way, I'm gonna
rub his back, make him feel real good.
There you go. Soften us up. That's what she does.
No need to argue. Just have a conversation.
But you're right. That is the key.
That's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it.
Maybe you seem a little tense.
As a woman, when you know your man, you know the ways you can go about things to kind of get your way because your man. So.
But the thing is, like, for guys like me, what throws women off is, like, I have a very intense disposition, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of women look at me, they approach me. When I show up on panels, everyone makes this face like Darth Vader just showed up, right? So, but the thing is, I'm intense. But if I'm in a relationship, if that woman is a feminine woman, naturally I soften up around femininity. And so that's what I learned from this YouTube stuff. One of the things that guys have said is true: masculinity softens up around femininity. It does, because I didn't think it was true until I saw it with my own two eyes. I was like, "What the hell happened there?" Like, it took me off guard, and that was my honest reaction. What the heck? What? No, that's not supposed to happen, but it does. And so, even with the hardest guy, he will soften up around you if you're a feminine woman. And that kind of what Shantae does, it has a tendency to work. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, ladies, try being soft sometimes. No, I don't need to be soft. Yep, that's why you're getting the results you're getting. I'm going to completely ignore you. I need you to go to the store. Do you? Why? Or whether, like, if it's one of you ladies and you just, hey, could you do me a favor? What's up? Could you go to the store for me and get the X, Y, and Z for me? All right. I grab my keys and I go. I'm not going to mess with you. I mean, it's just, why don't you guys teach a class on this? Here's why I say that, because I keep my eye on the dustosphere, right? And so I got a lot of guys saying, hey, a woman needs to be feminine. Fellas, don't accept a woman who's not feminine and who don't cooperate. Cooperation, or no, what do they call it? Submission. That's what it is, right, black man?
Mm-hmm.
Don't accept a woman who don't submit to a man. She should submit. You hear this word submit all the time. I'm like, is anyone telling these guys how to get submission out of their women? And so I kept watching. No one's saying anything. So Wednesday night, for the first time, I actually told guys, I had a whole show on it. I told guys how to get submission from their ladies, right? And I told him at the end, I said, I task you fellas, find a woman to disagree with what I just said.
But some things you can't teach, like what Shantae just said. When she wants to have her way, she go in there. Hi, baby. You look a little tense. Oh.
Well, that's
first
because
you just look like, what? What are you up to?
Listen, I told you that had to work for me because arguing, I can't. It just doesn't. It doesn't work for me. So
but you can't teach that though. You can't teach that. You can't. It's unteachable. You can't teach that.
And then, like guys like me, I'll be like, you're up to something. What do you need?
No, I'm not, Mandra. I just love you so much.
You see what I'm saying, right? I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop.
That's what she's gonna say. Yeah.
Because look, if you approach a guy like that, he knows that you want something. He's just waiting for you to ask. He's gonna do it, and that's what. If he gets frustrated about anything, that's what it is. Because of the way you approached him, he knows he's gonna do it.
And it's a win-win.
You're right. He knows
because he's gonna milk
do
that thing for all it's worth and get whatever he want out of it. Then she's gonna get what she want in return too. It's a win-win.
Right. And like I said, no, you guys do need to teach something when it comes about femininity. Like I told guys, this is how you get submission out of a woman. You're only gonna get submission out of a woman who wants to submit or who is willing to submit. She ain't willing to submit.
Agreed.
She's not gonna change. If you want a woman with submission, leave it alone. Leave her where she is. It's not gonna happen. Not worth trying to change it because she's not going to.
Can I ask y'all a question as men?
Yeah.
So I know I've had a conversation before, like me and Shantae, we had spoke about, submitting or whatever. And I have conversations with my husband. So I actually asked him because I know that that's been a big thing, like, in these conversations about women being submissive. And so I actually asked him, and I think that's different maybe for man, depending on who you with, because I asked him about that. He said he does not want a submissive woman. He's had one. He's experienced that. He said, I prefer a cooperative woman.
Well, that's what submission is.
That is, yeah. Submission.
That's all it is. It's cooperation.
Okay. Well, so I guess the difference is a play on word, because for me, that mindset to me is totally different than submission. When you look at the two definitions, they are a little different. So I'm looking at that, and I think I can definitely be or am more of a cooperative person than I am a submissive person, because I do look at those things from my understanding, especially when guys are talking about it,
right? In two different
submissive,
fashions.
They explain it as whatever I say, go. I don't necessarily need your.
No, wrong. I'm just wrong answer.
I'm telling you from what I've heard from other guys.
I've heard
they don't present it in a way that I think most women would feel comfortable doing that, because no one wants to not feel heard or not feel value, or what they have to add matters. And a lot of men who are on that mindset, they think submissive mean I'm the head of the household, whatever I say goes, and that's it. So when I asked him, he said, no, I would value. He's like, I don't mind running things through you too, because two heads are better than one. Right. But I do want you to be cooperative when it gets to the point when I say, all right, we're going to move, sometimes it's not time for you to discuss this with me. Sometimes, like, you may not know, but I see something and you inquisitive all the time. I've actually might say, well, why? Because that's just the person I am. I like to know stuff. Right. He's like, and sometimes I may not be in a position where I can answer you right then and there. I just need you to move when I say move.
Right. And here's the thing.
That's right. The thing. And so I was like, oh, okay. So I understood that. He's like, cooperative is more of the mindset that we are working together.
Yeah. Here's the thing. The reason why is because most of these guys, 99% of them, don't know what submission is either. When you're talking about submission in the context of a relationship or a marriage, it does not mean being subservient to someone. Mm-hmm. No, it simply means cooperation. Who the hell wants a subservient woman anyway? That's boring. It doesn't serve you any purpose. She's no good to you. She just does whatever you tell her to do.
Let me tell you something, bro. I mean, big bro.
What's up?
You're offending a large group of women that's been married for 60 years, 50 years, 40 years. Even our parents. You know what I'm saying? My mom's been married for 39. I mean, they grew up a little different, right? So
They
my
did, but they were
mother,
subservient.
my mother has been married. My mother and father has been married for 39 years. My grandmother and my grandfather 63 years. My aunt 40 years. So when in those relationships, I saw my grandfather be served by my grandmother. I saw my grandfather work and give
That's not
everything.
being subservient.
No, but what let me get to the point. So when I seen my grandfather be served, I seen my grandfather send all this money to my grandmother. I seen my grandmother put that money away. I seen my grandfather delegate. I seen my grandmother bring things to my grandfather. My grandfather would delegate those things. And so in that sense, back in the day, the women, it was just a known thing. He's going to be, he's my leader.
Yes.
I'm going to follow him.
That's still true.
And if he asks me something, I'll tell him. But if he doesn't, if he makes a decision, then he makes a decision. I'm not, it is what it is.
That's still true. All of that's still true.
Right.
Like you said, your grandfather used to work somewhere else, but send all the money except for like,
He was on a pipeline. He sent all the money, but $10 to my grandmother.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what these clowns on YouTube are talking about ain't that. They would not send the woman the money. They send her just enough to survive on, and he keep all the rest of it. That's the kind of stuff these jokers on YouTube talk about.
A comment right now.
What world does that work?
A comment just now said, I don't want you working with me. I want you working for me. And that's what I'm saying in terms of the mindset. When women hear that, it doesn't sound like even they say, we're not in a partnership. I'm the head. There is no partnership.
No, it's more so.
It's like what Black Man said. Give me 1 second. 651. Yeah, the man is the head of the household. And yes, ultimately what he says goes. His word is the final say. But that only counts for people who are qualified to do that. If you're not competent enough, like, again, you should watch that program. I broke this down. I told you I'm going to be called blue-pilled and simp all over the place. No, you have to be humble enough to value that woman's information, insight, and trust her. You know what I'm saying? You have to run that stuff through your wife because she's married to you too, right? The two of you are married to each other, which means she's in this too. Yeah, you got to run this through her. Hey, this is what I'm, at least to bring up the speed. Hey, this is what I'm doing. We're going to do this, and here's why we're doing it. You know what I'm saying? She needs to know everything you know. Because what happens, you get down sick, and she doesn't, and you expect her to do something. You need something taken care of, but she doesn't know about it. You see what I'm saying? You're setting yourself up for failure for thinking with that bullshit.
But sometimes,
Pardon my French.
But again, Mandrell, sometimes in those situations, I've seen my grandfather make decisions without telling my grandmother because the decision had to be made.
Yeah, sometimes
right?
as head of the household, you have to do that.
Right. Sometimes
but after the fact, you tell her, listen, I did X, Y, and Z because of this, that, and the other. You at least bring her up to speed on what you did.
Yeah, I just don't see a dude not. I just don't see men not doing that. I mean, if they not,
they don't. Listen, let's be real. The pick and pull, the pool is slim pickings for women too. Let's be real. Tough. Listen to these retarded jokers on YouTube, man. Stop playing with me, black man. I know you want the fellas to be better, but they're not. These jokers dumb.
Some of them, not all.
Most of them. Listen, from what I'm watching, come on, bro.
Okay, so but we're watching both sides, and so maybe all the dumb ones, all the dumb dudes need to get with dumb chicks, and all of them need to get married.
I'm just saying, maybe they do.
Yeah,
and wish them luck.
Yep. They all get their own. They got their own. They're gonna get their own YouTube channel. Dumb and dumb.
It's a sad state of affairs out here, man. It really is. I mean, that's what inspired me to do the episode Wednesday. It's a sad state of affairs, man.
But nobody's teaching, bro. Like right now, these three ladies right here, these three beautiful black women right here need to have a class.
That's what I told you.
And when they have a class, this is where it starts. It starts with women that understand we are not perfect beings, because you have women out here on platforms that say women are perfect, niggas ain't nothing, right?
Yeah, and you can't bring that negative emotions, lady, into your new relationship.
When you have women that say we are the problem sometimes, we are this. Now, women understand this. This is the thing I don't get. When women are standing together for the sisterhood, but as soon as somebody in the sisterhood say, but men need us to, that we're wrong too. Oh, they coming for you. Oh, they coming.
The chat has been pretty good when we stated that sometimes we're wrong. I think the chat agreed.
Yeah. I'm talking about the women. I'm talking when they see you agreeing with men agreeing with you.
Yeah, women come for you.
The sisterhood don't like that.
Women come for other women.
I think mature women can respect our stance on that, but I mean, we have to look at who is our target audience. We're in a different age range. So of course somebody that's in their 20s that's in the chat is probably not necessarily going to agree with what we're saying when we're saying women are the problem sometimes. But I think a woman who knows herself and is mature and can understand that sometimes you are the problem, how can you disagree with that?
Absolutely.
That's
accountability.
And
Even the women in the 20s need to do it now, though. Even the women in the 20s need this class. You know why? Because they're out there throwing their vagina from the free throw line. Everybody getting it once, and watch this. And then when they whole 20s, they riding and throwing it back, looking back at it. And then when they get in their mid 30s and 35 come, the men that wanted them at 20 no longer want them. But the men that are 35 now want the 20-year-old women. And then when they hit the wall, then they hit a wall. Then they hit a wall. And then when they hit that wall and say, damn, I missed, I don't have any kids. Damn, I should have married Daryl when I was 25. Now she's on YouTube saying, I hate niggas. Niggas ain't nothing. Right? Because she had an opportunity to marry. We talked about that tonight. Women that say we're strong black women. Those women that say, Sanaa Lathan, one of the most beautiful, fine black women ever to grace the screen. Hair double stop.
Slow down.
Anyway, let me slow down. Here we go. So anyway, she did an interview and she said, now that she's damn near 50, I want a husband. I want kids. I can't believe I didn't marry when I was in my 20s and my 30s. And now she's 49 years old. No husband. Diane Carroll, beautiful actor from back in the day. She died when she was 89. She said, in my 20s and my 30s, I played the game because I was one of the most beautiful women in Hollywood. So I was with this man. She said, but when I die, who's going to be standing by my bed? I have no children. I have no husband. I have no family. I didn't create a legacy. And she died 6 months after the interview with just the nurse and the doctor there.
And the thing is, but man, like the only time we've ever had problems really out of women is when we hold women accountable. Like we do that now. Like I've been hard on the fellas this week, but we do hold women feet to the fire. Because there's a lot of issues right there on y'all side too. Like there's blood on both people's hands, male and female. Blood on both our hands.
Yeah.
It seems like women just don't want to accept the fact that they are a part of the problem. And it's hard just to get through to them on that alone, which is in the very front of it. Forget all the nuance that coming in after you get through the gate. It's hard to get just through the gate with a lot of these women.
Yeah,
hey, ladies, you do know that you're wrong for some of this, right? No, I'm not. Yeah, you have to be. Stop playing.
I got a question, and it's going to jump the subject. And if you got to leave, just leave. But I wanted to ask this question. You know that I just want y'all's opinion on it. And I don't want it to be a long opinion. I want it to be a 5-minute opinion because I'm sleeping.
Oh, okay.
So I saw in the Lapeef group chat that women are going to be able to sue men for impregnating. Did y'all see that? Impregnating them? Did y'all see that? The article?
What? So what now?
I didn't see that article.
So hypothetically speaking, if it's the truth, because I tried to look for the legitimacy of it. Somebody posted basically in Ohio, there is like a pending thing where if you get pregnant by a man that you weren't trying to get pregnant by. Did y'all not see that? God, why can't I pull it up?
So can we sue them as well if they get pregnant and well, not but men don't want to.
There was a reversal to it. I don't know what the reversal was to it.
Why would you want to do that? Wait, why would you want to do that?
Why would I want to do that?
How do you sue someone for getting you pregnant? Like,
oh, you saying the women? Yeah.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I got it pulled up right here. It says bill will allow women. This is in Ohio. This was published July the 10th. So this was 6 days ago. It says that the bill will allow women to sue someone for getting her pregnant against her will. Now, okay. It says
against her will. She laying down like we laying down.
So that's if she gets raped.
No.
Against her will.
No. The pregnancy against her will, not the sex. So I guess if they're having sex, she want his pullout game got to be Hercules.
Then make him wear a condom and you wear. You take birth control.
Exactly. It
I was
says
just giving y'all a heads up on what I seen in these streets. So.
I ain't in the streets, so I ain't worried about it. But
Don't
that's
climb up
crazy.
in there in Ohio.
Is this supposed to be a pushback from the abortion?
It is.
Yep,
It
that's
is.
exactly what it
And
is.
that's what it says here. It says where they propose this bill following the Supreme Court's recent decision to repeal Roe v. Wade.
You're
So
making it
it
worse.
is.
You're making this whole dating situation worse by doing stuff like that.
Yeah, I think they're trying to make this a very uncomfortable. They're really trying to say y'all need to stop it so much.
You know how many women gonna use
And
this
they
as a
putting all
money
these
grab?
punishments.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Another
We
incentive.
do it in Ohio.
Seriously, man.
More incentive, exactly.
Wait, well,
Yeah,
who was?
it says any person may bring a civil action lawsuit against another person who either causes the person to have an unintended pregnancy.
Yeah, but black man,
Regardless of the circumstances, women would be able to, if impregnated by a man, sue him for not protecting himself during sex.
But who still lives in Ohio? If I lived there, I'd leave.
But you know what though?
I'd be
Andrea,
out.
But you know what though?
I think logic would agree with this.
Yeah, even in Michigan, in the state of Michigan, that law where a woman can just pick the baby daddy. Right? Did you guys know that, ladies?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, in Michigan, if say for instance, Miss Taken, you got pregnant, and you got pregnant by a dude that looked like he worked for Toys R Us, and you say, you know what, I don't want him. I want Mandrell to be my baby daddy. And when you had a baby, they ask you who's the daddy, and you say, oh, Mandrell. They'll put Mandrell on the birth certificate.
But let me just say
Mandrell
this.
don't get to say so.
No,
I
yeah.
don't.
So basically, what
Will
happens
you
is
test this to see if there's paternity?
No, they don't. There's no
They
requirement.
didn't, their state didn't do paternity. But let me just say this: they weren't picking the. Oh, I don't want to talk about people. Oh,
talk about
it. Yeah, talk about it.
The men that I feel like those men were victims. Because I'm thinking to myself, why would they choose those men? If you could pick anybody, I'm going big. I'll go home.
Right, absolutely.
But here's the thing: there are guys like Tim. There are
Something
guys.
wrong with you, Shantae.
Hold on, ladies. There are guys paying child support for
It
kids.
was like so crazy this going on. It was like victims. They chose men that they can sit. These guys who were helpless. And I'm thinking that was just crazy. But I think that's something like they couldn't get the
government assistance
benefit, the assistance without a name. And so they just start picking people's names.
Yeah, there are guys paying child support for children, and then they really had sex with the woman.
Yep.
What state is that?
I was like, he didn't even know the chick.
What state is
Guys,
that?
thank you. I'm just saying bye.
Mandrell.
Guys, next
night,
time.
That's crazy. Yeah, I saw that Michigan law. They're in the process of trying to correct it. But unfortunately, those men, their lives have, they had to go through litigation.
Men are still paying child support. Even after the court did the maternity, the test or whatever, they're still paying child support till they find the father. How is that okay?
Nah, yeah, that's not okay at all.
That's not okay. So, but they did a roundup. Yeah, they did a roundup in what was that, Baltimore? They did a child support roundup where they gave free NFL tickets out to men, and they sent it out in the mail. And the men showed up to get their NFL season tickets. And when they got up, they said, "Hi, is your name Mandrell?" "Yeah, Mandrell Thompson." "Absolutely." "Oh, good. Come on over. We got your tickets." And they had cheerleaders out there and everything. And when they pulled them over to the side, they say, "Sir, you're behind on your child support $20,000." And they put the handcuffs on him and threw him in the van. And they had a van full of them just going in and out of there all day. They arrested over 200, 300 men for child support.
We have to definitely have a it's kind of late tonight, but we definitely have to have a show on that, because that's if that law goes, because it's a bill now, it's not a law, it's right.
Yeah,
it's like
it's a bill, right.
So,
it has to pass the House.
If that were to go into place, that's one more thing that
incentive.
Men have to protect themselves against, and that's horrible. Because my question would be, so if he impregnates you, let's just say you get pregnant, who's to say he's the one who did it? You know what I'm saying? She could just pick a guy and say, oh, he had sex with me and now I'm pregnant, so the baby doesn't even have to be carried out. I wonder what the stipulations are.
Now she can get government assistance, government housing, food stamps, alimony if they're married, not alimony, child support, and she can civil sue him and take half his stuff.
I don't think she get child support. I just
Yeah,
think that
I think that it was a
it's just
stipulation. It was
for
like $5,000. It wasn't like she was gonna be ripping the bank, but it's any suing on any amount of money is still absurd.
Exactly.
In a
So what would you
situation,
call it if it's not child support? Like,
no.
is it?
I think the
no,
bill
he
is
does
for.
get child support if she has a child. It's
Yeah,
called
she gonna get child support from somebody. Somebody gonna pay the bill. Somebody gonna
Yeah,
pay.
but it's not going to be the guy that's named that's on the birth certificate that's not his baby. I think they just need the name. They need someone named on the birth certificate so she can get public assistance.
Oh, that's the
But does it?
Michigan law.
Oh no,
That's
no,
the
they
Michigan
go
law.
after that guy. They go after that guy and make him pay child support.
No, they're gonna do a DNA test. You can't make somebody pay child
Yes,
support.
Hey, listen,
Michigan does.
You cannot make.
I know they're about to
It
close.
may be different in different states because I explained my story before. When I
So you
initially had
so
my son, I was in college, and so I applied for social services, and they automatically put the father on child support as soon as you apply.
Yep.
So you don't even have to
That's how it is in California too. If you sign that birth certificate, you sign up for child support in California.
When that lady mentioned that
you
guy's
gotta take
name,
a DNA test.
you gotta go watch. Hold on, watch this. I'm finna tell her. In Michigan,
I
the lady the man took the maternity test and found out the baby was not his. He went to court. The judge says, okay, you got away with this. However, this child still needs to be taken care of. We will work on taking the child support off of you, but until we find significant financial support for this child, you're going to pay it.
That's crazy. Yeah, that
That's
was definitely
insane,
the
bro.
Michigan.
Question: did them guys volunteer and sign the birth certificate?
No, she did it on her own.
She put their names on there.
Don't worry.
Yeah, Michigan's
Dude, I'll
law
send it to you,
was-
bro.
This is true.
I'll send it
This
to
is
you.
true. This is
I'll
true.
send it to you.
Like I said,
Michigan-
there are guys paying child support for babies. They don't even know the woman.
Wait. Hold on.
This is just Michigan.
Yeah. Let me get an understanding. So let's say a woman, get pregnant, right?
Mm-hmm.
She don't know who the daddy is. So she finds somebody's name in her high school yearbook. Put that person's name on the birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
They come after me.
They come after him.
Hey, they gonna put me on. Ain't no way in hell.
Yeah,
It got
that's
me forward.
listen, it's outdated. They are changing the law. I think they either already changed it or they were this happened a couple of years ago. I think in 2011, but it went on to like 17, 18. But unfortunately, that did happen to a lot of men during that time frame because that law was in place.
I thought. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so that law was in place. So they're absolutely correct. This was going on.
I thought when the guy signed the birth certificate,
that's in every other state except for Michigan. Michigan did not have that.
Okay, you sign the birth certificate and you think the child is yours, and then you find out later that the child is not yours. In the state of Florida, let's say I sign a birth certificate saying this child mine, and then I find out later that the child isn't mine. Yes, they're gonna still keep charging me child support until the baby is 18, or if they can find the biological father. That has happened.
Now
but
the dude
the
was on the news. The dude's on the news. He said, "Today is gonna be my first time even seeing this child, even knowing about him." He said, "I've never seen this woman before in my life, and I never touched her. I don't even know her."
Ain't no way.
Let me just say, because I did have an opportunity to look at.
Never met the woman.
When the Michigan one came out, I did go and try to look at as many states as I possibly can, and for the most part, the man does have to be present ID to get the birth certificate. Michigan was different, absolutely, but for most states, he does have to be present, and then because I'm talking to the fathers who want to be in their child's life. You got to understand that in some states, not only do you have to sign a birth certificate, but then you have to petition the court for paternity. Okay, that's if you're trying to be involved in your child's life. Okay, Michigan's on some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who baby mama made them rules, but it was definitely some BS, and I did read up on that. I saw the story.
Well, that's thing. Learn something new.
Yeah, man.
Well,
All right, y'all, we gotta sum this thing up.
Can I say this one last thing to 651? Because his mind is blown right now, so I want to blow his head off, the whole top of his head off with this one. In Texas, a guy got arrested and put in jail for overpaying his child support.
Yeah, that happened in Florida. Yeah. That happened in Florida. And
How
we
do you
do
go
that
to
in
jail
Florida.
for over?
The man paid over his child support and they locked him up.
Why?
That'll happen. No, because one guy was trying to be funny, and I got it. I have
the
seen
judge
that
say,
before.
"Oh, you trying to be funny by paying up your child support and paying all your arrears off? You trying to be funny so she won't get an increase? Oh, okay. Contempt of court, lock him up."
Yeah, it was more so that. Yeah, I have seen that before.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean?
Wait, I don't get it. Can you explain that again? He
The
overpaid.
judge thought he was trying to be slick. And
Yeah,
so,
trying to be. Yeah, it was more so contempt of court. Like if they tell you in the state of Florida, they tell you got to pay a certain amount, you have to pay a certain amount. Now you can give her more, but if you're trying to like give her more through the child support system, yes, they're gonna call it contempt of court or whatever. So if let's say my child support is like $500 a week, I got to give her $500 a week. But if I want to give her more money, I can't go through the court. I just got to give it to her under the table. You know, it's like.
you know what that kind of reminds me of? Remember back in the day, I don't know if y'all used to play games like this, but I was told that if you get a speeding ticket, I promise this was in the 90s, so it could definitely be a rumor, I don't know. But I was always told if you get a speeding ticket and you mail the money in, you always pay $5 over, because then it's like they can't, it's overpaid, so it keeps this in a lingering process, so it doesn't go to your insurance and add them points onto it. Have y'all heard that before?
Oh, I know.
No, but
that's what it sounds like that happened here, that he overpaid, which made this this process happen because it makes it more complicated.
Right.
And
because the one in Texas, he was paying $500 a week. What he did was he went to the judge and said, "Hey, it's $500 a week. I just got this lump sum of money. Here go 15 grand. 15 grand." The judge said, "Oh, you trying to be fun? Oh, okay." You know, and they put him in contempt of court. This man got arrested and put in jail because he gave $15,000 to the child support because the judge a female judge felt like he was trying to pay it up, because if you pay it up, she can't go ask for an increase if it's already paid up.
Oh,
okay.
See what I'm saying?
So he tried to beat the law. Yeah.
That's not beating the law. That's the rules. Wait, you said the rule.
Wait, but it's not a reason
that
to put somebody in
the
jail.
rules are if
it's
he
like
pays
a gotcha.
it up, she can't go for an increase, right? Those
Nope.
are the rules.
Right.
Those are the rules, right, black man?
Yeah.
So how is he trying to beat the law if those are the rules?
That's true.
He's following the rules.
State of Florida, she can go for an increase every 5 years. If you're getting raises every 5 years, a woman can go for an increase.
See, this is what see, black man. Do you see why I said if a woman ever puts me on child support, that's all she's getting? Why I'm so strict on, like, if I buy something for my child, clothes, my clothes and stuff ain't going to your mama's house.
What if you just happen to? Because I don't know anything about child support like that. But what if, like, let's say, I don't know, my long lost aunt, passed and left me an inheritance, and I know I have child support that I have to pay like $500 a week over the course of 18 years. So if I have to have that amount, multiply that by 18 years for every week, and I had that amount, and I just said, "Here, just take it."
Wait, what?
No, the state gonna take it anyway.
Like if it's an inheritance, and I know I'm on child support, if I pay it all up in one lump sum up until the age 18, could I do that?
No, you gotta modify your child support though.
They're gonna take it from you.
To do it legal, to do it right. I mean, you could possibly do it, but I would take it to protect yourself. I would take it to court and let them know what the process you're doing, so they can be written that is okay. I wouldn't just take it and do that myself. I would definitely, if the court is already involved, you want to make sure the court stays involved, and everything that you're doing is dotting your I's, crossing your T's.
Right. I'm in the state of Texas. And if I'm married, to say for instance, me and Miss Taken are married, and we have a 14-year-old daughter, and who's been married for 13 years, for 15 years, got a 14-year-old daughter, and Miss Taken said, "I don't want to be with you no more. We're done." I said, "Okay, cool." we break up in the state of Texas, when you file for child support, it retros back 14 years. So you immediately 14 years in arrears. The day she files.
From the day one, but you've been there for 14 years.
It doesn't matter. You have
Then how are you 14 years behind?
When you listen, look up these laws in Texas.
How?
Listen
to this. I heard this. Let me just tell you what else Texas does. I heard this from the lead attorney. He said that if you, let's just say me and this guy I like, and he's like, oh, I don't want to ever get married. He said that you can go and celebrate. Let's just say if you're celebrating like anything, like, oh, we don't want a legal marriage here. So we go overseas and we just have like a celebration to celebrate our union. But then we move to Texas and we put on our lease just our name. It could be just for one day. Texas automatically legalizes your marriage.
They do.
Florida does something similar. If you live together,
ladies.
Yeah.
You know what you gotta do.
Florida does something similar.
If you stay together, travel outside of the states.
If you stay together with, if you stay with a woman,
pictures.
Florida does something similar. Like if I move in with a female and we've been living together for, let's say, 5 to 10 years, we're legally married.
Yep.
Yeah, in common law.
It's similar to that.
Also, probably a lot of married women that we. There's a lot of married women,
so they don't even know they're married.
So they're married.
But you know what the sad thing is? They don't get the benefits of a marriage. That's the bullshit about it.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't get the Social Security. That's the bullshit about the shit.
What you talking about for what?
Common law.
Common law. You don't get the benefits.
Oh no, this is not this. I don't think that what I told you was considered common law. I think
that's considered marriage.
Legal.
Okay. See, Florida consider that's common law, but you'll be common law married, but you don't get the benefits.
Because you're missing the ceremony. The ceremony is important.
Well, no, not necessarily the ceremony is the legitimation of it. So through a judge or what have you, they legitimize it.
I'm telling you what he said. All you have to do is celebrate. Like you guys are a couple. Like you're celebrating over somewhere else. It can be wherever.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about that. I was saying what he was saying in terms of the difference with common law.
Yeah, and this, like, let me tell you, oh Lord have mercy. I heard this. I just said, Lord, I'm praying for the guy. So him and the lady worked out. This guy, they broke up, and they had a 14-year-old daughter. They worked something out. He paid child support. They are not going to the courts. They don't want to be statistics or whatever. And I think a year passed, and he ended up meeting somebody else, and she found out about it. And she put him on child support. They retro back 14 years. All right, put him in the hole, $38,000, $40,000, something crazy. And
was they married?
No. And so his mother passed away.
See that?
Like a year later, they took the entire inheritance and gave it to the baby mama.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurt your feelings.
Because she probably went down there and said he wasn't paying child support. They was never married, so they have no proof of it. That's why important, fellas, to keep the tickets, the receipts, all that.
Any money that
wait.
They don't count tickets.
Hold on.
Man, Dre, can tell you. Go ahead.
The court's got something for that too.
Yep, they don't count tickets.
They say it's a gift.
You can come in with all those receipts. I've been paying child support.
They're gonna laugh at you.
Here's all the receipts. Here's all the money I've been paying. You know what the court's gonna say? Oh no. That ain't support.
It was a gift.
That's a gift.
Some
even
judges.
If you label it, like, you know,
I have seen some judges.
Even it does not matter.
You got to put child support. I don't see some judges in the state of Florida. I don't see some judges in the state of Florida that they looked at it and they said, okay, you know, now you got Zelle and Cash App. You know, you can sit there. You got traces. And some judges in the state of Florida, they will honor that.
Well, that's Florida. Where are we talking about? What law were we talking about before? Every state is different.
Texas,
every state is different.
Listen, Texas is ruthless on the Roe v. Wade. They ruthless on Roe v. Wade. They ruthless on child support. Oh my God, dude! If you're not gonna have a deletion of a child in another state. If you're a resident of Texas and you go across the line and get a deletion of a child, and you come back here and you set up an infection, our governor already said it. If you operate on this lady or help her at any time, the doctor is a criminal and she is too.
No, that's illegal. But the thing is, that's illegal.
They're not playing in
the
Texas.
thing is, black man, that'll never hold up in court. Because if you're forcing a doctor to violate his Hippocratic oath,
yep,
that's true.
You can't. A doctor has to help people. They have to. They don't have a choice. If they don't, they'll lose their license.
No. So listen. So what happens is, for example, that's kind of like if you go get a surgery, let's just say a plastic surgery. I had a friend who, she's not my friend, she was my hairdresser. She went and got plastic surgery in Brazil. And so what she did was she didn't want to stay for her post-op. So she tried to come here. No doctor would see her because they were like, me seeing you is me taking on that liability. And they all said
exactly.
And see that doctor because they were not trying to take that as a liability. Because once they touch you and that doctor did something wrong, that means that now they're a part of that. Like
because now he has no choice but to fix it. Whatever that other doctor messed up, if that new doctor touches you, he has no choice under the Hippocratic oath but to fix it.
If a lady go
do no harm because
but if a lady go cross the lines and get a deletion of a child and come back and set up infection,
never hold up in court.
The day that doctor touches her, that hospital is liable. If she pass away, it ain't on the people that deleted the baby. It's on them, and the family can sue that hospital for millions.
Never hold up in court.
I think that this is going to be an interesting process. Of course, it's gonna have some. That's going to be an unfortunate situation if that were to ever happen to someone. But it's just going to be interesting to see how this goes. You know what I'm saying? As the years progress, and then these laws, especially Texas.
Well, now that I just heard all of this about child support, I'm not gonna lie. I was limited in what I knew about child support just based on my own experience when I was in New York. But since all states have all of these different rules, and I keep hearing men talk about and this child support while they're fussing about the child support, now I have a whole new perspective on that, because what you guys brought up, that's crazy, is unfair. In my mind, I'm like, well, you would never, if a man initially took responsibility in terms of us not even having to go to court, I personally feel, I may be wrong, that when you lead with I know this is my responsibility, and you automatically put yourself on child support, I assume, just because that's the way I would operate, but maybe everybody doesn't, that I'm cool with that. There's no need to get the courts involved because you are taking the necessary steps that you're supposed to. Is usually the problem comes in, at least I thought, is when the man either A, isn't consistent, like, man, I ain't really got it this week. You know what I'm saying? Well, kid's still here, or they just completely don't do what they need to do in general. And then a woman is going to be like, no, we're going to step up and we're going to go to court. But now that I'm hearing this, like, you don't even have to be the baby father.
That's only in Michigan.
I know, but like you said, each state have different rules, and I can see how a man could be very upset, right, about the child support system, because in that case, like in those cases, it is most definitely rigged against them.
Well,
Ohio with this new law, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What a man need to do, this is what I advise fellas to do when you have a child and you break up with your significant other. First of all, if you complain about the child support, first of all, file for joint custody. Most court systems want the father in the picture. They do. Stop it, fellas. If a father want to be in his child life, the courts can't keep him out. Stop it.
I've seen courts do it.
I can talk from experience, Doc. I can talk from experience tonight.
For the most
part, I can talk from experience. And let me tell you what I had to do. At 50-50 custody, that 50-50, I said, I'm not doing it. I'm going to get 100% custody of my daughter and my son.
That's not what he said.
No,
that's not what I said.
But when I went to court, they did make when I went to court, they do favor the woman a lot.
They do.
Why do you feel like she's not have a good home? Why do you feel like you should be the parent? Why the custodial parent? Why do you feel? I'm like, damn, why y'all asking me all these questions? She's living in a horrible situation. She's bouncing from house to house, living with parents. I'm stable. I have my own home. I mean, what are we talking about, Judge?
They do.
I had to fight for 3 years, bro.
Yeah, Yeah, but I said for the most part, they do want the father in the picture. They do. They do not. If you, especially if you got a stable home, you got a good income, you don't have any violent felony, they want the father in the picture. So I always tell the fellas, hey, get joint custody. Second, put yourself on child support. Jumping ahead of go through the court system, put yourself on child support. It then increase your child support. There's guys that are making six figures. They only paying like $200, $250, $300 a month because they got joint custody and they jump the gun. Like what guys want to do, they want to wait, or what they try to do is okay, I'm gonna do it on the table. I don't want these folks in my business. Nah, jump the gun. There's nothing wrong with putting yourself on child support and file joint custody.
I disagree.
Let me just say this too, and not all states do this. I know Georgia is one of those states where
I was just going to say that.
Well, I don't know what you're about to say, but Georgia is one of those states they don't do the retro. Like whenever she applies, that's when she could. If she didn't apply back in the day, it doesn't. They don't do retro.
Right. I was talking about Georgia from the instance of last year. Georgia made. Listen now, the average woman. I'm talking about the sisters, and I ain't talking about nobody else. Mm-hmm. The average woman got $100. This is the least amount, $100 in child support last year. Guess how much the state made on child support fees?
How much?
$2.3 billion.
Ooh. I mean, now,
now, watch this. It's a pimping. What exactly? So you mean tell me that most of the men there, because we did the men drill, we did a whole show on it. We got the numbers. We got this. I'm looking at the numbers. I read through them papers and public documents. I'm like, Lord have mercy. A woman can be on getting child support $250, $275 a week. They'll take the $175 and send her $100.
It's a bit. Well, I don't know. I don't have any kids.
They is killing them. $2.3 billion a year. What? On child support fee? Oh my God.
That's her.
I don't have anything. I'm with him. I don't have any children.
Better work that shit out with her and tell her we ain't going through the system because they getting rich off of us.
I just haven't been so blessed.
Y'all just better not get in another relationship. You might as well go ahead and marry her.
Yeah, marry cheaper to keep her.
What if she crazy?
The worst I have seen in a child support
you should have kept the thing out of there.
And that was with my oldest brother, where he didn't get joint custody, but she was allowed to move her kids out the county, but she couldn't move them out the state. But he got the kid for the summertime. So, he was paying for 3 kids. He was paying about $1,000 a month, whatever. But that's the word. But he was allowed to see during the summertime, all the holidays, summertime. And she had them doing a regular, but she couldn't move the kids out the state. And that's the worst I have seen it. But for the most of my friends that went through the system and they want to be in their child life, yeah, the court didn't, they did give the men a hard time. But at the end of the day, you can't keep a father that want to be in his child life out the child life. So they was able to do it. A lot of these guys that talking about they can't see their child, she won't let me take her to court, file joint custody. Now you got to make sure you have your ducks in order. You got to have a room for the child. You got to have a house. You can't have violent felonies. You can't be a child unless all that stuff got to pass through, and you got to show that you're making income. You're paying taxes. So a lot of that stuff, the courts look at all that stuff. So
right. And my sister. Now my sister, I call her trifling right now.
That
she might be watching.
Trifling.
Hey, trifling sister, and I'm talking about this is my blood sister I'm talking about. She trifling as hell. And she said I got a loophole. I found a loophole. I say, why even go through this? She said the loophole is all you got to do. And I'm listening to her tell her friends, girl, all you got to do is when they try that joint custody, girl, all you got to do is go down to the police station and get a restraining order on his ass. And once you get a restraining order on his ass, they don't even honor that shit. Yeah. Now he can't get his kids at all. I'm take the man, bro.
I'm not. See, I'm talking about doing it without no loopholes.
Right.
Exactly.
Exactly, bro.
If you're doing it the proper way, in the state of Florida, the judges want the fathers in the picture.
Yeah,
It might
and
not
I'm
get
also
joint
going to
custody.
say, in terms of trifling, there are some women too that, like with the whole child support thing, they play games because a lot of times you
They
have
do.
to keep going back and forth to court, and it gets expensive. It's not that I don't want to see my kid; I want to
Yeah.
be a part of my kid's life, but she wants you to do it on her terms.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate thing
You got to
is
pay. You
that
got to pay.
women are they're hurting the kids. The kids are the one to get hurt. Now that doesn't negate the fact that the men still should be contributing financially to raising a kid. But if they are doing what they're supposed to do, and you are making it difficult, I think that is where the problem lies. Like, for what? For what? And I know men who are in that situation where they're like, I want to see my kid, but like, okay, we're supposed to drop off at this time. They don't show up. So then now I have to contact my lawyer to let my lawyer know that she's not showing up or meeting the obligations of what the order says. Now I got to spend money to go to court, because anytime he's going to do work on my behalf, I got to pay him. Then I go to court. They don't show up to court. So now we got to reschedule again. Like, it's crazy. Some
And
I'm gonna tell you something.
the state represents the woman, so they don't even have to
I'm
come.
gonna-
They can go to work.
And I'm gonna tell you, in the state of Florida, Miss Taken, I'm gonna tell you this: if there's a court order that says that she's supposed to meet at a certain time, and she's supposed to hand the child over, and she missed a couple, the state of Florida would charge that woman with kidnapping. So the state of Florida would charge her with kidnapping. If the state of Florida tell her she can't leave the state with the kids, the state of Florida would charge her with kidnapping. Try to leave the country.
Yeah, that's the Mann Act.
Huh?
Yeah, that's the Mann Act. He's right about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So
Well, I'm glad Texas not like that, because in Texas, all you gotta do is go over to our house, fellas. That's why I don't understand why fellas be arguing with these chicks. Don't argue. Go pick them
Don't
up.
argue. That's what I
Then
tell
you
you.
gonna
Don't
take them to the park and don't take them back. Keep them. She had to prove that you're unfit. In Texas, you gonna pick your kids up when she can call the police all day, and when the police get there, they're gonna say, "Ma'am, this is a civil matter. You got to handle this in court."
Yeah, you got to and like you said, Miss Taken, it's gonna cost some money. But to these men, if you can buy your Jordan, if you can if you could take these trips, if you want to take these women on these 5-star restaurants, you're gonna, unfortunately, you lay with this woman. If you pay your lawyer to get shit done, at the end of the day, if you a fit father, you got your shit together, you got no fella, they have to give you minimum at least the summertime. The minimum the summertime. If you can't get joint custody. And fellas, if she make more than you nowadays, these 6-figure women are paying child support. I know a couple of my coworkers, they paying $300-400 child support. And there's a couple of my coworkers, they can't put their men on child support because they make more than they men. And they'll
That's
put
how
their
to get T-shirts that says, "If you lay, you're gonna pay."
man, let me tell you, man. These women are being put on child support now. In the state of Florida, these fellas are stepping up to the game, and they know the game, and they are putting these females on child support. So when I hear men that say, "Oh, she won't let me see her kids," I always cringe. I'm like, "Yo, if you're gonna have to spend a little money," and unfortunately, that's what we have to do as men. But hey, it is what it is. The child support system don't work for us. We got to work the child support system, and it's gonna cost a little money, but it'll eventually come through.
All right.
Yeah, we got to I'm so tired.
Hey, so when are y'all
I done braided my hair up, ready to get into bed.
When are y'all on again? When are y'all on again?
Every Friday, 9:00 Eastern time.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, have a good night.
Thank you guys so much for joining. Everybody in the chat, thank you guys for hanging in there with us, being here with us tonight. We appreciate you. Signing off. See you next week.
Peace.
See ya.
Later.